Is there any other discussion of any individual plank in there?
Mr. Chairman, Caden Mattingly, S3. I would like to move to amend this section by inserting a new plank.
Okay.
I think it would fit after 212,
Okay.
212A.
So go ahead and talk about what your amendment will be, and then we'll get a second, and then we'll discuss it.
I would like 212A, and I believe hopefully it fits in this section, that we support prohibiting foreign dollars from being donated to candidates. I think that is putting America first. I don't think that other countries should be able. The United States recognizes that donations are an aspect of speech, and allowing foreign donations is giving a platform to foreign actors to unduly influence America first policies in Congress as well as presidential elections.
So you've heard the motion. Is there a second? We have a second. Is there? Let's make sure that we get the language up here so that we know what we're voting on.
Can I make a motion to amend this to strengthen it?
Let's get the language up there, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
I think that's kind of to it, but it doesn't.
I know.
Address foreign policy.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we have Christine Wellborn, SC24. We have another section where I believe that would be more germane. And that would be under elections. There's a new plank that is 219A, candidate qualifications, where I believe that could fit as a bullet point under that.
Okay, do you want to put it here, or do you want to put it 219?
I think it would make sense as a new plank, just because 219 specifically addresses candidates paying for endorsements, whereas this is the complete opposite of that. It's PACs donating money, or PACs using foreign funds is kind of the predominant thrust of that language, or the intent. So I think it should be a new plank.
Okay. Rick, do you have it up there? Are you sending in the language?
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I wonder if it'd be possible to have, if someone has a suggested plank, have them give me the language before.
Yes, for all the committee members, if you have suggested language for a particular plank today, let's make sure that we get it to Dr. Townsend so that we can move through this. We have a very limited amount of time for each of these particular areas, and if we have to wait to email each individual one as it comes through, let's make sure that we have them turned in.
So again, Mr. Chairman, Christine Wellborn, SC24. I believe the author was looking at 219 and not 219A, but I would move to amend the amendment to put that under 219A.
Okay, is there a second to Ms. Wellborn's motion to move this particular plank from 212A to adding it as 219A sub, I guess it would be sub D?
Yes.
Second. Oh. Is there any discussion of moving this from 212 to 219? All those in favor of moving it from 212 to 219A sub D, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and we will consider it at 219 AD when we get to that here in just a moment. So, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Manning, it sounds like a fairly short amendment. If you can just read me the language, I can probably type it in unless. Ms. Moreno, I think yours was a little longer, but I think for a short one like that, I can handle it.
Okay.
Oh, are you ready for it, Mr. Townsend?
Yes, and you wanted, I think we said after it will become the new B. Is that correct?
It would be 219. There's an A, B, C, and this would be a D under that, under 219. Under 219A, I'm sorry.
Um, Dr. Townsend, are you ready?
You don't worry about the formatting. We'll fix that later, but we'll get the words in.
We support the enforcement of bans to prevent foreign dollars being donated or from being donated through PACs to support candidates.
You verified there was a through there symbol, so I'm sure we want that.
Dollars being donated through PACs to. And then if I may, dollars to monies, I think that would make more sense. I don't know if I can.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's your amendment.
I just can't blame it. I get it. Yes. I thought it was already.
Can I make an amendment, a motion to amend this to add to it?
Sure.
So I motion that we add, additionally, we require that PACs that promote the interests of foreign nations, even if funded by American citizens, register with FARA. Yeah, additionally, we require that PACs that promote the interests of foreign nations, even if funded by American citizens, register with FARA. Pardon? Oh, promote the interests of foreign nations. Even if funded by American citizens. Register with FARA, F-A-R-A. F is in Fred, A, R is in rabbit, and then A.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the amendment. Is there a second on the motion to amend the amendment?
Second.
There's a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend the amendment?
District 16.
We can't hear you.
Can hear you. If to use the microphone.
Brian Bodine, Senate District 16. Amanda, do you just want to include PACs in the amendment, or are there other types of filings for other types of organizations?
I'm open to it being broader. If you have suggested language, I'm open to that.
We did have a amendment in national defense last night. I brought it forward. It would have been a new plank about APAC, but it failed in subcommittee. So do you know how that committee or that particular, the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, how they're filed legally? Are they have a PAC branch? They have another 527, or what's the?
I'm not familiar with exactly how they're registered, but given their name, because AIPAC, I would be under the impression that it is a PAC of some sort. However, like I would see, I'm open to it, including that and expanding the language if it needs to include maybe things that are not technically PACs.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
would this be appropriate time just for one minor word change in that?
Well, so what we have right now is an amendment to the amendment. So we need to deal with the amendment to the amendment because
Sounds good.
I can't go three deep on it. So all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Now we're getting to where it's really it's not germane. So point of order, because now we're getting into more campaign finance than talking about things that apply to candidates. So I perhaps we could, and I don't want to do an amendment to the amendment to the amendment, but perhaps we could have, I mean, now I would say that I'm in favor of a new plank that would have that under there if we're just going to make something about campaign finance and foreign interference in campaign finance. But I think that this particular amendment to the amendment is not germane because you're going from candidates to PACs.
Sure. So the point of order is overruled, and we're back on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment is accepted. Now would be an appropriate time for you to make your word change to the amendment as amended.
Mr. Chairman, just to, sir,
Jim,
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, my understanding is that this failed, so it's coming out now. That sentence.
No, it passed.
Okay.
So it's going to stay here, and we're now going to take another amendment to this amended amendment.
Jim Oberry, SD1, where it says prevent foreign money, we use the word funds in that next sentence below there, so I would suggest changing foreign money to foreign funds.
Did you get that? Okay. Is there a second to the motion to amend?
I'll second.
There's a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're now back on the amendment, which would add the subsection D to 219A. Is there any further discussion on the amendment as amended?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment to take this out to make it 219B and label it campaign finance.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a second. Let's give Rick time to make that change.
We'll fix the formatting later, but it is separate now.
Okay. Is there any further discussion of the amendment? The chair seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. So it is now labeled as 219B, and we now vote on the entirety of the amendment 219B. All those in favor of adding 219B, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and
Chairman?
yes,
We needed to get the title right. I think I was originally thinking it was going to be foreign donations. What title do we actually want on this? Because I didn't quite get that part.
I believe the suggestion with the amendment to 219B would, I believe, I'm sorry, but ma'am, I don't remember your name, was campaign finance was what she had moved to amend the amendment.
That is correct.
yeah. No, well, there's no way for it.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Do we have any ability to have access to this document that Mr. Townsend is working on? Because we're all struggling to see as we go.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Like a so we can see it on our screens.
Oh, no.
Like even if we're not streaming the Zoom.
Could we by chance do like a Zoom or a Teams, even if it's not like live stream, just that way everyone on the committee can see it on their screens?
When we take a break at 11:20, I'll work on something like that. So, yes. We got it, Rick? Okay. We are now back on the committee's report with regard to planks 209 through 217.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Michael Sherman, Senate District 8. I would like to make two minor amendments to plank 209. I'd like to add in the title behind sexual harassment, add and misconduct. And then in the first sentence, when it says complaints against elected officials and candidates are properly.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion? There is a second. Just make sure Rick gets it up for us. Thank you, Rick. Is there any discussion of the proposed amendment to 209? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Your SD 10, I was wondering if we could amend plank 215D and strike the words +1 so that it would read automatic setting of a bill on the calendar within 7 days if it is co-sponsored by a simple majority of House members.
Is there a second to the amendment, motion to amend?
Second.
Okay. Let's make sure Rick.
Address.
Yes, please go ahead.
I think this is probably a wording that was incorrect from the previous platform. I've been active in the party for 40 years. I've never seen a voting threshold of a simple majority +1. It's either a simple majority, 60%, 2/3, 3/4, but I think whoever wrote that was confused about what a simple majority is defined as.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment is adopted. The chair would now entertain a motion to accept planks 209 through 217 as amended and suggested in the committee report.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept these as described.
Is there a second?
I'm over here, second, SD1.
Very good. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of 209 through 217 with the various amendments that we've added this morning, say aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? There being none, 209 through 217 are adopted. We're gonna have to pick up the pace, though, guys. That took us
Yes.
almost an hour to get through 7 or 8 that we've done. Okay, next in the committee report is the elections section. That is 218 through many pages. 218 through 227. Would be the next planks that we were dealing with. 218 to 227. Just briefly, 218 is keeping an old 2024 plank. It's been amended. 218A, protecting the speech of private citizens, is a new plank. 219 is being kept from the 2024 platform as amended. 219A and now 219B are new planks that are being added. 220 is being kept as amended. 221 and its many parts is being kept as amended. 222 related to voter registration is being kept as amended. 223, there are no changes to that plank. 224, no changes. 225, no changes. 226 is being kept as amended, and 227 is being kept from the 2024 platform. With that, the chair would entertain any motions for an individual plank or for the adoption of the committee report as amended.
You can't hear you. Use microphone.
Oh, that's okay. Say it again, and I'll restate it.
A motion to accept all those planks under elections as is.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept planks 216 through 227, including the additions that were added just a moment ago. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, I'd like to motion to amend.
Okay.
Particularly under section plan 221, sub-bullet D, there's a couple of points there. One, that all entities which hold elections contract with the county for their elections. I want to remove this one. I know that some of these counties can have some elected officials, and I think this could possibly impede us being able to run effective and fair elections for conservatives.
I second. SD15.
So there's been a motion and a second to amend 221. Do we have language for that?
What is there a subplan? I think you wanted to take out a subplan.
I want to take it out.
Take out what?
You need to know which one.
Blank 221, sub-bullet D, which says uniform elections, and then sub-bullet IV. That one, and there's another one I'd like to propose as well within that same.
Let's deal with one amendment at a time.
Sorry.
That's D is in Delta, uniform elections, and what subplank?
It's the fourth one. IV. All entities should hold.
That's election day statutes must be used for the entire voting period.
It says all entities which hold elections shall contract with a county for their elections. I would like to propose to have that removed.
Okay, just to clarify, we're talking about subpoint D as in dog, uniform election.
Yes.
What's Roman numeral 4? That's all entities which hold elections shall contract.
Yes.
With
counties,
elections.
County for their elections.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Michael Stern, SD8. Can I speak against this amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay. As a central remembering why this was added, yes, I agree. There are some counties that have really corrupt election officials, but the reason why we made this entity in this amendment is because you have hospital districts and some school boards that most they are separate on election, and especially if it's on municipal election or the random election, voters are required to have 2 different locations off here. And how so there's no location at the hospital or at the school district, and get things teaching district or the school district things to vote and control things that was my member and actually repeats in terms of accessibility with government locations to run it.
Thank you. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Cade Mattingly, SD3. I'm in favor of this amendment merely on the principle that this plank is ridiculously written. It's too long. It reads like legislation. I'm for taking this out and perhaps other things, just because I mean it's nearly 3 pages.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak against the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak against.
Who?
So Christine Wellborn, SC24. So I would like to speak against this because there are several reasons to keep it in here. So first of all, the reason why this section is so long is because our Texas legislature has failed to enact all of these things that have been in here for years and years, and they have failed to enact that as legislation. If it gets enacted as legislation, I'd be happy to remove them. But the idea behind this, as Michael already said, but also is everyone, the school boards, if they run their own election, they also get to choose their own judges, clerks. City councils get to do that as well, where the city secretary runs it. So the people whose jobs are in jeopardy, whose jobs will be decided by the people who are elected, are running that election. I've worked in election integrity for 10 years. I've had people in cities that have come to me very upset because their city council is running the election and the city secretary is the only person in the room with them when they are voting because of this sort of situation. So it's very important that we protect our voters and make sure that we have neutral parties and not people who are selected by the school board to run the election. So it's very important that we have this consistency. And again, as he said, asking voters to vote in two different places in one election is ridiculous. We have a hard enough time getting people to turn out for elections that when we do this, it's very nefarious. And when they schedule these elections, where they schedule these elections, people don't even know that they're happening. If it's run through the county, even if the county isn't functioning well, that county would still have all of the information about the election, sample ballots, the things that voters would need to know that the cities don't have to do. So I think this is a really, really important part of our platform.
Thank you, Ms. Wellborn. Does anybody wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? There being no others, the chair will then put to the body. The question occurs on the amendment to.
Point of order.
Yes.
Thought it was 3 for, and 3 against.
Well, do you want to speak against it?
Yes.
Okay, please.
I was primary director for Harris County HCRP. This needs to stay in the fact because a lot of the counties, when they do their own elections, they don't have the districts. They've had difficulties when they don't update the districts in that county. So if we don't have oversight through the elections, Harris County elections, this is not going to work. And we need all election integrity to take place when this plank needs to stay, period.
Thank you. So that's our 3 against the amendment. Is there anybody else who wants to speak in favor of the amendment? The chair seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment to plank 221 D Romanet 4 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment fails.
Yeah.
We're now back on the motion to. Oh, sorry. We're now back on the motion to adopt the committee report with regard to planks 218 through 227.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to delete 225.
Is there a second to the motion to delete plank 225 closed primary? Is there a second to delete the plank 225 closed primary? The motion fails for want of a second. We are now back on the adoption of the committee report of 218 through 227.
I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
220. I would like to add that we would like to designate Election Day as a holiday in the state of Texas.
So we just like to add a second sentence that says election day shall be a holiday in the state of Texas.
Yes, please.
Did you get that, Rick? Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There is a motion and a second.
Second.
Is there any discussion of the amendment to blank 220 to add a second sentence related to election day being a holiday?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment. We might want to specify whether it's every local holiday or every local election, school board, statewide, primary, et cetera.
I was thinking the general election day in November, but we could say the election day for the primary and the general. Yeah, but for sure the general. Yeah, primary and general.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not sure what purview this would fall under. A clarification what, but if we do make that as a paid holiday or as a holiday, generally holidays are paid by the employer, then how would that affect all the employees that are taking off work for that holiday to go vote?
Great question.
Jim O'Bear, SD1, by the way.
Thank you.
Brenda Matthews, SD6. I think it needs to be more specific, especially I think only the schools should have a holidays because most of the elections are held at the schools. And because I know my daughter's a teacher and she always wishes that the elections were where they can be off and we can have the whole facility instead of having the kids there while we vote.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Street, SD8. Again, I was part of the subcommittee, and I do remember we actually talked about this. And I think the biggest reason was the comment that you heard earlier was because it is a burden on small business owners because there's no paid holiday with no work being done, and so it affects them to have that. And honestly, most businesses do this. I mean, I'm an employee or I'm a supervisor, and most employees will get 2 hours off to go vote. Can give as paid time off to go vote anyways. And so I think in theory it's a great idea for financial impact on small business owners in particular. It's the reason why we decided not to include this in the original subcommittee report. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have two comments against, one in favor of it. Is there anybody else who wishes to discuss the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I added the word biennial primaries to make it an every 2-year thing, just as a friendly amendment to the amendment, if that's accepted.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion of the amendment as amended?
May I speak in favor?
You,
Appointing Lee Osterman, SD19. I'm in favor of this motion because making it a holiday would allow for the schools to not have students present, but would still allow them to be secure facilities to allow for people to vote. And one of the problems that we faced in our primary this year was a lot of public schools, for reasons that I don't know for true, did not want to participate, and it was a serious impact on voter participation. We struggled to find locations to vote at. So if we can make it a holiday and have the students go home, schools cannot say no, they'll have to let us vote, and that allows for more participation, more voting locations.
thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to blank 220 to add the second sentence related to Election Day holidays, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment fails.
That's fine.
Okay, we are back on the entirety of the committee report with regard to elections, blank 218 through 227. The motion is to adopt the committee report and the amendments that have been accepted therein. Is there any discussion of the motion? That's already been seconded. We're no discussion. All those in favor of the adoption of planks 218 through 227 as amended by the committee report and the previously adopted amendments, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and those planks are adopted. We'll now move on to the National Defense and Foreign Affairs section. We'll begin with the Veterans and Military Affairs, starting with plank 229, which for those of you who are following on the Word document is page 54. 229 is a plank that is kept from the previous. 230, supporting our armed forces, is in the report has been amended. 231 keeps the plank as it was. 233 keeps the plank as it was. So we're just dealing with these few amendments related to Veterans Affairs 229 through 233, and the chair would entertain a motion to accept the committee report with regard to those planks. $233. Very good. There's been a motion and a second to accept those in the committee report. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Michael Stream, SD8. I just wanted to make sure just to make a comment. If you're looking at the 2024 platform, you will notice there are several additional planks that were in this section, that the subcommittee removed them to innovation in the next section because they pertain to germane to that and not to the initial topic of veterans and military affairs.
Right. And I do want to commend the subcommittee on doing that and moving things to the appropriate places so they're in the appropriate heading. So, okay, before the committee is the adoption of planks 229 through 233 as recommended by the subcommittee. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Peter Wrench, SD10. I will make a motion to amend plank 230D. In fact, I would ask unanimous consent to amend plank 230D to change the word national to consumer. In other words, in the national price index value in all programs to read consumer price index value in all programs. I think that was just a typo.
Any objections? No. Okay. By unanimous consent, please change the word national to consumer price index with regard to plank 230D.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion of 229 through 233? Any other amendments? All those in favor of the adoption of planks 239 through 233 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and those planks are adopted. Next, moving into border security and immigration, we'll begin with plank 239, 240, 241, 241A, 241B, C, D, E, 242, and 243. And the chair will entertain a motion to adopt the committee's report with regard to those planks. We have a motion, a second. And now would be an appropriate time for any discussion or amendments to any of those planks. That would be planks 239 through 243.
I would like to make a motion to amend 241E. And the motion that I'm making to amend is to call for the repeal of Hart-Celler, as well as to end dual intent for temporary non-immigrant visas.
And do you have language for Rick?
We call for the repeal of the Hart-Celler Act of 1965.
Is this a new blank, a new subpoint?
No, she wants to amend 241E on page.
Or
E is in echo.
when it starts, provide no tax dollars for social.
The one that's our federal immigration system should be reformed to serve the interests of American citizens first.
Okay, are we on 241A, the elimination of illegal immigrant magnets?
241 Echo.
Elephant.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a subpoint. My mistake. Okay, I'm putting American citizens first in immigration policy, and you want this at the end, correct?
The end would work, yes.
Okay, if you give me the language slowly, I'll put it in.
We call for the repeal of the HART, HART dash seller, like CELLAR Act. Period. We also we call for the repeal of dual intent. Dual, like DUAL, intent of temporary non-immigrant visas.
Second.
The only tiny editorial request is, can we add a dash between non-immigrant? Thank you.
Okay, so your suggested amendment is up there?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second to the amendment?
Second.
There's been an amendment and a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment?
Clarify more or less your amendment.
Sure. So I'll start with dual intent. So a temporary non-immigrant visa would be things like F1 student visa or H1B visa. These visas, when they were created and sold to the American people, were sold as temporary. So not a pathway to citizenship, and they were also sold as non-immigrant, which means that the person is also not intending to immigrate. So they're here temporarily to fill a stopgap, for example, for the H-1B. The student visa, they were often sold as temporary visas to allow foreign citizens to learn and learn from the American people in the American way, and then go back to their home country. What has happened is there's dual intent now allowed. So someone can come here on a temporary non-immigrant visa, such as the H-1B, which is sold to us as a temporary stopgap. But now they can say, even though I'm here on a temporary non-immigrant work visa, I'm actually also intending to eventually immigrate. This creates a lot of entitlement from us F1 visa holders as well as H-1B holders, and it's just created a mess for the American people. So I would like to end dual intent. So if someone's here on a temporary non-immigrant visa, but they are here temporarily and not here to immigrate. For Hart-Celler, the Hart-Celler Act was in the 1960s, and it really shifted our immigration policy, and really has opened up the door for mass immigration and the degradation of just national sovereignty.
Go ahead. Can you use the microphone so the other side of the committee can hear you? It's the better side over there.
Wouldn't that go where that line says we support the repeal of H-1B visa program? Wouldn't that be more sufficient for it to go right under that?
I would say that if we wanted to put dual intent there, we could. I also think it's fine as a standalone sentence in the same plank.
That was just a suggestion.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue. Sorry.
Okay, any further discussion of the proposed amendment to plank 241 Echo? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it and the amendment is accepted. We're back on the committee report. and the motion to adopt planks 239 through 243. Any other amendments or discussion?
I would like to propose an amendment. Um, I'd like to call on the Republican Party of Texas to demand the immediate implementation of the largest deportation operation in American history, as called for in the 2024 Republican Party platform. I'd like to, sorry, I pulled it up. Propose this in 241. Plank 241.
Okay, so I have a 241 Foxtrot. Can you read me the language slowly, please?
Yes, so the language would be the Republican Party of Texas demands the immediate implementation of the largest deportation operation in American history, as called for in the 2024.
Yeah, that's too fast. I'm not quite that fast. Sorry. So after it demands the immediate, go from there just a couple words at a time.
Immediate implementation of the largest deportation operation in American history, as called for in the 2024 Republican Party platform.
So where's it at in the 2024 platform?
So,
because you can't make a reference to the 2024 platform or the 2026 platform without telling people where it's at.
It would be section 236 and 237.
Well, they're in.
And 238.
They're in this platform.
Yeah. And it's also in the national platform.
So are you calling for the reinstatement of plank 237 from the 2024 platform?
Yes, but we could essentially leave probably that last piece off and just say we're calling for
in there already.
The immediate implementation of the largest deportation operation in American history. I'll leave it at that. And then I can add verbiage to as we prioritize removal of criminals, gang members, cartel, national security threats.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have I'm not sure if it's a question, but I think I don't think it should go in the one it shouldn't be put in the Americans first integration. I think it's, if anything, it needs to be in either the plank, sorry, let's look at, 240, 241D as in Delta, if anything, not in 241E.
So 241D is non-citizen deportation plank for violent protests or riots.
Yeah, or even 241C. It just makes more sense.
Adding illegal immigration.
Can I propose that we make this a standalone resolution, a standalone plank?
Absolutely, you can.
That would be better.
That's the way we have it numbered right now is 241F, which would be a new plank. And if you prefer, we could put it before 241E. I'm not sure how we'll do that numbering, but we'll sort that out later.
Let's sort the numbering out later. Let's just vote on it as 241F.
Texas.
I was just talking about the order in which it appears, sir.
History.
Rick, can you read it out loud for the committee?
What we have proposed right now is, I don't have a title, so we need a title for it. 241 Foxtrot, it's just someplace in this section. The Republican Party of Texas demands the immediate implementation of the largest deportation operation in American history as called for in the 2024 Republican Party platform.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is sounding a lot more like a resolution than a platform plank.
No, it sounds like
Well, I mean, it sounds like the reinstatement of what the subcommittee took out. So, is what it sounds like to me. So, is there any further discussion on the
Chairman,
I have a motion to amend.
Chairman,
Okay, hold on. I can only.
Peter Wrench, SD10, point of order. I haven't heard a second to the motion. Is there a second?
I second the motion to add this.
So now there's been a motion and a
I
second.
have a motion to amend.
Is there any discussion on the amendment, or now would be an appropriate time for you to make your motion to amend?
I have a motion to amend. A motion that we add, and I can give you the language, but I'll kind of describe it first. We support the voluntary remigration and repatriation programs, including expanding voluntary departure incentives, financial repatriation assistance, streamlined return processes, and denial of non-emergency public benefits to those who fail to demonstrate assimilation and loyalty to the United States while fully respecting due process.
Is there a second to that motion before we write all that out?
Second.
There's a second.
Okay, so I can read it slowly. We support voluntary remigration and repatriation programs, including expanded voluntary departure, voluntary, or including expanded voluntary departure incentives. Kind of, you know, like how for illegal, like, okay, anyways, financial repatriation assistance, streamlined return processes, and denial of non-emergency public benefits to those who fail to demonstrate assimilation and loyalty. To those who fail to demonstrate assimilation and loyalty to the United States, while fully respecting due process.
Can you see the screen to see if that's what you want?
No good deed goes unpunished. That I volunteered to do.
See, please. But it looks perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we would need a title for this as well.
What do y'all want to title this?
Well, what do you want to title it?
Call it remigration,
Maybe like
mass deportation
maybe.
proposal.
What do you think about like
Proposal for mass deportation.
restoring national sovereignty?
Yeah.
Restoring national sovereignty to America. Pardon? My portion, we approved this through my SD 15.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we proposed it as an amendment to 238, but I know that there was a lot of discussion on 238, so it must have just fallen through the cracks.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of information. Would it be possible to ask the author of this amendment to describe the reference to the 2024 platform? I looked at the platform, the numbers he gave, 236, 237, 238 are almost verbatim in our new platform. Yes. It's not in there. Yeah.
My part.
Use the microphone. Use the microphone.
Mr. Chairman, I like to. I think if we just scrap that part, because I don't think that's true. I think because we didn't strike anything about duplication in the 24. We just moved planks from one section to another. So I think if we just strike that part, I think that a lot of us are confused about that. If they want to just get rid of that reference, I think a lot of us will be fine with it.
What reference?
For reference to the 2024 platform.
Oh.
They already removed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still up there at one point.
Yeah, it's still on there.
Okay, if anybody wants to get up and look at the screen, before the committee is an amendment to add. Oh, is it still on there?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right, before the committee is a new 241, was that Foxtrot, to add to the platform. All those in favor of adoption of this new language, say aye.
We know.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. So I'm going to have a show of hands so I can count. Either that or I could just go down.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, did you allow for discussion on this?
I did. Is it?
Okay. We couldn't hear anything allowing us for discussion on this.
Very good. Is there a discussion on it?
I would like to speak against it.
Please do.
So my one issue with this is the fact that it basically would create a loyalty test for citizens. Makes me very nervous. The way it is worded is how would one define assimilation? I think it'd be very difficult for someone, in a court or, in any situation to define whether or not someone has assimilated. So it's that part of the language that I have an issue with, because you could make all kinds of arguments that people who, are wonderful additions to America, that someone could come in and say, no, you haven't assimilated, or what if that gets weaponized against us by the other side?
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak for or against?
Point of information.
Yes.
Carter SD2. I believe leaving it in promotes the idea of assimilation and gives the expectation thereof.
Any further discussion?
I have a statement or
You offered it. So.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak as Representative SD12. I'm speaking as the SD12 representative, not as the secretary.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm against, especially the first part of this, where it's extremely general language. The immediate implementation of the largest deportation operation in American history is so general and so vague as to be unenforceable and unworkable. So I would like to speak against this amendment. I also think that the mass repatriation is just inappropriate for platform language. It sounds anti-immigrant. We are not anti-immigrant. We are anti-illegal immigrant and criminal immigrant. So I would be opposed to this.
Very good. Anyone else? We've got one more option for in favor and one more option against, if anybody else wants to speak. There being no further discussion, I'll have a show of hands. All those in favor of the adoption of 241, please raise your hand so I can count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 in favor. All those opposed? The noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on your right,
Yes.
I move to close debate on this section.
A motion to motion to close debate and has been seconded. All those in favor of closing debate say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And debate is closed. We're now back on the question occurs on the adoption of the committee report with regard to planks. I'm sorry. 239 through 243. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Those planks are adopted. We now move on to the committee report with regard to foreign affairs and national security, which is 243A through the end of the platform 252.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment
Where?
to,
Okay, go right ahead.
sorry, to plank 249.
Okay.
Mr. Townsend should have that language.
Well, let's do this first. The chair will entertain a motion for the adoption of the committee report with regard to planks. Let's do this first. With regard to, well, sorry. Okay, so the chair would like to entertain a motion for the adoption of the committee report with regard to planks 243 through the end of the platform. Can I get a motion on that?
Jim Obeer, SD1, I make a motion.
Okay, and a second. And we're now on discussion of the motion, and I will recognize for an amendment to plank 249.
Yes. So I can make amendments 249. There's new language right there. Would you like me to, may I speak to it at this?
Yeah, please speak to
Okay.
it, yes.
So we had a hard stop deadline when we were doing this. We had been working all day on this section, and we got to this particular plank at the very end. Our committee was very split on this, on the decision of how to do the wording on this particular plank. So I would very much like to put forward this amendment because I think that we need some more discussion on this. I do think that the language has been nuanced more since we actually met. There was a little bit more time to address it, a little bit more time to get the language correct. So that's why I'm putting forward this amendment. I think that it's important that we respect all sides of all views on this, but I also think it's very important that we, respect Israel, but and get the wording right.
Second the motion.
All right. We're making sure that Rick has the language.
What's that? The one. This. What's that? This is it. No, it's all of it. It's the whole thing from.
So the red is what y'all are wanting to.
Adding from the previous, it's from the 24 one. Nothing, they can simply delete.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that the amendment is to replace the existing blank with this new language.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're ready to proceed with discussion at your discretion, sir.
Okay, committee members, what we have up on the screen is an amendment to replace the language in 249 from the committee report, to replace it with the language that is up there.
You can see it here.
Well, was up there.
Mr. Chairman, can we start discussion while we're reading?
Let's give everybody an opportunity to read it real quick. Yeah, it's gonna.
Mr. Chair, point of information, Mr. Chair, is this, I don't know if you're advised or the committee member making the motion, is this the old 249 or is this a completely new rewording?
My understanding is that this is an amendment to 249 as it came from the subcommittee to fix the problems that we heard testimony about this morning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, if I were to explain that.
Yes.
So this amendment here started with the 2024 platform language, and then there is some amendments in that 24 from the 24 to get to this. But it's not the complete rewrite that was in the original subcommittee report. So this. Well, and then some of the other stuff about the internal budget. This is the one. That's the one. You look at the red stuff. You can see it. It's 20.
Yeah, it's whatever it is, because there's some stuff out in the section. But I think it's.
Trying to think.
Evolution in a second for this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we can. When are we going to do it, though? We have an hour left. This is the break. It's the last one we have to do to take a break.
We're on an hour break.
No, an hour break.
Okay, if I could get the committee to come back to order.
Get excited.
Which one? Orlando?
Didn't look. I didn't know.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do is, we still have over an hour for consideration of this particular part of the platform. This, however, is the last portion of this part of the platform that we have for discussion. So what I'd like to do is, Orlando, can you come up to the microphone?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
So y'all remember this morning that Mr. Donna here was the one who started the testimony out with regard to this particular plank and had made some suggestions. And it's my understanding that he has worked on this. But if you could just go back through very briefly kind of what you testified to this morning so that the committee will understand it, and then what was talked about with regard to this plank. I'm going to let him do that. And then we are scheduled for a 15-minute break from 11:20 to 11:35. I'm going to go ahead and take that break probably for 20 minutes. So we'll at 10:30, we'll go from 10:30 to probably 10:50 or 11 o'clock so that everybody will have the opportunity to read this particular plank and the changes that have been made. And then we will come back and we will finish this section. So that'll give everybody an opportunity to thoroughly read what is up there. But Mr. Donna, if you could just tell us again, very briefly, what you talked about this morning and then what this language actually does.
Yes, sir.
And what organization you're with.
Okay, so the original 249 plank was very strong, very, very supportive of Israel. And, we all know that there's been some events that have happened in the Middle East in the last couple of years that prompted many out there, especially in the world of the talking heads, about what is Israel and what is its where it sits in the world. Who are they today? How are they compared to what they were before? And there's kind of two camps. There's the camp that's the biblical narrative of Israel, the old Israel from the old days, the same support, the same biblical viewpoint from most Christians that Israel is to be supported. And those who bless Israel are blessed. Those who curse Israel are cursed. So it's the same Israel. Recently, there's been a lot of stuff in the news, mostly proposed from the Tucker Carlson, AOC, Candace Owens crowd that look to change the way the Christian world looks at Israel through this idea that there's a new idea that the Jews are replaced by Israel, by Christianity. That Jesus completely wipes out what Israel is, when in the Old Testament it's very clear that the Bible says that Israel is Israel, and they are granted what Israel gets from God forever. I mean, forever doesn't mean, until Christ comes around, but forever is forever. So the idea is that 249 before was very strong. There was no conflict. 249 was changed in committee. I had the great opportunity, thanks to Dr. Townsend here, to be the editor, and so I helped the committee by typing the new resolution, and I saw the discussion. And I saw Web 249 become changed. Some of the changes, as the chairman alluded to, had to do with Israel, being an Israel of the past. Although, yes, 248A was added to law in Israel for, 249 completed 249 and some things that were significant. And some of the things I talked about this morning was the platform as it was, the drop-in instance of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. This morning I mentioned that the fact of the matter is that only a limited number of functions actually moved to Jerusalem. The ambassador is in Jerusalem. Security assistants and a lot of the staff
they're not in the capital city of Jerusalem. So removing that was problematic for me. The people drive the former formation of the Palestinian state with the borders of Israel. So just removing this item makes it look like we are withdrawing our support from Israel, maintaining its state as the state of Israel. It removes the right of Israel to recover hostages. So, I mean, you can expect with the enemies of Israel are educated and trained in bringing, in fact, have October 7th attacks in the future. October 7th was not an isolated attack. There have been attacks on it since its founding in 1950. It's been 6-day war and some other events. The Texans recognize that Biden gave a significant piece of ground to the Jewish people in Israel. To reference, the scripture was taken out as well. So, the platform was not the new language. The new language, actually looked at it before. I really like the new language. The modified language called on Israel entanglement and seeing the scale from the genesis of the current conflict.
Yes.
And
I believe per supplemental rules, testimony is 2 minutes with an additional 1.
Yes.
It's been going on for 5 minutes.
Okay. OJ, let's wrap it up.
I can wrap it up, sir, if you'd like. Or do you want me to stop?
Yeah, that's fine. I think everybody understands where we're at. Brian,
Okay, thank you, sir.
has asked to. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll just talk from up here. For this. Okay. Language. I wrote it. We made a few tweaks, and the committee passed it. It was a majority vote. And what I want to say is this. There is a package deal that is going on here, folks. And if I can just take 3 minutes, Mr. Chairman, I can get through this. The package deal is that we made substantial modifications, not just the 249 to the 248, 250 as well. And the idea is to update our platform so it reflects the America First sentiments of the conservative grassroots of the Republican Party, which is dominant in the state of Texas. That includes being supportive of Israel, but it also includes acknowledging that we are entangled in a foreign conflict, the very kind that many would argue is what our founders warned us about. So the language, if you want to scroll up, editor, if you want to scroll up a little bit, that passed out of committee, what it did is it rewrote the Israel plank. It moved some things down, and we cannot see. See, here's the problem I'm having with this, folks, is that this being the first section of the day, there being a discussion earlier, and all of a sudden a new plank being offered to throw out the other one based on the plank versus plank idea, but you cannot see is the plank that addresses the harassment and disparagement of Jewish people worldwide, that language of which was passed in 2024 when I chaired that subcommittee, and that has been separated out into a new plank below this one. So without being able to see that, and people here being able to see that, you're not quite going to understand what's going on here. The package deal of a few planks being put together that address the issue separately. One being, the unfair treatment that Jewish people get worldwide, all over the planet, without using the word anti-Semitism. This puts anti-Semitism back in there. That's a very charged, weaponized term, and I think we need to have a separate debate on that, separate from the geopolitics of Middle East security, which relates primarily to Iran and Israel right now, as well as all the Gulf countries, which are getting the crap knocked out of them by Iranian missiles. So please, and if you want to scroll up again to the original plank language, understand that yes, it's about putting America first. It's about acknowledging Israel's accomplishments over time, their victory in the Yom Kippur War, preventing the rise of an Arab superstate, which would have aligned with the Soviet Union, all kinds of good stuff. This is strong language in the plank that passed out of committee. The existing language in the platform is largely driven by identity politics, and it needs to be modernized. It doesn't reflect all Republicans. Covenant Christians would disagree with dispensationalist Christians, and there's all kinds of in between and different ideas. I don't want to disparage anybody, but the idea here is to put something together that better reflects where the America First sentiment of the Republican grassroots across the country is, and the language that came out of committee last night, in which you people just started receiving at 2:30 a.m., is America First. And I think it is the best place where we could be to straddle the divide between the Tucker Carlson crowd and the Mark Levin crowd and whatever other crowd. And this is about as much compromise as we could get. The language that passed out of committee that was emailed out at 2:30 a.m., that is about as best we could get to straddle that line. So I would actually encourage the body to find a way to move this vote to further in the day, if possible, to the evening where we can vote maybe on just the end of this national defense section, those 3 or 4 planks that deal with this issue, so we have a chance to kind of look at it all. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Michael, I know that you said we were going to take a break, but I think this is moving to debate, and I really think that as the author of the new language, we should be able to at least speak to it again and reflect some of the mistakes that were made happening in the subcommittee.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead.
So, like I said, I was in the subcommittee, and the actually sprung on us at the very last second, within like the last hour. Sent to us. It was supposed to be sent to us overnight beforehand. We didn't get it till right at the moment we were being and so we felt some level was a couple of us that were fighting to protect the range and I see that being to do, but this was done because it's America first. It actually takes Israel out of our. It's the first step to keep Israel out of our platform. Because when we start putting it in careful, first of all, it's not a war; it's a conflict. And this conference was the opportunity for the next convention to then play completely from the platform. And I think that when we through a conflict like that, we should not minimizing our support for that. And this reinstates it and gives us a strong plank. It shows that we are support of the Jewish people, especially at a time where Democrats distance themselves from Israel. We should be Israelis. We should be people into contributing.
Thank you. Amanda.
I'd like to clarify from reading this, 248 very clearly supports the Jewish people, and it says, we strongly condemn the violence, harassment, and hatred directed towards Jews in Israel worldwide. So that's already there. I conclude Committeeman Bodine about being told this evening to continue the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, Jim O'Leary, SD1. The purpose of all these subcommittees is to be able to go over these planks and draft new planks and insert ones or wordsmith or what have you. And generally speaking, is my experience on other committees and organizations that I've served with. Generally speaking, the body of that committee, once that subcommittee comes and presents it to that body, is not to go and completely rewrite and a plank that's in there or anything. It is to bring it before the body into a smooth details instead of replacing an entire law or regulation. I do support Israel 100%. Like you said, it is in the above link. I don't agree with completely deleting an entire thing and starting over from scratch, because it is up to us as a body to adopt the recommendation of the subcommittees and to do our retreats. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Townsend, SD12. I'd like to suggest that this is similar to a minority report where there was a disagreement on the committee, and so it's completely appropriate to make the kind of change that has been suggested. It was suggested in the committee. It was voted down, but this is the larger body of the committee that can now reconsider. So I think that is appropriate with due respect.
Yes. Yes, and I was like saying, I mean, it's saying we've actually given the planks came from the committee and adding, which is essentially what this is doing, except for we're just replacing it with this. So it was something we've actually done on the platform other sections after doing that. So I think it's germane and it follows its rules in our committee rules.
I said it was like the character of the minority report, but there's a disagreement on the committee, and this still bringing it to our attention. No, I said it's like the character of. Thank you.
So let me just talk about where we're at procedurally with regard to this particular vote. So we have had a motion to amend. We've had a second. We've now had some discussion. We still have one for and one against it. But what I would like to do, given that this is a lengthy amendment, I would like to give everybody an opportunity to read that. It is 10:40 right now. I would like to take a break until 11 o'clock so that everybody can run to the restroom, get something to drink. But let's take a break and then we'll come back. Everybody will have an opportunity to read this, and we'll be at a point where we can have one more for and one more against, and then we will have a vote up or down on this particular amendment, and then we'll move forward.
Chairman, may I address the committee?
While we do, hang on just one second. While we do that, RPT staff has your credentials for you up here. So if you want to come get your credentials during this break, we can do that as well. But we're going to take a brief recess until 11 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned earlier that this was going to be posted on the website. Has it been posted yet?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know. Thank you.
I was going to ask the committee members to help move the tables so that we could line them up to see the screen. And if we all were to help with that, we could get it done pretty quickly.
All up.
What?
Yeah, I can, but first, well, so the reason they've told me they haven't done is because all the wires that are underneath here. Like, I don't know if it shuts off the microphones. They are all taped down and they're all plugged into whatever they're supposed to be plugged into. Yes. Hey, how are you doing?
About the electric for your
Thank you.
A little election there.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I love to have you.
Well, so I think you have to register and then you pay for offshore.
Oh, thank you. It's contentious, but it'll be okay. I think we'll get. I think the will of the committee is to go back to online. I don't mind that. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And that I appreciate more than anything else. There's my wife.
How do you adjudicate on consumption? You can't. Asked a trillion attorneys at the county, only one use of it for labor birds. I have a right to. Yes. I eat the road. Where's the author? From the internet. None of the 9 authors even knew this existed. It's the author centered himself. So when I'm going, when I look at these and I find that number 9 is claims of Jews killing Jesus.
You head up against the wall, isn't it?
Well, I got to lose my 2 minutes because where are you getting there? None of the authors of the bill had looked at this, which goes to Stephen Cutting. This says at the beginning, it's non-legal. Sorry, it's
So what exactly is it that you seek to accommodate?
the very basis. You all think something. Hold on. You can't adjudicate on prescription. Have every right to choose patient by October 28th, claimed against Governor Abbott. Justified. They said it is the bedrock of the First Amendment. So we are talking about losing our First Amendment rights. I give you one. Did you hear that? I know. So let's explain. Sleep and have that's to do with our basis of law. Right. There is. Or because what it is, Jimmy sits on 21 by the representative. I thought it says, Andy says, it's not about her solution. Maybe it's the rest is to be. I'll be there when I look at it. You adjudicate on solution.
I just.
Ready? What was that? I did that with oh, that's good. I hadn't heard that one. I had two people laugh. People were offended. One guy goes, okay. And then now I gotta catch it. I love that. So, point is, nobody, Holocaust Vinegar Kitty. I said, in 2 minutes. No, when I looked at edition, it's foreign website. It's our law. Already.
Kill them out. Yeah, and if I was where's your right? It's not to charge restriction. Or are you like me? I wanted 9 months. I'm sure it's on but my minor is not. So I have so where it's asking any so that means somewhere in Spain. One. So like that's so really I think that's what nice talking here. It's very good. It's not very difficult one now. So what?
I know, and it's that's what's on the right. I don't think it's good. I know. No, I know. That's fine. Well, no, well, we voted.
Why don't I?
Oh, I see. Peter, we need you. Peter, we need you. Well, it wouldn't be I think that would be all investments. For us, those of us are flaking out there. I'm the board director for Citrus Gallup. So this is cheaper than me having those. So right now.
I would, but right now I'm not figuring the sheriff. I just wanted to get. I'll straighten everything out later when I put these words. Actually, I thought of myself. Thought of something, man. I mean, less than
To be here, you're history campaigns. So
I go find out. That's the first time I'll see out.
yeah. I was so far. Well, that's of course. He just can't hear and lost that. But 4 years. So let's just see this. Sorry, the whole time we have been sitting there waiting. Just one new meetings. I need to you just saw this stuff. I lost I have a top secret.
Yeah, I was trying to remember.
Or even heard the deep classes of that west is that everybody sit there and let the stamps are the thing is can't run each one lunch like the executive one. So even if I guess it's for the same information, I mean, I'm going to be a fan. I mean, it's the same for any question. It's like, well, you just yes, to I'm sitting up here early. We're not likely to start.
Has no idea. Literally 20 or 30 people. I got to I've been playing for this time. They've had precinct committees. They've not looking at.
Yeah.
They've had Senate district meetings. They've had the last 2 days.
Right. So what I'm wondering is, if it went in at SD4, how do you find out what?
You would have to give me what was on the resolutions. Actually, the day we did our Senate committee, that's been pushed out.
Okay. Well, right. That
To
did
stay.
go to stay. So
Half of that committee, the last 2 days, the HS committee.
yeah, we missed committees. So
Well, that's what I've talked to some people even here. I said, when, like you
That's
may have heard me ask, what's some other idea? There's a kid next to me. I just had this idea this morning. This is
Yeah.
not the time.
Yeah, we're just trying to find out what's there. That makes sense. Yeah, and I tried to
Well,
get with
I think the first time
someone.
you'll see this when it comes up here. That's what we're
Okay.
seeing. We don't have the live documents
Or just a GP.
Yeah, okay. Just trying to.
But I was hoping, I mean, obviously you have
You're saying, and what is
Right.
feel like a one sentence in your
Okay, 114, the old one, and it's.
vote on it, minority.
But
Morning, Tom.
And we come back as
Let's take a look what I do.
And,
floor of the entire mention that it needs to be changed, and well, I think we'll have a little bit of that later. No.
Well, that sounds good. I
Yeah, it's up to you, but it's up to you. I'm happy. I mean, I'll vote against the motion to table if that's what you're asking me, but,
Okay, well, I didn't want to,
yeah, no,
very finite time.
yeah. I just want to make sure because I can't do, okay, one of them was within the hill. That's.
This is the one that. Yeah, this is. Setting it as a best. This was not the top of.
Did I leave Real more said, I'm going to use our machines.
Add. Kenny.
What's up out there? You're on the live stream.
Says.
As I am a fat pig, I'm trying to lose weight.
But this, that's this one. Says.
All right, hell, just give it to my mother.
What do you think? I was wondering if there's saying the stuff bodies. No. And there.
Yeah. No.
Nowhere in the United States. Gonna be there. So they're getting back to reality. No matter what, certain moving. Do that. Do that. I think it's where
Well, this is the that's
the red is both very good standards. For the part here, which is much if there is a listen, we already know. And which one was the best? Murder, yes.
You can.
Three. These are just bad. Stay with this door. As it runs, guys.
We're going to reconvene in about 5 minutes.
Before the
Yeah, she had, which,
big lines, balls.
yeah, I guess she, okay, she's wearing a pink coat. Maybe in the room, maybe in either one of the other, committee rooms.
Look at.
And if not, you can, send her a message on, Signal. Her name, she's Michelle in our group.
Michelle Evans?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the reason everything I'm watching yeah, no, I'm very
No, I'm just gonna say SD1, SD2, SD3. You're gonna do my.
That's a problem. No.
Otherwise, I got it.
Find a way, find a way. That's the thing. We're gonna lot of that power and you know, so like you know,
Spots.
I will be one place like that. Pretty much.
I'm so sorry.
You're watching us being very good. So. Yeah, that's probably this is my under what's stuff. Yeah, this is my name. All the sites. This is all kinds. No, you. Part of it is like we have to know. It's just finances. Does the how do we do that? Right, just we do everything. You know, you shut it down. This is why we have. Yes, it's this one. Sorry, I can get it. I think it's down. Yes. It's from last
And this is not free.
It's, you know, between.
Great. Send this to Mary Lynn.
Lynn Gerstenschlager?
Yeah.
Okay.
For Mary Lynn. She's got some other language that I had.
She hasn't finished.
Well,
Okay.
this was just so at the Constitution Committee, she recommended some language,
Okay.
and I wrote it down. But then she said she was working on some national language.
Okay.
So no, and even
Then bag of cigars. Probably in my but see, I don't know that we have manpower for that. Okay.
everybody can take your seats. Uh-huh.
That's good. Good job. 20 a second. For your if a one word.
That's why you want to get to there's bad actors out there. They don't have
Second sentence, therefore federally mandated if it's the next word after.
the study rules of plays and expecting it's not sure that yes, this was all shot by class. And this is very
20.
It's a no, I found it all.
Right there. Pursuant to Article 1, Section 1. of the-
Word is mandated. Born to see they did it right.
Okay. Okay, the committee will come to order. Everybody can take your seats, please.
Well, oh, I didn't even get to keep the helmet. Yeah.
I need both paper.
Recognize that.
Oh, yeah.
Or this. It's pretty robust.
Yeah.
We're trying to make.
It's okay.
Yes. Am of the. It's been pretty. From when I first much prettier than this. No. No matter how we.
Okay, the committee will return to order. And as I mentioned before, we took the break here on the final portion of the subcommittee report. And we are dealing with planks 243 A all the way through the end of the platform at 252. Currently before the committee is an amendment to replace plank 249 in the committee report with the language that is on the screen. We have had two people speak in favor of the amendment, and we have had two people speak against the amendment. So as far as debate is concerned, we have the opportunity for one more for and one more against.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak for Townsend ST12.
Right ahead.
I want to clarify that I'm extremely supportive of my good friend, Lieutenant Colonel Dona. He's also very humble. He's a retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel. I'm also very respectful of Mr. Bodine, who's a friend as well. So this isn't about agreeing with individuals. It's about principle. I agree with the points that Colonel Dona made regarding the key things that were removed from this plank and that need to be added back in. I also agree with Mr. Bodine that the other planks do strengthen our anti-Semitism position. So I appreciate that. I think we can have a both and by supporting this language, which has more specificity regarding the nation's capital in Jerusalem, regarding the issue of Palestine and other issues. So I won't reiterate everything Colonel Dona said, but I do agree that this plank is stronger than the language that was put in by the committee, and I support the other efforts that the committee made to strengthen other aspects of anti-Semitism. So I support this amendment.
Great. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the amendment that has not already spoken?
She's great.
Yeah, so we have the opportunity for one more person to speak against the amendment. Is there anyone else? Okay, then we are.
Chairman,
yes.
Can I speak again?
Speak against, yes.
Okay, as I said before, I'm not going to repeat that, but if you are a Bible believing Christian, and I don't mean affiliated with a church or denomination, because that's not going to get you up there in the right seat of the mercy seat, with God. Jesus said in the Word of God that Israel is going to be at war. I'm all about Israel. I am a Christian. I believe that. The wars between Ishmael and Isaac. Iran and Israel are Ishmael and Isaac. There's going to be war over there until Jesus comes back. We do have to remember that. And there again, I do support Israel 100%. Anybody that turns their back on them, they're not going to make it to heaven. But there's always going to be war in the Middle East, no matter what we do.
Okay, we've had 3 for and 3 against.
I'd like to make a motion to table. I think that this is a really important discussion, and I would really love for us to invest the time later this evening to align.
I second that motion.
Okay, there's been a motion to table and second. Is there any discussion on the motion to table?
Yeah, I don't want to be harassed the rest of the day, so I'd like to take a vote right now.
Any other discussion on the motion to table? All those in favor of tabling the amendment at this time, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. We're back on the amendment to 249, which is a replacement of that which is found in the committee report. On this one, I think just for my own purposes of being able to discern this, I'll take a roll call vote for the for and against, and I'll just go through in SD order. So whether you're for or against the amendment, SD1, SD2,
Which SD? 4.
SD3, SD4, SD5, SD6, SD7,
4,
SD8, 4, SD9,
4,
SD10,
4.
11 is 4.
SD11,
4.
SD12,
4.
SD13,
4.
SD14,
Against.
SD 15,
Against.
SD 16,
SD is
SD 17,
4.
SD 18,
4.
SD 19,
4.
SD 20,
4.
SD 21,
4.
SD 22,
4.
SD 23,
4.
SD 24,
4.
SD 25, SD 26, SD 27,
4.
SD 28, absent, SD 29,
Abstain.
SD 30,
4.
SD 31.
Absent.
31's absent?
Absent. Oh, are you over there?
Before? Very good. And the chair votes in favor of it, so the ayes have it. Plank 249, as proposed in the amendment on the screen, will replace the committee report.
On the differentiation.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, what was the vote total?
Oh, I was, actually, I just kept up with the no's, so I can tell you how many people are against it. So we had 7 no's.
And one abstain.
We had 7 no's. We are now back on the committee report with regard to planks 243A through 252. And we've had a motion to adopt the committee report with regard to.
I would like to make a motion to add a plank that we discussed earlier and that we tabled. I would like to propose that we a plank that says we require that promote the interests of foreign nations, even if funded by American citizens, register with FARA.
Is there a second for the motion? There's a second, so let's make sure that Rick has the.
Where would you place this?
Let's just put it as 253. And we'll, if we renumber it later, we can.
You mean to say it slower? We tabled it because
It was suggested that we have the discussion in this portion with regard to this amendment.
we require that PACs that promote that PACs that promote the interests of foreign nations, comma, even if funded by American citizens, comma, register with FARA, FARA. Protecting the integrity of national sovereignty from foreign,
And can you explain your amendment for the committee before we begin discussion?
Certainly. So, FARA is a organization that requires that that foreign agents there's transparency around foreign agents and around influence from foreign nations. This would close a gap that currently exists where if a PAC is promoting the interests of a foreign nation, sometimes a PAC can get around that by arguing that they're only funded by American citizens. But this could be problematic. For example, let's say there was a Somali PAC and Ilhan Omar was, really involved with this PAC. She could promote Somali interests, even if she's technically an American citizen, and it could go under the radar. I think we should have transparency. It doesn't change their ability to be a PAC. It doesn't change their free speech, but it just provides transparency and clarity that a PAC, if they're promoting the interests of a foreign nation, are doing that, and it just allows us to have a broader discussion on the influence that is happening in American policy.
Okay, so we have an amendment, a second, and there is now discussion on the amendment. Is there anybody who would like to speak?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Michael from SD8. I just had a quick question. I thought that when we initially discussed that there's something about podcasters as well too. Was that not part of this, or?
I could add that one as a
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe I have a separate one, or is there?
It's separate ideas. Yeah.
Okay, so separate. Okay.
So I'm going to speak against the amendment for a couple of different reasons. Having served as the chairman of the Federal Election Commission, I'm very familiar with political action committees that do represent the interests of foreign nations. They all, under federal law currently, you can only have a political action committee that is funded by U.S. citizens. It is already against the law for a foreign national to contribute in any way, shape, or form to a political action committee or to an individual candidate. And so having U.S. citizens now turn around and go over to the Department of Justice and register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act is going to do nothing but further subject American citizens to First Amendment permission from the government to speak on whatever issues it is that they are interested in. I know this is directed at AIPAC and that people have problems with the way that they do business, but as Justice Scalia said, that the best answer to First Amendment activity that you don't like is First Amendment activity on your part. And he said that numerous times in cases, and the more elements that we put in of U.S. citizens having to register with the government in order to engage in political activity, we give more and more opportunities for the government to be weaponized against U.S. citizens. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Foreign Agents Registration Act, it is a very arcane law. It's very difficult to do compliance with. There are entire law firms in Washington, D.C. that do nothing but help foreign agents register and keep up with what's going on. And the reporting requirements under FARA are incredibly strict with the amount of money that is spent. So the last thing that we need as a party is to be adopting something that groups like Common Cause or Crew in Washington, D.C. have advocated for well over 3 decades now, which is that they would love to have additional registrations of U.S. citizens to participate in the political system. So you may not like what the citizens are spending their money on, but they have every right to engage in that speech without having to go get a permission slip from the government. So I speak against the amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. We're back on the consideration of the last portion of the committee report.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Don Smith, SD11, and I would like to address, as I had spoken earlier, platform plank 247.
Okay.
And in that plank, I am says yesing to the last sentence where it says, furthermore, we urge the United States to end foreign aid, etc., to the end of it. And I would like to scratch that because that entire sentence and what it talks about is currently the U.S. policy for foreign aid into various areas.
Second. Very good. Mr. Smith has offered an amendment to plank 247 in the committee report. There's been a second. Rick, just for your purposes, the amendment sounded like to strike the last sentence of 247. Is that correct, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I would like to strike that last and then add one other sentence to it.
Okay.
The additional sentence to add that further we support a working relationship with Ukraine for our mutual benefit. As I had stated earlier in my personal comments, as we stated earlier, the Ukrainian military has been doing a lot of work and getting hit up one side and the other by Russia using Iranian-built Shahed drones. We are striking back with Tomahawk missiles that cost us $4 million each, and we're only making 7 a month. Patriot missiles are $3.8 million a piece, 58 a month. Average 2+ a day we're building. We're striking back. The Shahis are costing $30,000 versus our $4 million. And they're building 350 plus per day. And they're sending swarms against us. And we only have one shot to hit a Shahid, and it costs us millions. Okay. If we use the Ukrainian method, they're building 2,000 per day. And they're only costing $2,000 per month. And $2,000 each, and they're building 2,000 a day. So if you do the math, we're going to run out if we have to continue to work in the Gulf Coast area, the Middle East Gulf Coast area. We're running out. We don't have enough. We don't build enough. We already used up 60% of our stockpile of missiles in our defense and the defense of our allies over there. Do the math. If we used Ukrainian built, it's only 2,000 apiece.
Crazy.
And they can build over 2,000 a day. So we're about swarm against swarm, dollars against dollars. So I'm just suggesting that we should support a relationship where Ukraine benefits us.
Great. Rick, will you just read the language to make sure that we have it correct for him?
Yes, sir. The last sentence now reads, we support a working relationship with Ukraine for our mutual benefit.
Great. And striking that last.
And striking the sentence that begins, furthermore, we urge the United States, ending with national sovereignty.
Great. Mr. Bodine, you wanted to speak?
Yes, I'm going to speak against the amendment. Recognized? Okay. And I have 2 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, folks, just a quick background on this.
They can have as much as they want until I just say.
Oh, okay, so let's think about 3. So if you're good with that. So, just quick background on it. I was the editor, or not the editor, the subcommittee chair of the National Defense subsection at the last convention. There are some people here that were involved in that as well. And we modified the language that was previously in the platform substantially throughout the section, and especially on the topic of Europe. And the consensus, not just on that subcommittee, but across the entire platform committee, all the way through permanent on that Thursday in 2024, was that we needed to disentangle from the conflict in Eastern Europe. And when this language for 247 was created, and there's a lot of stuff that's in there that was created in 2024, the motivation behind it, the philosophical underpinning behind it, the idea, the consensus was that we were entangled in a conflict in Eastern Europe, backing a country that is run by a corrupt government, which has suspended all kinds of rights and elections, that has banned, the Russian language from schools. I'm talking about the Zelensky regime, and that our involvement there in Eastern Europe puts us on the doorstep of Russia, only a few hundred miles away from their capital. And so there is real concern in the Russian Federation that the United States being involved somehow militarily through sharing intelligence, Starlink, all of it, is becoming increasingly provocative to the point where the Russians will have to take steps. And this is the type of thing that could lead to nuclear war, folks. I would like to be able to get through the 21st century without having a nuclear war on this planet, especially between the great powers. And that is part of the spirit that embodies what this plank was originally about. It was like unanimous or almost unanimous in 2024 that the way that language reads, not the amendment, but what has been struck out that is in the 2024 platform, there was unanimous agreement on that, very little debate. And what I see here, this kind of soft language on having a working relationship with the Ukraine, that's a way of trying to open the door up to, military involvement down the road, regardless of what you think that says. But there is a strong consensus in the Republican Party to, I think, pull out of that conflict. So we are not fighting with Russia in addition to every other war on the planet. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a rebuttal on that?
Well, you've actually had an opportunity to speak. Is there anybody else who wants to speak for or against the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Jim O'Beer, SC1. Little 20-second background. I used to work for the federal government out at Red River Army Depot. Had almost 21 years federal service till they started mandating that COVID shot, and I walked. So I still have a lot of friends out there, and what I'm fixing to tell you is public information. Congressman Moran, Senator Cruz and I believe Pat Fallon's also, Congressman Pat Fallon's also involved in this, but there is a move out at Red River Army Depot to start making drones like you're talking about and drone on drone combat, which will help save the federal government tremendous amounts of money. And yes, I do agree. Patriot and Hawk missiles are very expensive to be shooting at a drone, but our U.S. government and military is already actively involved in creating a avenue to combat that now at Red River Army Depot. So I would stand against this amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Peter Wrench, SD10, speaking in favor. I would like to remind the committee that this country, United States of America, and the United Kingdom served as signatories to an agreement called, I believe it was the Budapest Memorandum in 1996, 1994, I stand corrected. We guaranteed to protect the sovereignty of Ukraine 30 years ago. And so now that they've been invaded, we have an obligation to defend them by this memorandum between the four countries, U.S., United Kingdom, Russia, and Ukraine, and France. Okay, and we guaranteed to defend them if they were attacked by Russia. And in exchange, Ukraine agreed to give up their nuclear weapons. But what has since happened? The butcher, Vladimir Putin, invaded Ukraine, and we did defend them to some degree. But now we're hearing voices that we need to abandon them. What if that had happened with the Revolutionary War?
If France, who supported us in that war, had said, you know what, we're out, good luck to you, we wouldn't have liked that. And, you know, we owe a debt, an obligation. We have an obligation to the Ukrainian people to defend them. Now, we can argue to what degree. I certainly don't support sending them cash. Absolutely not. But we should defend them militarily. We promised them that we would. Amanda, one more against and one more for.
Okay, first, thank you for your time. I'm speaking against this amendment. We should reject any platform language that endorses a working relationship with Ukraine for our mutual benefit. American foreign policy must put American citizens, borders, and prosperity first, not open-ended commitments to fund foreign nations engaged in costly wars. There are some key points that we need to be aware of. So first, American resources belong to Americans first. The U.S. has sent over $175 billion in total aid, weapons, cash, and intelligence to Ukraine since 2022. That money is borrowed from future generations or diverted from our own border security, veterans care, infrastructure, and debt reduction. Texas families face high property taxes, inflation, and energy costs. So why are we committing the party to mutual benefit language that could justify more spending? Our mutual benefit starts at home, and it really needs to focus on at home. Additionally, there's no vital U.S. national interest justifying it. Ukraine is not a NATO ally. It's not a major trading partner for Texas energy, ag, or manufacturing. The conflict is a regional European dispute with deep historical roots, and it's not simply a good versus evil story. Endless involvement risks escalation with a nuclear power without clear victory conditions or an exit strategy. True conservatism avoids nation building and forever wars, and we can think of Iraq and Afghanistan as lessons learned. Additionally, mutual benefit is vague and dangerous. This phrasing sounds like a blank check. What does a working relationship mean in practice? Is it more aid, intelligence sharing, trading? Is it sanctions that hurt American farmers and energy exporters? Platforms should be precise. This is vague language, and it can get exploited to expand government commitments abroad while we neglect our border and protecting our own country. Next, American first foreign policy is peace through strength. It's not subsidizing others. We really need to, again, prioritize at home. And then lastly, this also opens up the door for corruption, draft issues, and endless war risks. Ukraine has longstanding governance problems. Billions have disappeared with weak oversight, enforcing conscription on men while officials evade accountability doesn't scream mutual benefit. Prolonging the war increases risks of wider conflict, refugee flows to the U.S. and Europe, and global food and energy instability that hurts Texans. Thank you.
1 second.
One more in favor.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor.
Go ahead.
Cade Mattingly, SD3. I think my colleagues misunderstand the history surrounding this and the facts. Only two nations in the history of the world have ever given up nuclear weapons. One of them is South Africa at the end of apartheid, and the other one was Ukraine in the 1994 Budapest agreements. And they gave those nuclear weapons up. I think it was 1,100 in exchange for American security against Russian aggression at the fall of the Soviet Union. What does this say to our allies like Taiwan and Japan with Chinese aggression? If things get a little dicey, well, you can't really count on American supremacy and America's military industrial might. Or as Texans, where we shake people's hands and what we say, our word is our bond. But also speaking to America's security and America first, what people don't remember is at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, cattle ranchers like my family could not get fertilizer because it comes out of the port of Ukraine where they were shipping fertilizer because Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe. So with that being said, it has an effect on us and our NATO allies. And if Russia is able to essentially strangle Ukraine and annex it, well, they're strengthening their position over NATO and American interests abroad. For those reasons, I am strongly supporting striking that language and inserting my colleague's language. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment that we have on the screen. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
I'm going to have to do hand counts. So all those in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3, 5. Is that right? 12. Has anybody got anything different than that? Yeah. Okay. And all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 14. So the amendment fails. We are back on the committee report.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you confirm the language stays in, or
It goes back to the language as in the original committee report.
I'd like to make a motion that we add a plank, one of the ones that we discussed earlier and tabled. This is the one about transparency around paid protesters.
where is it going?
Could we put it at the end and then place it like 253 and then place it when we organize? So the title's transparency about paid protesters. The language would be require any entity, comma, foreign or domestic, comma.
I'm sorry. Can you start over? I'm just getting the numbering, so you got to kind of watch with what I'm doing before you jump ahead.
Oh, I think I emailed you this morning, but
You have emailed it to me?
yeah, I emailed it to you this
Let me
morning.
pull it up. Give me just a second.
It could maybe be 247, but I did the title as transparency of paid protesters, or it could be about. I prefer about than of, but transparency about paid protesters, and then the language is in the body. I sent it at 9:13.
Okay. Can you confirm that this is the correct language you want? And I would need a title as well.
I'm just reading. Yep, that looks good. Thank you.
The title?
Transparency about paid protesters. So this would require that any entity, foreign or domestic, that pays protesters to disclose the name of the protesters, the amount paid, and the sources of their funds. Additionally, this would prohibit non-American entities from providing money to pay for protest expenses and or protesters. It would also require disclosures of protest information on the SOS website.
Got it up there, Rick? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Is there any discussion of the motion?
Mr. Chairman, Jim Obeer, SD1, make a friendly amendment where you have the word money. I would say change that to funds because funds can encompass a whole lot more currency than just money.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
I believe according to Robert's rules, there's no such thing as a friendly amendment. Any friendly amendment is to be treated the same way as a quote unfriendly amendment. Once there's been a motion and a second and debate has begun, you have to have unanimous consent in order to accept a quote friendly amendment.
Is there any objection?
Well, I will make an unfriendly amendment then and make an amendment to remove the word money and replace it with funds.
Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment? Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment which is acceptable to the author of the amendment? There being none, the amendment to the amendment is accepted, and we're now back on the amendment as amended. Is there anyone who wants to speak for, not from the public, is there anyone who wants to speak for or against, on the committee, wants to speak for or against the amendment? There being none, all of the.
Chairman,
Yes.
I would speak against the amendment. It sounds like Peter Wrench SD10. It sounds like the wording is going to require a permission slip from the government in order to go protest, like you were talking about just a little while ago. I mean, I don't want to have, if I want to go to the No Kings protest as an anti-protester, which I did do, by the way, I don't want to have to go tell the government that I'm doing that and ask for permission. I see this as a blatant violation of my First Amendment rights.
Well, I'll speak against it as well. So, as I mentioned earlier, we should never have to have permission from the government to engage in First Amendment activity. Even First Amendment activity that we despise does not require permission from the government. There's a very old holding from the U.S. Supreme Court in McIntyre versus Ohio, where the court wrote about the inherent nature of First Amendment activity being something that can be engaged in anonymously. And so, the United States has a long history going all the way back to the Federalist Papers of people engaging in political activity anonymously. And so I think anything that the party does that moves us in the direction of having to get government permission to engage in First Amendment activity, even First Amendment activity that we do not like, is the wrong direction for the party to be moving. So I will be voting against this particular amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
So, discussion on the amendment.
Yeah, sorry. I'd like to speak against as well.
Okay.
As a Solomon Bachman, SD23, as a organizer for rallies and things like that, I think this highly problematic, and I'd like to echo the sentiment of the other against. The way that this is written, provide funds, and any entity, foreign or domestic. If someone buys pizza for my people going to a rally, are they going to need to then register with the TEC and because we're now paid protesters? It's I know where people are coming from, but this isn't the way to do it.
Thank you. We've had 3 people speak against. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of the amendment? There being none,
Yes, sir. Rick Townsend, SD12. The clarification I'd like to make is that this is about paid protesters, not about free protesters. I completely agree with you about free speech and free protest. but this is about paid protesters, which is indeed a problem. So I would be supportive of this amendment.
Very good. All those in favor of the amendment, as it appears on the board, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment fails adoption. We are back on the committee report with regard to the final sections of.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a motion to close debate on this section of the report.
There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor of closing debate, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Debate is closed. All those in favor of adopting the committee report on planks 239 through 252, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and that completes. Excuse me. That completes the subcommittee report on government elections, national defense, foreign affairs, and immigration. It is 11:39. We took a break a little bit earlier, so I'm going to push through with the first half of the Health and Human Services, and we'll try to get through planks 111 through 135 before we break for lunch. But before that, I will. We're going to take the public testimony that we have for people who've signed up on health and human services issues. But I would recognize the subcommittee chair on health and human services just to very, very, very briefly tell us what the subcommittee worked on.
Hello, Diana Richards, SD30, the chair for the Health and Human Services Subcommittee. Our subcommittee met for 2 days, and we did go over, like you said, planks 111 through 149. Our work was to strengthen, make things more concise, hopefully to eliminate some things that were duplicative so that it's much easier to support and read by the legislators and those who want to advocate. And Chair, I thank you so much. I move to accept.
Great. We have. We'll take your motion to do that. I'm going to open up for public testimony, and then we'll move through the various portions. So, let's see. The chair calls Rebecca Hardy to testify on plank 114.
Hello, Rebecca Hardy, SD9, and I'm also the president of Texans for Vaccine Choice. And I want to thank this committee's hard work this week and for Plank 114, the proposal that y'all have up there. And the proposal provides, like Diana said, some much needed improvements. I did want to offer a few minor refinements. First, bullet point B. This currently limits vaccine-based discrimination in healthcare to organ transplants only, and I would strongly encourage this be expanded to include all medical services. Every day, TFEC receives calls from Texans being denied medical care based simply on declining a vaccine. Yes, organ transplants are the most egregious example, but this bullet point warrants expansion to include access to all medical care. Next bullet point J, this might seem a little nuanced, but I like to see this specifically include the removal of the current notarization requirement on these affidavits. No other medical affidavit in education has this requirement. It makes sense to remove it on these forms to remove barriers for parents to freely exercise the use of these enrollment forms. And lastly, there are 3 orphan planks that, in my opinion, belong under plank 114. We're proposing that planks 54, 118, and 159 be rehomed into this section. And that means that this committee could boast that you removed 3 standalone planks while also organizing related policy positions into one cohesive section. Thank you for your time, your service, your consideration of these refinements for an even improved 114. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy.
Great.
The chair calls Dr. John Seago to testify on plank 146.
Chairman, members, thank y'all for the opportunity. Uh, my name is Dr. John Seago. I'm a published bioethicist and the president of Texas Right to Life. We are passing out a handout right now on a couple of things in the conversation today to be a resource for you. For this specific plank, though, on 146, this is where we're applying our pro-life principles to medical ethics. And the same reason that Republicans are the leading Christians that are fighting against the violence of abortion is the same reason that we all should be advocates for patients who are being devalued and being attacked in our hospitals. Right now, down the street at Texas Children's Hospital, we are representing a 2-year-old who was almost drowned, Annalise Camp, and her family is fighting for her right to life, even though this hospital has said she's more valuable as an organ donor than she is alive. And so we are right now, I actually just ran in because I was on the phone with with her family. We at Texas Right to Life, we don't just try to fix the laws, we try to fix the culture. And that's why this is so important. And I want you to look at the D there that's added. That's new language that we're protecting because your right to life and the rights to due process at the hospital is completely ignored if they say your brain injury is too severe. And if they can prematurely say you're brain dead, you don't have any other rights. No parental rights, no right to informed consent, no right to transfer, no right to try. Those all go out the window. So that's what we're seeing in the hospitals is that this ideology you and I have been fighting on the abortion side has now infiltrated the medical industry. And unfortunately, in too many hospitals, like at Texas Children's Hospital right now, they are devaluing patients. And that's why this is critical. Thank you for the subcommittee for putting that extra subpoint D on this one, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions, members?
John, I don't understand exactly what you're wanting to add. Where is that on this document?
So the new language is D, and there was some concern about why we're mentioning a new topic of brain death, but I'm trying to articulate our pro-life principles to protect these.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yep. Virginia Young.
Thank you so much. Virginia Young, SD4. I'll try to be brief. I was unable to be here in the mornings. I am here to, while I support 114, I keep coming back to repeatedly ask for a plank just to halt mass vaccination, a moratorium on mass vaccination. And I'll tell you why. While we're supporting parents' rights, which I do, as long as this 1986 federal bill stands and Texas acknowledges it, the pharmaceutical industry and everyone involved is completely free from any accountability. There's nothing to be done. In 1998, I suffered a stroke within minutes of a tetanus toxoid shot. As an exercise physiologist, I worked out 20 hours a week easily as part of my job. I could not get to the third step on my stairs without hitting the floor. I still have holes in my brain. I'm very grateful to God to be here today to continue this. And I hope I will be back, but I will hope I won't have to be back. Not to this degree. While we're fighting for parental rights, things are a little bit better, but CPS can still be called, and they are. I do not represent thousands of people, but I do have a support group, and I know of thousands of reactions, and mine was simple. What happened to my twins was survivable, but I know of twins that were injected and did not live. That's not a coincidence to die in 24 hours. Twins injected at the same time, free from liability. As far as the preborn, which I always have supported all my life, there is still aborted fetal tissue in these vaccines. My tax dollars, your tax dollars should not go to support this. We're killing people. I get the calls every day. We're in the medical profession. My husband is in the medical profession. None of you got to hear all the doctors and nurses and everyone else who fought COVID didn't take the shot and they managed to keep their jobs, because you weren't going to hear that in the media. Hantavirus and Ebola is next, and I realize I need to wrap it up. So I do support all of these things, but the moratorium doesn't ever quite make it. And if we were to do that, we could defund, because yes, we do still have abortions going on. My husband's an OB-GYN. They're not legal. I hear there's all kinds of businesses in faux names. Someone told me there's a restaurant in Houston. All right, this is going to continue. And if there's aborted fetal tissue in these shots, we're funding it.
Shung,
Thank you.
time's up. Thank you for your
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mark Lee Dixon. Mark Lee Dixon to testify on plank 140.
Greetings. My name is Mark Lee Dixon, Senate District, Senate District 1. Director with Right to Life Across Texas. I'm also a founder of the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn Initiative. There is a loophole in state law regarding the fetal remains. That loophole, so medical facilities within the state of Texas must properly treat unborn human remains either by Christian burial or cremation. And what's happening in a post-road Texas, waste management companies here in Texas like Encore Technology and Biocycle, they are going outside the state of Texas, picking up dead babies from abortion facilities all across the United States and bringing them back to Texas for disposal. One example of that is Biocycle in Amarillo, which that waste management company is picking up dead babies at Planned Parenthood, Wichita, Kansas, bringing them back, going in what's called an autoclave, sterilized, shredded, compacted, and end up at a local landfill. And then Encore Technology in Grand Prairie, there's a Planned Parenthood in San Jose, California, that has paid Encore Technology over $166,000 for a one-year contract, bring the dead babies back to Texas for disposal. My recommendation, and I've given you specific language for this, would be to add at the very beginning, encouraging the prohibition on the transportation and disposal of fetal remains here in the state of Texas from these abortion facilities. So it's really going after the Texas waste management companies, not allowing them to do that kind of business in the state of Texas.
Thank you. Emily Cameron. On plank 114.
Emily Cameron, SD10. I'm the political director for Texans for Vaccine Choice. As a vaccine injured Texan, I know firsthand what happens when coercion replaces informed consent. I would like to briefly share my story with you. When the COVID vaccines rolled out, my husband and I were not sold on getting them. In fact, we were completely against it. After family pressure and my husband's potential job mandate, we gave in and got the jab in late 2021. Soon after my last bodybuilding competition, my heart stopped. Cardiac arrest. My husband performed CPR on my lifeless body until the ambulance arrived. Paramedics had to shock me 4 times to bring me back. I'll spare you the rest of the agonizing details, but you can imagine. When I woke up after 36 hours on a ventilator, I was certain that the vaccine was a cause. The day before, I was a 32-year-old wife, mother of 3, and a bodybuilding champion with no prior medical issues. Since then, I've dedicated my work to protecting every Texan's fundamental right to make their own medical decisions, free from coercion and without being denied care, employment, or education because of their healthcare choices. To that end, I am thankful for this committee's continued support of Plank 114 in support of medical freedom and informed consent. No Texan should ever have to be coerced into a medical procedure or be punished for making a private health decision. Together, let's make Texas the medical refuge we deserve to be. Thank you so much for your hard work this week.
Thank you. Is it Mariah Sachs? Did I get the last name right? Okay. What's your name? Okay. What's your name?
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I am here to speak specifically to planks 130 and 131. I currently support them as amended. These planks restore parental authority when a minor's mental illness is severe and dangerous. Right now, parents can be legally held responsible for their children while being simultaneously locked out of treatment decisions once the child refuses care. Even when that child lacks true capacity, and this is a parental rights crisis. The result is predictable. Families cycle through ERs, schools, law enforcement until the criminal justice system becomes the only option. We are currently failing our most vulnerable. Roughly 65 to 70% of youth in our justice system struggle with diagnosed mental health or substance abuse disorders. We are essentially choosing to incarcerate children later rather than empowering parents to treat them earlier. School-based services in Plank 31 or 131 are making these issues worse by continually locking parents out of the process. Our platform is clear. The rights of parents are foundational and must be respected in all aspects of upbringing. These planks strengthen families, protect public safety, and encourage treatment before tragedy like my family experienced. I respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you. Judah Clary. On parental rights.
Yes, thank you. Judah Clary, SC12. In the previous legislative session, there was a parents' rights amendment that said they're the primary providers and decision makers. But my concern is that there is no constitutional prevention from the legislature creating loopholes around that. So my proposal is that in the next session, we should have a constitutional amendment to state that any exceptions where the government can intervene in family members must be spelled out in the Constitution in order to limit those to niche situations such as physical or sexual abuse where there is actual grounds for intervention.
Is that it? Great, thank you. Sarah Lindley Bailey. So you just had Protect Life on here, and most of the pro-life stuff is in this area of the platform. So I'm assuming this is where you want to test.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Sarah Lindley Bailey. I am a sixth-generation Texan with deep Texas roots, and I'm also a patient advocate. I save families in the hospital from medical kidnapping. Long story short, I had a 4-year-old who was diagnosed with cancer. I lived in the hospital day in and day out for half a year. I've even gone to DC trying to protect parental rights. So right whenever I got back from DC, let me tell you a little story about a little girl who had leukemia. mom is an ICU nurse, and I have hundreds of stories. But this one really sticks out because mom's an ICU nurse, and she told the hospital that my baby girl is allergic to vancomycin. Guess what they did? They gave her vancomycin. Upper respiratory distress. They wanted to get mom and dad out of the room so they could flush out, so nothing was wrong, right? So then they thought I was CPS, and I heard a nurse say, well, mom, and more or less her badge was upside down or turned inside out, so I couldn't tell who she was. By law, we are supposed to know who is taking care of our kids, who is supposed to be making the shots, because once you're in the hospital, your hands are tied as a parent. And this is the reality. If there is no enforcement for laws being broken, it's just a theory. And hospitals need to be accountable. So whenever the security came out, they wanted to mom and dad wanted to transport baby girl to a different hospital because they broke the law and gave her upper respiratory distress. They were like, okay, as long as you take our ambulance. Okay, awesome. And so security prevented mom and dad from going on the ambulance whenever that was in the agreement. That is not okay. It's not. And so I hopped on to the ambulance and they said, oh, you're trespassing. There's not enough room. You can't go. I was like, what you're doing is against the Constitution. You are doing an illegal search and seizure of a child. They were like, oh, no. After I said, I need to call the real cops because y'all are breaking constitutional law. Oh, no, we'll find a solution. We'll find a solution. If I was not there,
Ms. Bailey.
that baby. Thank you. So I have some amendments if y'all can look at them.
Thank you. I may mess up the last name here. Barry Thistlethwaite. Did I get that right?
Very good.
Okay, very good. You want to speak on 115?
I'll leave that middle th when I say it, but my British cousins say Thistlethwaite. I have on this 115 here on B. I would like you to add your protect physicians from interference by the TMB or the Texas State Board of Pharmacy. The biggest, the most damage is being done by the federal government. There's a operation from the DEA called Operation Bottleneck. And there are other programs. For instance, the CDC had some guidelines on how much medication can be prescribed in 2016. Most of that was retracted, but people are still following it. And we need to get the federal government out of the business of telling doctors how to prescribe medications for their patients. So I would like you to consider amending that to say, protect physicians from interference by the TMB, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy, or the federal government in the physician treatment plans or prescriptions.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mary Elizabeth Castle.
Good morning. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm from Senate District 14. I'm also the Director of Government Relations for Texas Values. I had an amendment or a possible new plank for 140. I appreciate the work of the Health and Human Services Committee. They discussed previously adding language regarding prohibiting third-party egg and sperm donation and the commercialization of human reproduction in Texas to plank 140. However, I looked and I saw that it was not there, so I am in favor of adding this new plank called the Child First Conception Act plank, and it would read, we support prohibiting third-party egg and sperm donation and the commercialization of human reproduction in Texas and support policies that promote the welfare of children, medical transparency, and the protection of biological parents. There's a lot of uncertainty arising from egg and sperm industry that raises transparency issues, informed consent, and also goes to issues of denying the dignity of life that we all cherish from the beginning. So I have that language passed around. I am in favor of adding it as a new plank, but if we want to move forward with what the committee discussed on adding it to 140, I'm also in favor of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kessel. Okay, that concludes all the people that I have signed up to discuss the Health and Human Services broader aspect of the plank. So, Madam Subcommittee Chair, I will now entertain a motion for the adoption of the committee.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I signed up to testify and I wasn't called. Clayton Young, MD. It's right underneath Virginia Young.
That's fine. You want to talk on Health and Human Services?
Yes, sir. My name is Clayton Young, MD. I'm a practicing physician in North Montgomery County. My wife and I have resided there since 1998. And I'll speak on a new plank from SD Core. It's number 53. I'll try to be brief. Nonprofit hospitals.
Hey, you want to speak on plank 53?
No, it's a new plank. It's SD 50 is number 53 from SD4, so it's not. Okay. It's a new plank.
Go ahead.
Nonprofit hospitals attain tax abatements from across the United States on the order of $45 billion a year. In Texas, the tax abatement for nonprofit hospitals approaches $1.5 billion annually. These tax savings are designed to be directed towards delivering charity care. Unfortunately, it's estimated that only about 1% of these funds go to that. Instead, these funds are used to create a legislative and legal moat around these institutions, protecting self at all cost. The funds are used to buy physician practices, hospital acquisitions, consolidation, and care for increasing health costs for all. The consolidation leads to increased healthcare costs, which are passed on to the insurance companies, which are then eventually passed on constituents. Two brief examples: in 2009, nonprofit hospital on the west side of town had to go from an order from then AG Governor Abbott, had to undergo restitution. Story was there was a physician-owned hospital that was began to be open, and this non-for-profit institution used their legal and insurance capabilities to talk to their insurance companies and basically said, if you contract with this new facility, we're going to drop you. So that institution never got to open its doors, and that facility is now a PM&R hospital for that same institution. Another institution in North Montgomery County, used its funds to be the first hospital system in the United States to mandate the COVID-19 shot before it was even mandated across the nation. Unfortunately, the ultimate determination of nonprofit status lies with the IRS, with loose requirements and the only action that they can take is to revoke their nonprofit hospital status as a whole. However, under current state law and the Texas Property Code, Chapter 123, the Charitable Trust Division, key violations that could be triggered to failing to provide charity care, diversion of charity assets, and unfair conversions and mergers.
We got to wrap it up.
Yeah, it's annual compliance through this Health and Safety Code, Chapter 311, Subchapter D, cross-referenced in Tax Code 11.1801 for the state exemption processes. Let it be resolved that under the Republican Party of Texas, the amended Texas Code 11.1801 to require nonprofit hospitals to provide charity care equal to 100% of all tax abatements and other tax benefits mandated internal audits and replace community benefit requirements with charity care requirements. The Texas State Attorney General's office shall investigate.
Sir, time's up.
Deceptive billing.
We only have 3 minutes of testimony.
I can take any questions if you like.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Madam Subcommittee Chair, I'll now entertain a motion to consider the Parents' Rights section of the Health and Human Services, which is planks 111, 112, and 113.
So moved.
Second? There's been a motion and a second to consider planks 111, 112, and 113. Do any committee members have any additions or deletions for discussion of planks 111, 112, or 113, or anything new that needs to be added to the parental rights section? Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I want to move to add a new plank, and I'm not sure which segment does it go, so I don't want to pass through this segment if somehow it ends up being here.
Okay. Does it have to do with parental rights?
It's about parenting, so I don't know where else I can put it. That's the problem.
And here, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, he's yeah. Make sure you speak in the mic. Let's go ahead and put it here, and we'll
you decide where to put it.
Yeah.
I sent my an email to Rick. I don't know if you have it or not, but I'm going to read it. So it's about foreign national surrogacy. We support a ban on contract surrogacy involving foreign nationals, which may involve a form of trafficking and may lead to a claims of citizenship. So that's about foreign national that they don't necessarily even are in United States. All they do is send eggs and sperms, and 18 years later, their kid is going to be citizen, and 18 years later, the whole family is citizen. And these are the people that in the beginning, they may not even be qualified to have a visitor visa to come to United States. It is something that if you just Googled Chinese surrogacy in United States, it brings you pages of information. And right now, the Committee of Health and Human Services in Texas Senate is working on it. The chair is Senator Colthorst, which is our senator. I'm from Senate District 18, and she said that it is a hot topic in the Committee of Health and Human Services. So I think we are going to close a loophole that is not a theoretical loophole. It is something being significantly abused. And so I wanted to bring it up. That was something that Senator Colthorst asked me to have in this meeting to bring it up.
Perfect. Thank you. So we have a motion. OJ, do we have the amendment?
I don't have the language.
Do you want me to read it, or if you gave me email, I email it to you, or I can't just bring it?
If it's short, I'd be better if he read it.
Let's put it in at 112.
112 as a new plank, sir.
Yeah. Well, so they moved 112 into 111, so let's just use the 112 number for this amendment.
Second amendment.
Where did you want it, sir?
Let's use number 112. So you strike out the title that's there, and then put the language in there. And just for the committee's sake, my goal here is to try to get through plank 135, and then we will break for lunch, and we'll come back and we'll pick up again at plank 136, substance abuse. So our current schedule has us breaking for lunch from 105 to 155. If we get through 135 early, then you will have until 155 to come back. For those committee members who didn't get your credentials earlier, you can go over here to my left, and they'll have your credentials for those that need to pick them up right now. that it, OJ? All right. Did I already have a second? Do we have a second for this amendment with regards to banning foreign national surrogacy in the United States?
Second.
Yeah,
Second.
thank you. Orlando, could you read the amendment out loud on the microphone when you get it done?
Yes, sir. Under the new, the old 112, which had something there that was deleted, we have foreign nationals surrogacy. We support a ban on contract surrogacy involving foreign nationals, which may involve a form of trafficking, may lead to claims of citizenship.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment? Chair sees none. Question occurs on the amendment. All of those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment is adopted. Thank you. We're back.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment to Plank 112.
Okay. The one, the one we just adopted?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry. We just got this all together. Okay. I'd actually like to rename, give a new title,
Okay.
and that title would be Child First Conception Act. And also amend it by adding one sentence, and I can get it to him, and I
Okay.
can bring it to him.
Yeah, do that.
Would you like me to read the sentence first?
Yeah, read the sentence first and then.
We also support prohibiting third-party egg and sperm donation and the commercialization of human reproduction in Texas, and support policies that promote the welfare of children, medical transparency, and the protection of biological parents.
Is there a second to the motion? There's a second. So yeah, go ahead and bring the language down here. Let's have him add it.
What was the title?
I think it's at the top, Child First Conception Act.
Mr. Chairman, I added the new language in bold. The old language is unbolded.
Can you read the new language?
New language, replacement of foreign national surrogacy with Child First Conception Act, and a new sentence added at the end after the word citizenship. We also support prohibiting third-party egg and sperm donation and the commercialization of human reproduction in Texas, and support policies that promote the welfare of children, medical transparency, and the protection of biological parents.
Thank you. We've had a motion for adoption of the amendment in a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment?
I'm Mindy Cohen, SD 11. Do you need my precinct number?
I'm talking about the committee. Members of the committee who want to discuss it, not the public.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I
Didn't Trump just pass something for medical for the people that couldn't have children, for them to be better access to that? So wouldn't that be contradicting what we're putting up there?
I do not know.
Oh, here comes that father. I didn't want her to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So while I understand, I think you're talking about what Senator Britt and Senator Ted Cruz did. They championed that. I would just clarify that sometimes President Trump, as much as I respect him, does things that might be different than what the Texas GOP grassroots would like or their values.
Because you're not MAGA.
I just want to clarify. I just want clarification that the sentence that we added, are we still speaking about foreign donors or all?
This is it's larger. So this is putting the child first. Part of that is dealing with the foreign national issue. But rather than make two planks that still deal with the same issue, we put it together.
So we're talking about all, basically. Okay.
Any other discussion?
May I speak for it?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, we're having microphone issues over here.
It's okay.
So I'm actually for this, and this is not the point, as I understand it, is not to limit someone from having their own surrogacy. This is limiting commercial surrogacy, where people are going in and they are essentially purchasing babies. So they're renting wombs and purchasing babies through things that are it's just an unnatural process. We're not talking about people that are just struggling with fertility or something like that. We're talking about, as the gentleman spoke also, is that these are people who are, I mean, this is basically human trafficking of embryos. And these are humans. And we shouldn't be buying and selling humans. So this would protect these poor children from being victimized in this way.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to the new plank 112, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We are back on the motion to adopt planks 111, 112 as amended, and 113 from the committee report. Any other discussion? All those in favor of adoption of those three planks say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, those three planks are adopted. Madam Subcommittee Chair, I'll now entertain a motion with regard to healthcare independence, planks 114 through 121, to accept the subcommittee's report.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. It's been moved and seconded. Committee members, are there any discussion on these various planks, amendments, or additions that would fit into this section of the platform?
Oops, running the wrong one.
Did I make a motion? Oh, wait, you did.
Can't hear you.
There you go.
Can't hear you.
The motion is on Brian Bodine, SC 16. The motion is on 115B. And if you can scroll up to that. And I want to add the following language. This is the Texas Medical Practice Act 115B. The current language says protect physicians from interference by the TMB or the Texas State Board of Pharmacy in physicians' treatment plans or prescriptions. I want to add, quote, and the federal government. So what you'll the change is to where it says interference by the TMB, it will say TMB, comma, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy, comma, and the federal government in the physician's treatment plans or prescriptions. Did you get the syntax on that?
Second.
115B.
There's been a motion and a second with regard
Texas
to
medical practice.
a change in 115B to add the federal government. Is there any discussion?
Ignore the bottom.
Just that the amendment is acceptable.
The amendment is acceptable to the subcommittee chair as well. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment is adopted. Do you have another amendment?
Yes, I have on 114, I would like a motion to add all medical care to B, add removal of the notarization requirement on J.
We got to do one at a time.
Oh, sorry, one at a time.
Yeah. Okay, let's make the change on B first.
Where are you wanting to put your amended wording?
What was the change for B?
She's coming.
B.
It's over here.
Yeah. After organ transplants, it should be in all medical care.
You want to add the words in
And all medical care.
and all medical care after the word transplants and all medical care.
Are we?
And then she also wants to make a change in J.
J, add removal of the notarization requirement. Oh, it's not on there? Oh, okay. It must have been there before. Okay. Okay.
So no change to J.
Okay. No change to J.
Thank you.
And then the other request was rehome 54, which I saw was next in the subcommittee. Rehome 54, 18 planks 54, 118, and 159 to this plank. Organize it better. So I know in the subcommittee 54 was, it was, I saw it was to be deleted, but so we don't move it if it is deleted.
Okay, so let's do this one at a time. Then you want to take 118
Yes.
as was amended by the subcommittee, and you want to move it to 114
Yes.
as L.
Yes. Yeah, the next letter. Never.
Okay, so OJ, take copy and paste all of 118 and move it in as L under 114.
Second.
Let's hold on a second because I'm trying to get all of her amendment done as one big amendment.
Do we maintain the title or we just start with we oppose?
Just start with we oppose.
Thank you.
Which I mean, I guess you'd have to strike that title as well. And then the last thing you wanted to do was to go get 54 in the 2024 platform?
Platform 54, which I believe it was voted in subcommittee to remove it. So you don't have to move it if it's already been killed. But I don't think
You don't need anything done with 54?
I mean, as long as it continues
to die, no one brings it back.
Okay, wait, yeah, we'll vote on that later.
Okay, and then 159, 159. Also move it under here, rehome it in this plank.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Solomon Bachman, SD 23, Civil and Criminal Justice Chair. We made changes to 159 that may not make it need to move.
That's okay.
The gain of function accountability? Is that what you're talking about?
Whatever, I think, unless you change the number,
Well, there's a 159 and a
159.
159A now.
I think they're talking about game one, but it was expanded with vaccine language. Microphone.
Right. That's why we didn't move those. Diana Richards, SD 30. So Chair of Health and Human Services Subcommittee. We did not move those planks that were outside of Health and Human Services because we knew that those subcommittees would possibly be amending that language or even deleting it. We didn't know. It's left up to them.
Okay. All right. I mean,
So do you want to move 159 up there?
if it's no longer, if it doesn't fit. Or what did it read before? It read that it was,
I would suggest not, but that's just.
we would just leave it. I would leave it then. Okay.
Okay, so we're back to 114.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion to amend.
Hang on just one second. Okay, so we've made the two changes in 114, correct? Okay, you have a motion to amend her amendment?
Yes, sir. We put some new language. Oh, actually, sir, if you could look at the end of B, the language doesn't read right.
Correct.
Something's wrong with it. I think this.
Okay, who has the amendment to the amendment?
Well, I do. I'd like to add extra language, but I can do it as a separate amendment if that would be easier.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification on B. The B is a list and it does not apply solely to organ transplants. So I don't believe that the extra wording is necessary.
It does seem superfluous, but it doesn't change the meaning of what's there. Okay. So we've had a motion and a second on the amendment that is on the screen right now with the changes to 114. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the changes to 114 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We are now back on the consideration of the subcommittee report with regard to planks 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, and 121. Or any other amendments?
I'd like to make a motion to amend 114.
Okay.
To include the language that was handed to us by our witness, Sarah Bailey. Should have that language. Was handed to everyone. Sorry, I don't remember. L through Q.
So we'd add a new L through Q. Let's get it up here so Rick can get it in there.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion because I guess we have to do some rewriting on it.
Okay. Any other amendments?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the title of 114 by striking the words "and informed consent," only because informed consent is addressed in the plank, and medical freedom is the name of the legislative priority that is making the top 15. They want to make sure that the titles match.
Very good. Is there a second for the motion to remove the words "and informed consent" from the title? There's a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to move "and informed consent" from the title of 114, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The title is now medical freedom. Any other amendments or discussions with regards to planks 114 through 121 of the subcommittee report? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Did it get fixed?
Yes.
did it get fixed?
Okay. Sorry, we saw an error. Just want to make sure it got fixed. Okay, we're good to go.
All those in favor of the adoption of the subcommittee's report with regard to planks 114 as amended through plank 121, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those planks through 121 are adopted. Madam Subcommittee Chair, I will now entertain a motion to consider the government-funded health programs, planks 122 through 129 of the subcommittee report for adoption.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept.
Is there a second? There's been a second. Committee members, is there any discussion or amendments with regard to planks 122 through 129 of the subcommittee report? Hearing none, the question occurs on the adoption of the subcommittee report with regard to planks 122 through 129. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The ayes have it, and planks 121 through 129 are adopted. Madam Subcommittee Chair, now moving on to the mental health portion, planks 130 and 131. I will entertain a motion to adopt the subcommittee report with regard to those two planks.
Chairman, I move to accept the
Is
report.
there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Is there any discussion or amendments with regard to planks 130 or 131 or any additional planks that need to be added to this provision? The chair hears none. Everyone in favor of planks 130 and 131 as submitted in the subcommittee report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and planks 130 and 131 are adopted. Moving on to homosexuality and gender issues, planks 132, 133, 134, and 135. Madam Subcommittee Chair, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the subcommittee's report with regard to planks 132 through 135.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anybody have any discussion with regards to planks 132, 133, 134, 135, or any amendments that need to be added to this particular section?
I'd like to make an amendment to 132.
Okay.
I'd like to motion that we amend the first sentence of 132 to say, while we recognize that homosexual acts are contrary to God's design for human sexuality, we affirm the inherent dignity of every person, including those who experience same-sex attraction.
Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
There's a second, so let's get the language over to Rick so that he can make that change.
While we recognize design for human sexuality, comma, we affirm the inherent dignity of every person, comma, including those who experience same-sex attraction. Yeah, same-sex attraction, exactly.
Let me read back what I have and make sure it's correct. While we recognize that homosexual acts are contrary to God's design for human sexuality, comma, we affirm the inherent dignity of every human person, comma, including those who experience same-sex attraction.
Yes, there was an extra human, though it works. Yes.
Is that correct? What you wanted in there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, additionally, my proposal was that replaces the first sentence, so the abnormal lifestyle choice sentence.
Go ahead, sir.
Very good. Any discussion on the amendment that's been offered?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak in favor of the amendment.
Okay.
The line struck was not one in 2022 that the subcommittee approved. I was the chair of the subcommittee in 2022, and we did harden things, we did strengthen things, but that one line was inserted during committee of the whole, just kind of out of the blue at the last minute, and it was very inflammatory. What I know as a Christian is that we can speak truth in love, and that's what we need to do.
Microphone.
Use the microphone, Brian, but Brian, speak against the amendment.
So the amendment is what's underlined in red, correct? Okay, so and the strike through. So I was also here in 2022. I remember everything that happened then, and it made the news. And here's what I'll say: sometimes brevity on culture war issues like this is the best way to go. Sometimes we can't be brief. But when I think it was Chairman Patrick sent the language in saying homosexuality is an abnormal lifestyle choice, well, it's true. It is. And if we're speaking the truth, if we're being brief, we're conveying where I think there is a consensus of sentiment in the party in the most succinct way. I'm not necessarily opposed to the wording by itself as a standalone sentence that in the amendment, while we recognize that homosexual acts are contrary, but for the purpose of fitting this particular plank and making it flow better, I think it would be better if we are brief and we simply establish that that is not consistent. That type of lifestyle is not consistent with natural law. I think that covers it.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Solomon Bachman, SD 23. I'd like to speak against.
Okay.
While I understand what the person trying to amend the plank is trying to do, I think that our platform already inherently affirms the dignity of every human person, and this adding this language is flying in the face of the rest of the plank that says that we don't create special legal entitlements or anything like that. Our platform is very specific that we affirm the human dignity of every single person. So it's unnecessary to then restate this unless we're creating a carve out to say also we're reaffirming and creating a special legal or a special carve out here in this plank for this plank.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Sure.
One thing I'd just like to clarify is that this does not add any special entitlements, and what it does is separate the attraction from the act.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor.
Okay.
Michael Shreen, SD8. I agree. I think that we need to take this as a Christian and the Christian mindset and the approaching everyone with love and grace. And I think that's what this amendment does. And I do think it removes something that's really unnecessarily inflammatory and could be used against the Republican Party in general.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak against this amendment.
Okay, you'll be the last one against.
Mr. Chairman, I'm against this amendment just because I think generally we all recognize the dignity of all human beings, thus our position on abortion. I do think it's a little bit of a red herring to say that this was just thrown in 2022. It was approved by the elected committee members in 2022, put it on by 9,000 delegates who approved it. Same thing in 2024. So it seems like there's a history that this is what represents the Republican Party. But also, when approaching individuals with peace and love and loving everyone else, it's okay to say you love someone while also condemning their lifestyle. I don't think that those things are contradictory. And I'll conclude by saying, well, this is ammunition for other people against the Republican Party. This is offensive. Well, most of our beliefs are offensive to Democrats. That's why we're Republicans. So with that, I am strongly against this amendment.
Very good. I have room for one more in favor.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Roxanne Tyrock, SD 29. I would like to propose that we remove both the old language and the new language, as the room is clearly divided on how we should be messaging.
So you're requesting an amendment to this amendment
Yes, sir.
that would strike the amendment itself. That's the ultimate question that's about to be decided anyway. So we can, if the amendment passes, we can deal with your amendment to strike the new language. So, okay, no further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We are back on the adoption of the subcommittee's report with regard to planks 132 through 135 and open to
Mr. Chairman,
any amendments.
I'd like to make an amendment to plank 132, homosexuality.
Okay.
Diana Richards, SD 30. So I would just like to remove the sentence, homosexuality is an abnormal lifestyle choice, and pass the plank that was originally passed, was originally approved by that subcommittee in 2022 and by ours in 2026.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
There's a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment to remove the sentence, homosexuality is an abnormal lifestyle choice? There being none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of striking the sentence signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and the sentence remains. The question now occurs on the adoption of the subcommittee report with regard to planks 132, 133, 134, and 135.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can we call for what division vote?
How about we do this? We'll just do, can I do a show of hands? Is that the easier?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. There's been a call for a show of hands with regard to plank 132 and the removal of the sentence, homosexuality is an abnormal lifestyle choice. All those in favor, raise your hand. Three.
In favor of the sentence or in favor of?
In favor of removing of the sentence, removal of the sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 in favor. All those against? The noes have it, and the sentence will remain in the plank. Any other amendments to planks 132 through 135 or an additional plank that needs to be added in this particular section? There being none, the question occurs on the adoption of the subcommittee report with regard to planks 132 through 135. All those in favor of the subcommittee report as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and it is adopted. It is the intention of the chair to take a break for lunch. It is now 12:48. Our original posted schedule has us coming back from lunch at 1:55. And I'm gonna give you all that. Let's come back at 1:55. When we come back at 1:55, we will pick up on Health and Human Services part two and deal with planks 136 through 149. We must be finished with that by 2:50 because we have members of the committee who are also members of the SREC who will need to take a break to at least go check in with the SREC and see what's happening there. We may proceed without them depending upon how many members we have absent if we still have a quorum. But I want to give them the opportunity to go up there and check in with their colleagues on the SREC. So with that, the committee will stand in recess until 1:55 p.m. Thank you.
Let's move all the chairs. That's what Rick said. Is he was like, we should just move all of our chairs over here.
All have a
Sit down now.
Yeah,
It's applesauce.
I know. It was just-
Yeah, FEC here. Yeah, I got three Democrats.
We're saying yes, or we're saying no. Here.
What's that?
See, that's what I think. That's what I want to go say.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
No.
Right.
Well, I mean,
It's just a hot mic.
so the electrical.
He's looking for me, I believe.
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah.
Actually, I used the questions.
No, I want to get reelected. You know, so I hope that my ass. No, to the.
Or
For this, running, I'm probably good. I see it.
we can't do that.
Right.
We don't have any access.
Go back and. We do.
RPT staff.
Tomorrow, the first session, thanks, one at like 11. So.
So I need to talk.
Yeah, make sure that's put on your form and nominate you. So this is all like.
Right. That's just.
I already called.
Committees. We're going to be tomorrow, right? Okay, I got to get
committees tomorrow.
No, yeah, yeah.
Maybe Friday.
Right?
Thursday. No, we just like Thursday.
In the room.
Last late Thursday. What?
Yeah, I guess.
Did my SRC
For SREC, would nominate, or it could be someone else. So I'd recommend.
for the
Right.
yeah, so you'll get you'll get a packet on Friday night when you Friday night. Have you'll get that.
Yeah.
Free.
Yeah, essentially my point with that is just think too many handouts, actions, the act.
I get it.
Yes, go ahead.
But no.
Work.
Essentially, you'll get up this. Like.
If they are still there, I don't know where they are. I wish I could tell you.
Okay, that's fine. You're putting that together, but then it's like
a lot.
Oh, and there will be that for tomorrow too.
Okay.
For the permit,
Okay.
but
it's gonna usually
that'll still go in.
Yeah.
It's just.
You're modifying. Yeah. Perfect.
Through and
Oh yeah, everyone, every SC has one.
highlight the.
Okay. It's just like
Those out. Yes.
you don't know. So it's like you always want to be prepared.
Right.
In an ideal world,
What happens if they're not having all the speech? We find it out. But you have to.
yeah, it'll
I told her, I said, like, it's right.
Okay. And I didn't realize.
I guess he's checked that off. So medical freedom's already gone. Government overreach. Vaccines have gone. And 114 and yeah, what might be covered so far today? That's healthy. So sometimes you'll do that. Last I don't think last two don't actually
I didn't think
usually
well, I didn't think it was
usually
you have to quit with the time.
you have to realize that you have to get a majority of the vice justice.
Growing.
Amanda Moore, okay. I have a register here to speak for it. A lot of people that just here for anything. You know what pages these are.
Those people are known as sheep.
These aren't numbered. Pages aren't numbered, but yes, that's one. Yeah, like you just must.
The sheeple.
My SRE, she told me that. That's a genius way because I don't know what order these in. I guess that's 1, 2, 3. This
This one I like.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whichever.
Preamble is.
I'm just gonna put 4 there.
Preamble's not, so it's scheduled to go until tomorrow.
You'll also
Going in order.
see the
Yeah, no, preamble's.
You did the last two, now you did
Yeah, so,
get the rest of them. Okay, that's fine.
so
Tomorrow.
preamble is scheduled for 3:45 tomorrow.
Can you make it to the party? Be determined. Place.
He's
I'll be able to do- we'll have
I'm gonna try
for
but
tomorrow, not
I'll
today.
try and get it.
We're gonna become a permanent committee and we're gonna come back, we're gonna.
I'll try.
To become a permanent. What time do you come back and start?
Hopefully we can.
2:30.
Yeah, yeah.
2:30 after the general session.
I'm also
Second,
gonna have
okay.
like
And it's gonna be at
to have a
2:30
dinner.
at you.
Being at 4. Might not make
Caucuses. We don't. We're not having a dinner, by the way.
No, I have a dinner
Oh,
with Heritage Action. Yeah.
Got it.
That's the hard
So when?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, permanent rules.
There's nothing else.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's
Good stuff.
exceptions.
Okay.
All of
It's
that.
gonna be okay.
Well,
It's already on it.
We have until 1
I'll be back. Back.
Our people really don't want to drive home and come back. Well, I have to go eat and get back.
Alrighty.
Where are you going? I'm at the North Avenue.
Your table's right up to here.
So I went in the garage for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
And it was like $49. I was like,
This is a horrible setup. It should have.
I got
It should be here. One should be there. Two should be there. They should have name badges in front of them. They should have name badges in front of them, and they should have all the tables right here.
get my laptop. Tomorrow I'm off though. It's
Yeah.
Friday. But it's like,
Yeah, I just took the whole week
I
off.
like,
They're doing
went-
random
I-
order. They did the last two.
Yeah.
few months
Yeah.
ago,
Government
from Mexico.
election.
Okay. I
A week
understand
and a
that.
half, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm
Yeah,
not
no judgment.
burning
There.
PTO.
Did
Yeah.
those last
I'm
two.
taking time off. I took
I
2
know.
off with people.
After that, they're going to do
Well,
another.
I took off Good Friday.
The other whatever
Yeah.
they are. Random
I'll get
order.
those all
They're
back.
gonna
And
do
I
something.
took it off.
Right.
Like I used a day off.
I don't-
I took off.
And 3.
But like,
Mental health and human
Fine.
services. Now, I don't know how long this break is.
Okay, what company?
I'm supposed to IPO this.
Wait, who? Oh, are you, don't tell me. You're ChatGPT? Okay. Who are you?
Oh, yeah,
Cool. Elon has said that we might IPO this.
Yeah. Fuck, let me know. Crazy. Yeah, so I work for Dell.
Oh, nice.
I work in a federal department.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm not like clearance or anything.
Yeah.
Fine, so let's go. So where do you software dev for them?
Helping make rocks.
Rock.
Yeah, make it.
Oh,
smarter.
I have a friend who works on the Grok team.
Really?
Yeah. His name is Arrow. His last name. He works remote out of LA.
Oh no, probably different team.
Well, he works Grok.
Yeah,
He's on.
he's probably
There's a
in a
lot.
different team. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, I could maybe get you in contact with him. It's like his data scientist.
Nice. Maybe if he's in the LA office, maybe he knows my friend. My friend from SpaceX. 2014 or 2015.
Right.
155. To Washington.
Wow.
So it does
LA.
Yeah.
But
very rarely.
but I feel like he's been there for so long. I was like, I don't even want to ask him.
Very rarely they've had students.
I'm not. That's her right there.
Oh, okay.
That's a sexer.
On the box side. I was on
Work on this.
all
Where,
Sounds like a year
sort of SpaceX or
Oh, you know
adjacent.
that.
Oh,
cloudy stuff. So I was on 2 weeks.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, if I guess if I leave, if I come back, I would have.
Yeah, well, the one I got was like 35. There was no repay. You get it for 18 hours.
Maybe I'll just have
So that was pretty
target the
similar.
little font. That's I know that's a.
I thought it was
Actually didn't.
enough, you know.
There are issues. Figure out which one. So I have others.
Okay.
It's been a great experience so
Spreadsheet
far.
where I'm trying to type down everything.
Did like one night? Do you remember the numbers? I don't.
Yeah, leave.
Can use make
Gone.
anything.
Because yeah, and then like at least
That's the only thing.
season I tried. I can even say I'll say you tried, but like I want to make sure I'm serving our platform, not just me. Because like certain things, I'm not as passionate about.
I will talk about the UK.
Indeed.
Also talk about whether America
I'm just
well.
I got enough.
Yep.
I tried.
That's the thing. I think our permanent stuff is more later today tomorrow.
okay.
I'm thinking that's what I'm trying to figure out. Probably gonna have to hear one.
That over.
Ceremonies, there's some guest convention, there's some very thing.
Show me the schedule.
It's on the back.
2:30's permanent. Oh, right. I heard it. First into that's tomorrow. So it's probably gonna be in that open meeting. I'll let the InfoWars know.
Well, it was a wall. That's a good wall. Maybe not frozen today. All the left of the U.S. border wall through, and then lumps we have. But no one.
Yes, how are you? Yeah, Micah Farmer. SD14. Thank you. Yeah, very cool. And you're the editors. You're the editor. You. Okay. Also, where's SD12 out of? That's right. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm from. Okay. Yeah, so from Trophy Club originally, former Coach Trophy Club. And, awesome. Yeah, Senator 14. So yeah, I went to. Yeah, I know. It's what. So this one, it's exactly what my parents think. But, yeah, yeah, just a lot of that. So, but like really huge rhinos. I would like swing be the favor, like on one of those figures. But other than that, there's definitely some solid guys. So like, I certainly have like my Maryland community, and we try to be effective the best we can. But yeah, I know my parents from public Stanton County, and I went to TCC Northeast, get my associates there first. Yeah, so I lived at my grandparents' in Bedford for a while, and my brother lives there right now. 2021. Yeah, well, most people say I'm older than I, but yeah, I'm 26. Yeah, so I run Travis County's Republicans. So I do try to organize as best we can. And I'm also the treasurer of Young Republicans of Texas. So yeah, do the best we can. Yeah, we're having a party on Thursday with the packs, and if you want to come out to it, got limited tickets left. But yeah, yeah, tomorrow I think it's 7. I'm on. I think maybe tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, is it? Okay. Right. Well, I thought I need someone to. I was gonna call my SRC guy. Mm-hmm. But does he also need to vouch for me tomorrow? Okay.
They'll just make a motion at the SD caucus.
Oh, okay.
Say, approve all of the temporary.
Okay. Perfect.
And someone would have to get up and say, I don't like Micah. I need to replace him with X.
Yeah. Well, thing about Senate District 14 is that we don't have much. How many Republicans, fortunately? Yeah, great to meet you too, and thank you so much for what you're doing, helping out with this. Absolutely.
seeing if you could follow instructions.
Yeah, exactly. They make that creative. Yeah.
Good level.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
This has no. Yes. No, I'm like a farmer. Yeah, farmer by name, not by trade. Yeah. No, no, ma'am. Oh, yeah, I've heard the name. I haven't met the guy. But, yeah, I'd always happy to meet another Mike. No, I do work for YRT though. Young Republicans of Texas. Yeah, no, no, not an employee. Oh, okay. Very
can tell you, you're doing a fantastic job of cool under fire.
Yeah, well. Well, I'd be here. I would have been here anyways. So I would have just been sitting out there doing whatever. You're right.
Where'd you get the food?
Hotel room.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that at Starbucks.
Hey, how are you? I think she's been sitting over on the other side. Yes.
most of it.
Wow, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I can't read.
I had a hard time sleeping last night. So.
Oh, that. Well, that worked out, didn't it?
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, good cups are perfect words.
Oh wait, I just talked to like 20 people along the way. It was a lot longer.
Where's your SD?
Most of South Dallas, Southern Dallas County, and then a little bit of a little small corner of Kent County.
Got it.
I lost my phone. I was just...
How about yours?
Williamson County. Well, my SD is huge, but I'm in Williamson.
Okay. I'm just like, what would be an orienting city?
Yeah.
So it's like
that's totally fine.
It's like the hill country.
Uh,
So it's like if you took Austin and it's all like the rural areas to the west.
To the west.
And then down, so like the west be like
Falls.
it's like Fredericksburg isn't yeah, Marble Falls, and then it goes further up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thursday we have a party.
It's a immediate city, I think. That's
Oh yeah, we do.
Oh yes.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah,
David Carter notices it's responsibility in order to give them appearance. want 20 pumps of sugar and
It's not going to be 3/4 cream and 20 pumps of sugar.
I mean, who am I to talk? But this is chai. So
I understand. I love chai.
oh, big fan of chai. No.
You get the chai bottles of chai that like they use, and they make their own. Um, I love making draw.
Stopped drinking sodas because I got sick, and then I gave them up for life. And then after that, I was like, oh, I just don't want to drink them anymore. So I just drink like tea. It's weird. It's like I don't like combination anymore.
I just stopped. I used to drink Dr. Pepper and or Mountain Dew, but I was trying to lose weight. It just became not stuff like. But I just don't buy them and don't drink them that much. Maybe it's because I focus on drinking so much water, so I'm like, float.
Yeah, I know. You're like, oh, I don't want to drink anything else.
Yeah. But I do love milk packets.
Messing with other subcommittees, but I'm like, oh, you know, most of mine. So. Yeah.
I mean, that's what the committee exists. But there's subject matter experts that aren't on subs.
Right.
Especially, I don't know if the subcommittees were originally chosen, but that felt awfully random.
It was by geography.
Really?
But I was told.
Incorrect. Yep.
So like we need, someone from East Texas. Someone from, like, oh, that's not helpful. I got a really good committee, but although it was Laura Oakley that told me I needed to add Brian. Brian's fine. It's just little patch. I wasn't prepared.
Sorry.
I should have been.
Really good at these.
He does. He's like a one ahead. And I do that sometimes too. Like, he did start the conversation, so I think he accomplishes objective for me. But
see if he suits my art.
Well, funny thing was he played political cases.
Yep.
And then was surprised when I played him back. this last time, and he was like, "Oh, I want you to replace me." So I was kind of like, "Okay, well, let's do that." But I was not expecting national defense added into it.
That's huge. And only being able to eat 4 hours on. Not that it mattered because they didn't stream your committee, right?
No, they did not. Thank goodness after that Israel thing.
Yeah, the room would have been full.
I was like, the Lord was looking out for me, man.
No, not for parade. So was good. During one of our Zoom meetings, we were kind of talking over how we were going to talk. Actually, this was on 150, we were discussing first like how to lock up. And she said something about the fraudulent research about in and like it wasn't fraudulent or something like that, or it might not be fraudulent. We don't know what wasn't of it fraudulent. And she ended up she voted for the plank, both unanimous to keep it in. But I guess someone's been spreading around that she was against plank 150.
No.
Yes.
Oops.
Yup. I was like,
Oh. Sorry. It gets me because it's kind of like the people that show up tomorrow and think they can participate in the census. I learned that my first time. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, no, you're here for the party part. The actual work.
yes. The work's done.
Yeah. At least tomorrow, I guess the little food court thing will be open. But then it's open today. I don't know. I think they were open to the registration at 3. I'm so glad they brought us some registration. That was so nice.
Yes.
Because we can't go at 3 to get it. Oh. I don't want to be waiting in the morning tomorrow. I'm still getting so many text messages. The number one was 5. Oh my gosh, where is that? Is it platform?
Constitutional issues.
Oh gosh, what are we doing? What's going to take a long time? I'm sure. Oh yeah, because it's Article 5 of the Constitution. good elected officials, but
The thing is, they just I feel like they can just endorse the person who they think is funny, so they are or be person they control the most.
right. I'm just that was my no.
As much as I'd love to have Gary and duo.
Oh.
Duo, that would be hilarious.
Oh. Although it has been
I know.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know. He's not, well, of course, you know, you're not always going to agree with your spouse, but still, it's kind of. Also, I know Amy back, so.
Okay. Yes. So she's.
Heard she's changed.
I say that. I think she runs too weird. Can
No.
anyway, she wants like I know that she applies to do that so that she gets stage time.
Yes. Exactly. I saw her earlier and she wasn't wearing her boots.
But I met her.
You probably make really beautiful cake.
But for a very long time, I didn't eat any donuts because I would come home like covered in ice.
You were like over caked out.
Yes, I was. I didn't eat cake or any.
Hey,
This is that you rated me level higher.
Some black
Around you know, and it was in the chair, but everything has been cleared. And they need it. I was really trying to put the process by like now, but I'm crying.
I knew that.
It's not. It would have been kind of weird to take a word off for this and then to put in my notice. So at least like I have a little bit of extra weeks.
No, I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah, I giving notice if I leave. Have something over. Yeah,
you're gonna get it.
I hope.
Oh,
I've had many interviews. I've had 4 interviews.
It's all yours.
And this last one's kind of like more of an assignment.
I stole the Twixes. Are there any more Twixes in there? I might take a couple Snickers. Well, you're gonna go take that to LP?
I don't know. Oh, are y'all coming back?
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're here till 11. Right?
That's what it says on the schedule.
Yeah.
Till 11. Oh, it is.
Yeah, we're here till 11. Thanks. I love to. Oh, Milky Way.
They may have posted it somewhere, but trying to find your own website.
Like, shouldn't, but control it.
Happened.
This has been fun.
Same priorities.
Yes, and I'm actually glad of that.
What happened?
They're limiting a legislative priority has to be tied to.
Where is Starbucks?
Second.
Agreed.
Yes.
Mine are crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
It is second floor all the way down.
It's like they're putting stuff in there that's like and that's like they're writing their own.
From whom? Yeah, which is not what they're.
That's not what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. No.
They're supposed to.
Yeah, we did.
What we're putting in there.
Yes.
But,
yes, we do.
right, but it's not, and it wasn't last time because they put stuff in the election.
Yeah.
That was not.
Right.
And so I'm like, wait a minute. So,
I've heard about that.
So they were
I've
stopping.
been hearing about it on X.
I mean, they won't be able to stop it for this, but they'll stop it.
Right. Oh, really? That's cool.
I mean, I agree with that. It's now elections. You could do, a whole thing on just 2.1.
Right.
I mean, it's like you have all these bullet points.
Right.
You can still write,
Amanda?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, it's like it's not even all in one.
I just heard the name.
Part of.
She says she knows you.
It's like there's stuff like all over the place. There and
yeah, she had really positive
kind of
things
understand.
about you.
So like,
thank you.
Because I heard the testimony of that. Yes, was he's like, look, he's like, the Fed was the one that was on the money that had to track the legislative. So we were funding 500 bills because there was so many things in level security. You had to like, like bills and like
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Mhm. Someone else was like this first convention. I'm like,
Focus. Just on a few things.
Yeah, probably what's
Well, it's always fun.
was where
Please,
you were.
just like help me out.
I was where you were.
It's 10. They're on the corner. They have eats, salads. They have Patty got a quesadilla.
Really good.
Smothered pizza.
Oh, shawarma.
Everything. Amazing.
Yeah.
We didn't vote. I'll do orders in.
That's smart.
Is that a
For what?
Anisha.
You guys,
Anisha. Just down the street off of Lamar.
Yeah, no, we just had to make sure it
Here was
happened.
pretty direct, right?
My
So hopefully there's no other.
on there
fight.
every single topic. Like we don't need to go anywhere else. It's amazing takeout. I don't ever understand.
Where's SD8?
Cullen County? Cullen, well, it's most of Cullen County and then Hunt and Rains County.
yeah. So I'm glad of that.
Howdy.
Yeah, no, that's good. Lisa, thank you for all
It remind me of a friend of mine that's from Cullen County. How's he doing? You look exactly like her and you talk like her.
Good.
I was here earlier.
Standing up.
What, have you heard Rachel Elliott?
very frail.
Yeah, you look exactly like literally. I think she has that same dress too.
Oh, nice.
The first day you were here,
I'm breaking
I
them
went
with
to a double
you.
take.
Oh, were you like trying to determine?
Well,
I need
but
to
she's
go
in my ST. I'm like, why is she on this committee? She's on this.
My glasses. They're all right.
Oh, I couldn't. I was in. I took it back.
I need
How are you
to make sure
I'll call you Rachel at some point.
that, that Rick has language.
Have you been on the committee in the past?
No, this is my
Earlier.
first time.
Oh, nice. Have you been to the convention in the past?
One other convention.
24. Me too. What attracted you to that platform?
Oh no.
I wanted to make.
What I'm saying though is his
I was telling her,
original.
so our
And
platform
then
person
Now in the subcommittee,
did us during last year.
rattlers.
RSD was very
So that's when they
very
say,
much
"Pick your own language."
like in certain states. We had gotten
Okay, so we don't.
All the stuff quickly.
Yeah.
We adopted.
and he was the last committee member to sign on make it a minority report.
So are you trying to remove it or keep it?
Like,
What's that?
Are you trying to keep it or remove it?
Remove it. I'll probably make that amendment.
I
I
feel
don't think
like
it passed.
So this is
it's
one
already been exploiting.
where I know a lot of people have a lot of feelings on both sides. I was open to changing my opinion. It's like, I try to be intellectually curious, so I try not to assume I'm right. So just generally, I'm averse.
Well, it's not. So,
I think there are other ways to achieve.
well, yeah. Then we mentioned the states.
File.
Yeah, because that's the thing is people will say that when you're anti that you want to change, you want to remove that part from the like no, that needs to stay in the because there are times when you might need to do that like for class. It is like taking a bazooka to a paper gunfight.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the goals we have could be achieved a different way.
Without running that risk. It's a very
Exactly.
high risk.
Exactly. So I'm overall apprehensive about that plan.
But anyway, so was that our SD was upset because the rap. No election. It's very we like overwhelmingly in our SD convention has to have that link removed. And he was the one last was required. They needed. It's my first follow it. I thought that's and so it was like you really didn't follow any of what you're. I mean, you're supposed to be representing us as SD. You did.
My approach has been
Yes. So
FC's
it
made a
was.
decision on something through the convention. I won't go against that because I'm here to represent my SD. But like if they've not, then I'll use my judgment. And then you can usually tell from the platform and knowing people. That's not the platform. Are there any topics otherwise that you're really passionate about? Are there any other topics that you're really invigorated about?
gotta have.
So, I mean, like, my actual biggest reason why
Is that it?
is for election.
Yes.
That's why. On election. I want, I really want to be on the issue.
What
It's funny because we didn't even talk about. I mean, but I got all that changed.
Which topics on election integrity?
Yeah.
Which topics on election?
So, like, like the like making the county with this because I've seen that where it's done
These chairs
voter
are
registration.
terrible.
Sure, we tighten up the registration. And then like the language that we had about the bond elections.
Everybody else's chairs fall apart. Like,
Oh no.
That was I helped make a lot of those changes there because
I like their one about hand sign versus stamp.
back there.
I was a PJ in March. We just directly care. And I hand signed, put the Democrat judge at my site and a stamp, and I'm on the. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But when I thought about it, I was like, no, that's risky. Because then how do you know you're the one that?
That's the inside thing.
Like, I would actually rather go through the effort to hand sign.
Oh, that's nice.
Because you never know to be signed. Some people someone stole your stamp. What if someone took your stamp and stamped your back? Like, there's so many.
Well, no, I mean,
And to what I said earlier, it's like there wouldn't be so many legislature actually got things done.
looks like a whole neighborhood.
So we took stuff out if it was done, but it's not done. Every mic is live. I was just talking about the children's race. Oh, here it's that. Yeah.
There we go. I'm not in my Mr. Like a
You're
fever
right.
dream.
You're right.
Yeah, this is.
Like there was like. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Had you been involved with the party before 2 years ago? Was 2 years ago kind of your first?
no, I actually got involved in 2021.
Oh,
And it was so Diana, I was talking to Diana Richards. She's Shelley Luther. It was Shelley Luther.
By just eating sugar, then I'll never crash, right?
We're still in
Yeah.
like way ahead. And so
I don't eat like this one.
she ran for just election.
oh, nice.
And then she said, if you want to be involved with that, get involved in the Congress. And so she sent out an email to the city manager, but just go check your local party website, see if you have precinct share and you have pre-sale and have time apply to get on better and do it. And I did.
That's what she. Yeah, so that's when
And I had, I mean, we didn't have a precinct share for many, which I'm not surprised for many before. And I had already been, I would go on our Facebook, our neighborhood Facebook page stuff, like any election, like remember there's elections there.
He did.
Remember,
Right.
did a vote, go vote. So I was already kind of doing this. So
No,
ready.
And oh, we'll see.
Very nice.
For the legislature.
February. Now I just
I know.
I did get it last time.
Okay.
What's it? I did watch it.
So that has to put
here? Yes. Anybody else with you today? Oh yeah, we're all on different things. Maintenance of family. Oh, Jeff. I need a fake husband, but Roger. Time is education. You're right now. He has to work. He's too hurts. He drives us around. He'll be here starting tomorrow. He could be here for all this stuff. It's farming. Oh yeah, well,
I'm not
how it is. It's
for them at
just
this
it's
Oh, it's in the evening.
That's all out farmers.
Education's at
We're not going to do this till
8:45
or 2 or.
Did you have an opinion? Got some interesting emails.
Here,
Or do you guys mind?
Don't get paid to come down here. Exactly right. We lose money. That's exactly.
I'll forward you guys what I got.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no, I was just going to say thank you. Thank you for sending me an amazing secretary and editor. Amazing. So it was OJ. Yeah. He's really good. Um,
Brought some gator bites.
Bro, gator bites?
I didn't bring food to Jerry. Wait.
I didn't say I was sharing.
Oh.
Yeah. Just so you would know what the smell is. Yes. Not to Elon Musk. What are they doing tomorrow? Oh, yeah. They're waiting for.
And I scrapped actually. No. During the day. Slowed me down. Here.
Yeah.
Nice
That
shift.
table. Awesome.
Sorry. And we're going up to this state affairs. I like this one.
yes.
Mile. Yes.
Saw you and I was like,
I was looking for the hand. Well, they could.
I was going to go over. Nobody's been. One right there.
Thanks. Oh, it's okay. This is. That's what. That's.
I'm going to say. Oh.
They are line.
Oh. Yeah, we need to move the table.
Yes.
Really hard.
So I was wrong.
Absolutely.
Not. It was very completely.
All that progressive readjustment.
Throw it, kick it. No.
There's special like check this.
I broke it. Too much
You,
talking.
you can't take all the blame.
Too much talking.
I think
So
it
this
was
one is
joint
Yeah,
effort.
that one works. I mean, we can use that one if we were kind of
Okay.
saving from that.
Well, I'm fixing it.
Okay.
So.
My name's questions. It's just a more general tool.
Well,
That's what I did. I wouldn't pay that But oh yes, that part of it. Here's recommendations. I did too. I didn't live there. 3 miles.
That was actually part of the reason.
Thank you.
And it was illegal products.
Right.
What did they do?
Right.
They actually said, "Oh,
Yeah, but
for
it's
citizens
not,
to witness."
yeah, yeah.
Hi.
Second, how are you?
Oh, absolutely. Trying. I've been. Okay. Yours. That works if that's better for you.
Yeah. And their microphone back.
That was attributable to marijuana. The doctors had to figure out.
On the back. Alex, any questions?
Absolutely.
And
That defense was supposed to.
1 2 1 2.
My team. My phone's I get Christmas. Right. Or all of this. And I keep getting checked. I'm like, that's not. I'm not getting your text messages. Yes, I did use your number. Once it me the
Like
devil.
Joseph. Like Joseph.
yeah, like your mix is still running.
You know, so I'm just like, I'm just dinging. I've been dinging for
Have it.
hours straight.
I have
Oh.
to break up. I don't want to call it. So
we had a
anyway.
So there's a, yeah.
Additional riders.
Yeah, so my SREC got one, but it said vote. It said vote for blank. Then, like, it literally just had
A wagon.
just like, hey,
Hotel.
it was like there was nothing there, and then it had the messaging. It was like, where you copy paste and they didn't put in, and it was like it's so important that you vote for, and then it was like empty, and then very much a probably done by AI. Yes.
I've been getting.
They had like all sorts of even have like meetings. They have national sovereignty was my big.
Literally already raised our
Lottery money.
according to my representative. Lottery money. It's in 1.5 weeks. School funding.
Yeah, it's very strange.
One example is this.
Look at that, loves.
My friend said that we're coming up with life. Cared about elections.
Right.
Yeah.
Remaining, I have some in like.
He was arrested.
Well, I was like,
Please keep us entertained.
I make a lot of jokes, and I have some like, buddy. No, I literally had people in law school be like, man, what you're saying really hurtful. When you were saying the jokes, I was trying to think. I was like, jokes. I was trying to think.
Nice. I love it. I love it. I love it. Noise.
I kept saying things. I was like, Phil, don't you know my opinion on everything.
That's gonna be when we're doing Article 5 espresso. That's, like mentions and stuff. That's what we need to do. That's all of it. Yeah.
Quite heavy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
$20 night. I think it's slow curious things. It's fine. Like,
I also do.
I know there's got to be.
Right.
Drink my coffee.
Oh yeah. You too. You too. Wait, you got that side of the room. That's not just sitting.
I mean, I would walk down the hall and it would open the door.
Doing it. Time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it's
I'm not
it's expensive. Quick.
Point of order. I will find something.
Even though the actor wanted
And what? Shell is on the signal group.
Now I'm very worried.
Okay, and I'm sure they'll come back by. They have a whole cart full of them.
For now.
dying.
They're probably in one of the other rooms.
And I wanted to.
Huh?
I have two more to make when we get to them. So.
Or are they wanting us?
All right, folks, we're gonna come back to order and continue with our deliberations.
They already got approved, right?
Give everybody an opportunity to get in their seats. When we broke for lunch, we were still in the Health and Human Services portion of the subcommittee reports, moving through very quickly. Very happy with that. As I told you before, when we at 3:00 there is an SREC committee meeting. How many SREC committee people do we have on the committee? We have one, we have two.
Are you SRs?
No.
Do what? Okay, so we got three people gone. Anybody over there? My wayward children on that side?
Any SRECs?
No? Okay. We may plow through while y'all are gone. And if anything controversial comes up, we'll save it for y'all to the deciding vote on.
We might be on our mic. Take it away. So we stay, we're not here.
No, I'm just going to make the motion for you. But yeah. Yeah.
Most expedition.
Yes. Okay, we're going to pick up on the subcommittee report starting at plank 136, I believe is where we were. We'll scroll back down there. Oh, before I do that, there were a couple people that still wanted that it didn't. I must have missed them on the list for testifying on Health and Human Services. So let's give them their couple of minutes. Mr. Yarborough, you were just up there, so do you want to start on anything Health and Human Services related?
I've got a few. Kerry Yarborough, District 2, Senate District 2. I want to say Cindy Castillo from next door on the legislative committee has talked about marijuana. She's excellent on that. She's done all the research. She knows about that. We need to eliminate marijuana. We don't need medical marijuana because medical marijuana is an excuse to get marijuana legalized. It's not a good medicine. It's not a medicine, and it's not something that we should be giving people with prescriptions and stuff. There's other medications that do better and are not addictive. And listen to what she says on that. The homosexual stuff we need to get out because most of us are Christians and that's not Christian. Even the Muslims in our convention, it's against the Muslim teachings. It's all religions basically. We need to get that out of society and not recognize that as the government. And as far as the government goes, we should just have two genders, male and female. And we in public places like dressing rooms, locker rooms, showers, bathrooms, things like that. it's illegal for a man to go into a woman's or woman to go into a man's, but on private property they still can, and we need to make that illegal on all properties. When it says men, it means men. When it says women, it means women. Abolish abortion. That's all I'll say about that. We need to abolish abortion. That should be our number one priority. And the fluoride, we need to get out of the drinking water. Fluoride should be put on the teeth with a toothbrush and brushed on, and that's good for fighting cavities. But we cannot have it in the drinking water because it gets in the it causes the growth hormone not to be produced. Children grow up to be not as tall. Uh, the brains have problems developing when we have fluoride in the drinking water because it goes to all the cells of the body. And older people have problems with joints and joint pain and things because of it. The fluoride in the water is not a good idea in any amount. It needs to be taken out of there, and it needs to be the law needs to say that all municipal drinking water sources do not have fluoride in them. There's no reason to put that in there, and it causes way more problems once it goes past the teeth and it's not brushed on. For dental purposes, yes, but for the rest of the body, no. And that's all I think I have under Health and Human Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yarborough. And then, what was the name of the gentleman that we talked to? Remember? The gentleman with the black cowboy hat? Chris Barnes. Oh, okay. Oh, there you are right there on the list. I didn't have this list, so I didn't have your name.
Thank you. I did sign it.
Yeah, very good.
Chris Barnes, SD5. I want to talk about the amendment that was made just before lunch on 112. If you want to scroll back to that. Speaking out basically against the amendment that was added to 112. And I've got three parts to my objection to it. The first part is where it talks about third-party donation of eggs and sperm. That's pretty wide-reaching. Like it would outlaw sperm banks and any collection of eggs from even relatives, because that is by definition a third party. I've got tons of friends, all of whom happen to be Christian, church-going people who have sought out reproductive services because they were not able to conceive naturally, and they seek these kind of things. My second part is the line where it talks about commercialization of human reproduction. Basically, that flies in the face of free markets and free enterprise. It would stop even a doctor who does egg harvesting of, say, for example, if my wife was not able to use her eggs, egg harvesting of her sister's eggs, the doctor would not be able to charge for those services because that's commercialization. And frankly, any service like that is a commercial service that deserves payment. It's a business. I'm a beekeeper. I don't do my beekeeping services for free, and neither should they. And then the last part is the added sentence doesn't really have any relationship to the first part of the sentence. The original platform plank was there to support a ban on contract surrogate mothers in an effort to reduce child trafficking. And I don't think anybody has an objection to that. The second sentence doesn't do any of that. So they're unrelated sentences, so they don't belong together to begin with.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. And thank you for being a beekeeper, because without you, everything ends without the bees, right? Great. All right, we are back on plank 136 and the subcommittee report for substance abuse and addiction, planks 136, 137, and the new plank 137A. Madam Subcommittee Chair, I will entertain a motion to adopt the committee's report for those three particular planks at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept.
A second. There being a motion and a second, any discussion from the committee members with regard to changes to 136, 137, 137A, or anything else that needs to be added to substance abuse and addiction? chair seeing none. Very excited about that. Uh, all those in favor of the adoption of the subcommittee report with regard to 136, 137, and 137A, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. There being none, the three planks are adopted. Moving on to life affirming healthcare concepts. Plank 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 146. Those planks, Madam Vice Committee Chair, I will entertain a motion to accept the committee's report on those planks 138 through 146.
I move to accept the report.
Is there a second? There's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, amendments, or items that we may need to add in consideration with regard to planks 138 through 146?
Mr. Chair.
I have a motion for a new plank, so to amend
Okay.
section.
Give me 1 second before we get to that. Let's see if anybody's got any amendments to the actual verbiage that's in here before we add anything. It'll probably be a little easier.
Mr. Chairman, Jim O'Bear, SD1. Make a motion to plank 140 to retitle that from fetal tissue harvesting and stem cell research to the trafficking and disposal of fetal remains, fetal tissue harvesting, and stem cell research.
Okay. Can you give it to Rick again so we make sure we get it up there?
Oh, yes. The trafficking and disposal of fetal remains, comma, fetal tissue harvesting, comma, and stem cell research. I'll stop right there with that one. I got another one to follow up with that, so we'll do one at a time.
Go do this one. Okay. There's a motion to retitle plank 140. Is there a second? There's a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of retitling plank 140, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No.
Oh. Let's do that again. All those in favor of retitling plank 140, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Oh.
The ayes have it, and the plank is
One
reneged.
nay.
So, okay, let's go with your Second Amendment.
Okay. Excuse me. And here it says at the beginning of the phrase where it says we support legislation prohibiting and criminalizing the trafficking of remains and preborn children killed by abortion facilities outside the state of Texas. Picked up. Let's see where we at. Picked up by Texas-based waste management companies and brought back to Texas to be treated and regarded as trash to be disposed of in Texas landfills. What? It says in between we and support in the current section, add the phrase also after the addition. Oh man, that's a lot.
Does somebody have that written down somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
On right here.
Okay.
I think I understand what he's trying to do. Because fetal tissue is an endless series of tissues.
Do you want to put it at the end, 146A, or do you want to put it in?
Yeah, maybe like
Of the different sets. He's also
I originally had it near 140, 145, but that's been deleted. So maybe
You can take 145.
yeah, maybe 145, or it could be 142. Like between 141 and 142.
While you're working on that, we're going to take one other public testimony from somebody that wanted to testify on this. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm Amy O'Donnell, the Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life, and I want to thank you guys for all of your hard work on this platform. And I'm here to express support for the language that currently stands. And commendably, I want to point out several parts that you have currently in 141, support for the sanctity of life, the Republican Party of Texas. We support all of that, supports programs that provide assistance to pregnant women and promote the sanctity of life. Love that. In 142, that's another great one, and especially that last sentence. We support protecting preborn children and their mothers by stopping abortion pill distributors from sending and trafficking these lethal and illegal drugs into Texas and holding those accountable who break state pro-life laws by selling and trafficking illegal abortion pills. I want to thank you guys for acknowledging that our laws protect life. I want to thank you guys for acknowledging that we need to hold the providers accountable and stop the pipeline. And so we fully support that as well. And then 143, we worked hard on that law in the last session to educate physicians and hospital attorneys on how to apply the life of the mother exception. And we are very pleased to see it passed, and we support that as well. And then we have defunded Planned Parenthood in Texas. We need to do it at the federal level. But I also fully support Texas Alliance for Life, fully supports 144 as well. And so I just, again, want to thank you guys for your work on the life issue, and it's looking great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, that's as much time as I could buy.
Do you want me to read it?
No, let them finish this and then we'll add your plank. I know. So and if I can, for folks in the audience, if you have language for any of these amendments that are coming forward, please get them in as early as possible because we still have a ton of planks to do. And every time we have to pause for a length of time to get things drafted, makes it very difficult and very tedious for the members of the committee.
I think we're ready, sir.
Okay. Why don't you read it for us, Rick?
Okay, the new proposed title is Trafficking and Disposal of Fetal Remains, Fetal Tissue Harvesting, and Stem Cell Research. It starts with an existing phrase, and I'll just read on. We support legislation prohibiting and criminalizing and trafficking of the remains of preborn children killed by abortion facilities outside the state of Texas, picked up by Texas-based waste management companies, and brought back to Texas to be treated and regarded as trash to be disposed of in Texas landfills, period. Additionally, we support legislation supporting the harvesting, sale, and experimentation of or commercial use of human fetal tissue, and it continues to the end of the existing plank.
Thank you. So we have an amendment that has been offered. Is there a second? Is there a second? There's a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment? Any discussion of the amendment?
Go ahead. Point of information. Could I ask the author, did he intend to change the words that were in the other document regarding legislation prohibiting and criminalizing? Unless I can't see it. I don't see that in here.
The legislation prohibiting and criminalizing is still in there.
Where is it?
Very top.
Oh, I see it. I'm sorry.
There may be a.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Great. Yes.
I didn't see it up there. I'm sorry.
Yes, there you go.
So the last phrase is now additionally, we support legislation banning the harvesting, sale, experimentation, etc.
Criminalized.
given up. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Right.
All right, here's. Yeah. I'm an economics.
I wanted it over on that wall. Like that whole wall. Would have been good. Is there any discussion of the amendment? There being no further discussion of the amendment, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the amendment is accepted. Amanda, do you have yours now?
Yes.
So
So I've emailed this to Dr. Townsend. I believe this would make sense as either 141 or 142, but in that area. And it's we oppose public funding.
This is a new plank.
Yes.
Okay.
let's just make it one. Let's make it 141A.
I have two words I'm gonna add, but I'll tell you where it is. We oppose public funding for procedures that destroy embryonic life, including IVF. We call for regulation of the assisted reproduction industry to prevent exploitation, embryo discarding, eugenic practices, and commodification of human life, along with mandatory reporting on embryo creation, storage, and disposition. Additionally, we support the promotion and funding of ethical alternatives such as NAPRO technology, perinatal palliative care, adoption incentives, and holistic infertility treatments that respect human life from fertilization and align with pro-life values.
Is it possible for you to email that to me so I
Yes.
can get it much quicker that way?
Yeah. I emailed you already. I'll make the one change and then I'll send it to you.
I have one from you at 218. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. The only difference I added is I said including IVF after embryonic life.
Okay, let me just copy and paste that and we'll make the change if that's okay.
See no public funding.
Second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Basically, we don't want
You need to resend it? The
So,
only thing I changed is I added including IVF after at the end of the first sentence.
okay, so after the word disposition, or no, after embryonic life,
Exactly.
sorry, and including IVF?
Exactly. Yes. After embryonic life, it says including IVF. And I gave you my proposed title. I'm open to alternate titles. It's in the email as the title. Oh.
We good, Rick?
Yep.
All right.
Get a comma for including, please. A comma before including.
A comma before including.
All right, I'll use my mic next time. For the mic.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? The chair seeing none, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We are back on the motion to adopt the subcommittee report on planks 138 through 146. Are there any other amendments or comments? The chair hearing none, the question occurs on the adoption of the subcommittee report with regard to planks 138 through 146. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 130, what was it, 138 through 146 are adopted. The next section, Madam Subcommittee Chair's Environmental Health. This is the last portion of Health and Human Services with regard to planks 147, 148, and 149. And the chair would entertain a motion to adopt the subcommittee report on those three planks.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the report.
Okay. Is there a second? There's a second. Is there any discussion, amendments, or additions for this portion of the platform? The chair hearing none, the question occurs on the adoption of planks 147, 148 as amended in the subcommittee report from Health and Human Services. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and planks 147 through 148 are accepted. Next, we will move on to let's see where we're at in the schedule real quick. We're going to go right up until we'll take the next 20 minutes and we'll start our public comment period on business, commerce, and transportation. But I will recognize the subcommittee chair just to talk briefly about what the subcommittee did, and then we will begin public testimony. Got it.
Sorry, our mic's not working. My name is Dale Inman, SD4. We did business, commerce, transportation, and energy. We went through plank by plank. We voted on each one, took testimony, listened, I think, 8 to 10 hours of testimony. And I think everyone that got to speak was able to speak or send it in. I've sent any changes in already to Rick. We have a few new planks, but they've already been sent over ahead of time to expedite business. And I know no one else has done this, but I do, and I would very quickly, Jim O'Brien, Caden O'Beer, sorry, Caden Mattingly, and Marga Matthews was with me, and they were just fantastic. We had some robust discussion, and I want to publicly apologize to Marga. But in any event, we went through plank by plank, looked at each section, took testimony, and made changes that has been sent over to Rick. So I would move to adopt the whole thing as presented by the subcommittee.
Great. So can I have a motion to second that? And the reason I'm going to take the entire thing right now is I can break it up after you have to leave, Dale. But if I can have a second for that, and then
second.
Okay. And I'll take the second, and then what we'll do is now we'll open it up for public comment, and then that way, if you have to leave or later, we can deal with that as a pending motion. The chair calls Marcus Allen from SD6 to speak on water resources.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marcus Allen. I'm from Senate District number 7. And what I'd like to address is a concern that water resources is not one of the top priorities, at least in the platform. The background is that in Harris County, our flood maps are outdated. They're last issued in 2007, and that precedes 3 major flooding events. And also, there's a statewide concern on water shortages, drinking water shortages. It points out that the current jurisdictional boundaries of what manages our water resources is insufficient for our current supply of drinking water and also reducing flood risk. And so I had proposed a couple resolutions. They might be in the Commerce Division here for requiring flood control across jurisdictional boundaries, county boundaries, and regulatory authorities. The second one is to provide sustainable, safe drinking water. Um, there's an example along the I-35 corridor that's been a problem for years, and we've spent billions of dollars in getting drinking water supply to the existing population. And right now, great for Texas, we are growing in population and also industry, which requires even more drinking water supply. So I think a big picture view is we've got a problem with how we're managing our water resources right now. I've sent to my district representative some language to insert. I'm not quite sure where to put that, but to highlight, just like you did 2 years ago, you highlighted that the electric grid was a priority, the infrastructure for that. And what I propose is that we do the same thing now on our water resources. We cannot have a safe Texas without drinking water supply, and we can't continue to respond to our flooding events by great responses, but still losing billions of dollars and putting many lives at risk. Thank you for your time and consideration. And James has my email with some language that you can follow on to. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Bill Duff. Bill Duff on plank 46.
I'd like to thank the committee and the subcommittee on business and commerce and transportation for the hard work they did. I watched most of it, participated in a little. My name is Bill Duff. I'm from District 11 and live in Brazoria County. Texas has 16 water regions, many of which are in persistent drought. That's not true here. Houston area and the Beaumont area, we're in regions H and I, and we're in persistent flooding. We have immense water resources that we do not use, and we need some help getting rid of them. It's a lot of the water flows into Galveston Bay, and it's very regularly no longer a saltwater bay. The northern part is as fresh as the water in your kitchen sink. And that's not good for oyster beds or shrimp. It doesn't do any good. So we have trillions of gallons of water per year rushing into the Gulf of Mexico that the rest of the state can use. We'd like to pipe it to you. We'd like to have a statewide water grid that connects to the existing pipelines scattered around the state, around Dallas, from the southeast of Dallas and going north, and from western central Texas going west, and from the panhandle coming south. We'd like to interconnect those. And there's been some legislative proposals to do just that. Here locally, we'd like to handle our water differently by converting many of our existing detention ponds, which only wastewater. They catch it, hold it for 72 hours, and drop it into the Gulf of Mexico, mostly Galveston Bay. Again, interfering with our mariculture. So we'd like to deepen those detention basins into retention basins and put the water to use. This is legal under state laws passed in the 89th legislature last year, specifically Senate Bill 7 and Senate Bill 1967. So we would simply be asking for the ability to run this water from our river basins to the drier regions of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. We need to wrap up the testimony. We have one question for you, Mr. Duff.
Could you talk about the cost of the infrastructure to do this?
Okay. Sure. When we deepen these when we deepen a detention pond, which is typically 5 or 6 feet deep, when we deepen that down to say 25 or 30 feet, the cost is zero to the taxpayer because developers all over the counties need that fill to raise their property from near the flood line to well above it. So there's no cost to the taxpayers in that. And then the state has water programs that are fully authorized and funded to pick up 75% of the cost for the plumbing, the pumps, filters, pipes, meters, that sort of thing. So it's quite inexpensive to the local taxpayers, and that water can then be piped over to water a park, go into the city municipal water treatment facility, or into the statewide water grid to come to some of your desert areas. We can transport it very inexpensively, by the way, because it's an interruptible process, and we can use almost free power when it's a windy, sunny day, and we have a surplus of renewable power, which is pretty regularly.
Great.
So,
thank you, Mr. Duff.
Harry Yarborough.
Here you are, Bro Senate District 2. I want to speak about transportation. The Public Transit Agency in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Dallas Area Rapid Transit, leaves much to be desired. They don't seem to have a clue how to run a public transit agency, and it's on a different system than the Metro is in Houston or San Antonio. We have two different chapters in the law books, Chapter 55 and Chapter 56, that regulates those. Everybody needs to be on the same chapter in those, so when people go from one part of the state to another, it's seamless, and then what the laws are all the same. They're all set up the same and everything. In the Dallas area, they have 13 member cities. 9 of those member cities wanted to pull out of the Dallas area transit. 6 of them actually had scheduled elections to pull out of the public transit. 3 of them actually had the elections. 1 of them actually did pull out because the public transit agency did concessions to the people. Some of the member cities were paying in twice as much. Like Plano was paying in $144 million into public transit, getting back something like $74 million worth of service. They're paying twice as much as what they were getting back in service. And that's if they got good service. Half the time, the buses aren't there when they're supposed to be. Sometimes the trains aren't there when they're supposed to be. The service is not good at all. We need complete and total reform on the public transit. And what needs to happen is the board needs to be elected directly by the people, not people electing the city council members and then the city council members appointing the boards. They need to be elected directly so we can have some say so and we can get rid of people who, like for 30 years, one man sat on the board and hasn't done anything, but he's appointed by 2 member cities. Used to be the mayor of one of them. Things like that. We need a direct election of the people without without that. And we also need to get rid of HOV lanes, which don't accomplish their purpose. And if we got rid of those, which only get 3 or 4% of the population driving in them, when if we got rid of those HOV designations, like in Richardson, we have 5 lanes, 3 are regular lanes, each getting 31% of the traffic. The 2 HOV lanes together get 7%, 3.5% each. Get rid of the HOV designations that each get a fifth, 20% of the traffic, and the traffic would move. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Get rid of the HOV designations, and the traffic moves. You have those, and everybody bottlenecks into the right 3 lanes. They don't accomplish their purpose. Red light cameras are already gone. And then the other thing was toll roads. We need to get rid of toll roads completely and find somehow to get the funding to pay those off and not do any more new toll roads. Toll roads are very unpopular, and it costs 10 times more to do a toll road than it does to do a highway. You have to buy so much more property. do the election and have to pay for that, and then we have to. We don't even get enough money in the tolls to pay for the maintenance and upkeep, which there's no money in the budget for the freeway. Then there's no money in the budget for the maintenance and upkeep. So we don't get enough in the tolls to pay the maintenance and upkeep. Might just pay off the original loan amount, plus loan origination fees, interest charges, all that stuff. It costs 10 times more, and having to put a fence all the way down the middle so people won't cut in and avoid the toll booths and things, and avoid the toll cameras or whatever they have now. It costs 10 times more to build it that way. We can build freeways way cheaper and put more where we need and get rid of that. And I think there's nobody in Texas that wants tollways. And we're already paying for the highways with our gasoline tax. Now we're paying again with the toll. We're paying twice for the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Yarber.
Thank you.
Melissa Beckett.
Hi, my name is Melissa Beckett. I'm from SD1. I am the Texas Field Director for Citizens for Renewing America. I just had a couple comments on Plank 46, the water. I think it's looking really great. I wouldn't want anything that is in there to be taken out. I think there's some good protections in there. A few things you might consider adding might be the need to ban large-scale exports or sale of ground and surface water to any single or private entity. We have businesses that want to make money off of our water, and we have citizens who have to come first. And then I think it'd be a good idea to require the use of non-potable water sources and non-water alternatives when they exist. I do believe that we have companies that want to make sure they have access to our water, that they own our water, and then as soon as water becomes scarce and they can make money on it, they'll take the water elsewhere and they'll use those alternatives. That is called a free option. I'm a former commodities trader. We do not need to be giving these corporations a free option by allowing them to tap into our fresh water. And then we want to make sure that we preserve the right to capture and that no one MUD or municipality has sole rights to the aquifer that runs underneath multiple entities, which is obviously a complex problem. And then lastly, I have a proposal for an additional plank. We are seeing in a lot of places where our city council, our commissioners, some government employees are signing non-disclosure agreements and hiding projects. And as I look through the platform, I was in all the different groups, I wasn't able to find any place where that's actually being addressed. And so since it is business related, if you think about it, because it's doing business with an entity in the government. And I want you to think a little bit about the purpose of NDAs or non-disclosure agreements. If there are two private entities that are looking to do business together, it makes perfect sense that they would sign a non-disclosure agreement. But if a company wants to come into a county and do business with the people of that county, they should not be able, it should be illegal for them to silence the public representatives of those people. And so if they want to come into the county, they got to do it without an NDA. They can go somewhere else. And so if they really have good intentions, they would want to be good neighbors. They would want to have conversations with the people of the county. And so I would really encourage you to add, and I have sent this language to a few people that I had emails for, that no NDAs by elected officials or government employees can be entered into, and that it should be a violation subject to fines and criminal penalties if they do. We all know that if we have laws that have no consequences, they are not laws, they are suggestions. And so I would highly recommend that we make sure that there are teeth related to this, or it will continue to go on. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Beckett. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Terry Hall.
Howdy, y'all. Terry Hall with SD24. I'm here to talk about Plank. He's going to bring it up. I think it's 49A and a new one we're proposing for 50. So I'll start with, I don't know if you want me to just do one at a time,
49.
Mr. Chair?
49A first.
Okay, we're doing, which is the CDLs. Okay. Yes. 49A. Yes, sir. Okay, so for those who don't know, I'm the founder and director of Texas Turf and Texas for Toll-Free Highways. Been working transportation issues for over 20 years in Texas. Do a lot of work on the legislative level on behalf of the grassroots and taxpayers. Used to be just toll-related stuff. Now we've had to venture into all kinds of things because when Obama took office and then Biden, well, they're coming after our cars in general. So this is about freedom to travel as well. But an issue, as I'm sure you're all aware, that has come on the scene and well, it's been on around for a while, but it's now coming into the public consciousness that there's been a huge abuses taking place by giving commercial driver's licenses to foreign truckers. You all know this. We've had deaths in Texas because of this. For those who may know, Joanne Fleming and the Grassroots America, We the People, their conservative coalition, we did a coalition letter on this, delivered it to the Trump team and to all of the relevant members on the committees on the federal level about this. I don't know if you are aware, but Texas is one of the 5 most offenders on this. Like we are in the top 5 of the country. Like we're the only red state that's in the top 5. It's really bad because we expect it from the left coast, but not in a red state. So we have a massive problem with issuing foreign drivers commercial driver's licenses. Now, while Governor Abbott has put a stop to it because Duffy basically made him. He basically is saying we're not issuing any new ones, but there's been no enforcement action to go after the bad actors that are already out there because there's thousands of these that have been issued to foreign drivers that don't speak or are not proficient in English driving on our Texas roadways. So the committee adopted the language you see there, but I'm proposing a language be that's different than this. And I don't know if you can bring that up or not, Mr. Rich, but ours I feel like is stronger, what I'm trying to propose here, because there's a language in there right there. If you look, it says to stop the CDLs being issued until strict credentialing and English language proficiency can be demonstrated. But we all know from what we've seen with the H-1B, false degrees from these Indian universities that are saying that these people are credentialed and they're not. We see the same problem with English language proficiency testing, right? So they can make it look like they're proficient in the language. They've been giving them false tests. We already know this. And so we feel like if we adopt that language, that there's a loophole in there, like a big one, that allows them to say, well, we can start issuing again as long as they can take our little English test. Our view is they should be rounded up and deported. Foreign truckers should not be taking American jobs. So that's our position, and that's the language we're proposing.
Then Ms. Hall, if you'll talk about plank 50.
Okay. So that's the CDL one. Then we feel we had a big win last session on something called right to repair. Not all of you may be familiar with that term, but I want to give you a little bit of background on it. And we're proposing that be in plank 50 that's now blank. And we did have that as a legislative priority last session, and we passed a state level right to repair law in Texas. But if you don't know, I do a lot of work on the federal level in DC as well. And we've been working with members of Congress on this. And honestly, we don't really make enough auto parts in Texas to have the impact that's needed to actually help reduce the cost of car parts to consumers unless we get a federal law also passed. So we're suggesting that we have a right to repair plank where we say we urge Congress to pass a national right to repair law protecting vehicle owners from manufacturers who impose software locks, install proprietary parts. In other words, they're doing now specialized headlights and car batteries to specific make and models of cars proprietary to that manufacturer only, so that you can't go down to AutoZone and get a regular battery anymore. Now it has to be for that Volkswagen Jetta model only. And now your cost went from $150 to $500. So this is very needed. It's going to help us get back to affordability, which, as you know, this is a huge issue for our young voters, those Trump voters that came over. We want to keep them Republicans. And this is one of the ways we can do it. to continue on, it says, we want these into vehicles that can be used standard, affordable parts, easy to repair in order to force, they do this by planned obsolescence is my point. And they're trying to force drivers into buying new vehicles through planned obsolescence, and Texans should own their vehicle data and should be able to hire independent auto repair shops or the mechanic of their choice. Because that's another thing they're doing is they're not letting you have the data. So for instance, if you've got like a light that goes on for your engine light, check engine light, they're making it now that independent auto shops don't get access to know what's wrong with your car. So now they're going to shut down all of our independent auto shops, in addition to being dealer monopolies and manufacturer proprietary parts. So this is why all of this is necessary. And we're asking Congress to act to stop these predatory practices used by manufacturers and dealer monopolies that can keep Texans from accessing basic parts to keep their cars in working order. And in our view, this is also a property rights issue. Because do you really own your car? If the auto dealer or the manufacturer can keep you from keeping it in working order. And if you are spending tens of thousands of dollars on a vehicle that now has to be replaced every 5 to 8 years because of planned obsolescence, that's a lot of money, and our young people aren't making the salaries these days to ever be able to afford that. We need them to be independent. So this is an affordability issue, property rights issue. We ask for your support.
Thank you. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes and stand in recess, and we have a couple of members that
Question?
Oh, a question for Ms. Hall?
Hmm?
Okay, well, I'm going to dismiss the members that have to go to the SREC so they have time. Terry,
Ms. Hall?
Terry, you got questions from the committee?
Yes.
Solomon Bachman, SD23.
Are you over there? There you are.
Sorry.
Hi.
I definitely agree with you on right to repair. I think that it needs to be wider. You wouldn't have any language that didn't just include vehicles.
So you want consumer products too, probably. Yes.
Well,
I don't have language on that. I mean, this is the right plank to put it in, though. I mean, the right section of the platform, I would think, because it's business, commerce, and transportation.
Absolutely.
So if you all want to come up with that, I don't have any handy for that. But that our state bill that passed does include, it's all of it. It's the consumer products, so like your Apple iPhone, the obsolescence on your laptops. It's all the same stuff. Y'all know.
Do we have the language right now?
Yes, I'm getting it to him. He has it, but I don't think he's able to
Just
look
for
it
the
up real easily.
just for the committee's awareness, it is my intention as chair to offer an amendment on the right to repair in place of there's a deleted plank 50. So I'm going to recommend that we put it there. I will also have an amendment for 49A to address the few changes that she had suggested with regard to the CDLs that were in there. So, is there anyone else here who wants to testify on anything related to the business, commerce, and transportation area of the platform? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes. I'm not intentionally forgetting. I got 7 different pieces of paper up here with people signed on it. So Rick Barnes speaking on plank 30, 27, and number 40. Floor is yours, Mr. Barnes.
I'm going to give a sec. Does everybody that needs to leave, are they leaving?
Yeah, they'll make it.
All right. My name's Chris Barnes again, precinct SD5. I'm 3 different platform planks, so I'm going to kind of shotgun it. I'm going to start with 27 because that's the quickest one. And I spoke to the subcommittee on this one. I don't know if it got into the platform that y'all are looking at or not. Basically, I had made a motion for an amendment to strike number 4 from 27, which number 4 says to repeal the Lacey Act. I believe we should keep the Lacey Act. The Lacey Act really doesn't have, it's not a business regulation. The Lacey Act has to do with prohibits trade in wildlife, fish, plants, and other illegally taken animals and transportation. The only argument that I've been able to find for getting rid of the Lacey Act is for people that trade in exotic animals, things that are not native to the United States, such as poisonous snakes from Africa and things like that. Okay. Number 30. This was a big one that I did. I'm going to hit the high points of what I asked for. Basically, the hard part of this was that I would like to modify Chapter 395 of the Local Government Code to give counties the authority to utilize impact fees. Counties do not have that right now. And so when a company such as a solar farm, a wind farm, data centers, they want to build something, the county has no way to charge that developer anything to recover the cost of the increased services that they're going to be required to put in, whether it's new power plant or fire stations or anything, roads, whatever. I believe that counties should have the ability to do that if they want to. Currently, they do not even have the ability to utilize that. And number 40 has to do with water rights. Again, this was a big one that I spent a lot of time on. I did these separately in the subcommittee. The biggest part of what I'm asking for is to replace local MUDs with a unified aquifer management district. Aquifers frequently, they span multiple counties. So it doesn't have any sense to have a MUD manage an aquifer for only their small portion. It needs to be managed much in the way that river systems are managed when you have river authorities that manage an entire river system. Similar to that, and it's a property rights issue for aquifers. Currently, the state uses something called the right of first capture for water. That is basically the same thing that they had back in the old Spindletop days when oil was first discovered, where you had 100 oil wells on a 10-acre plot, and whoever could pump the water out or the oil out first got the oil. The landowner got nothing. That's the way it is for water right now. Somebody that wants to drill a well, they can pump as much out as they want to, and the landowners sitting on top of that water get nothing. That needs to change because they should own the water mineral just like they own oil or any other mineral below their property. Question?
Yes, I do. On your water proposal, are you
Which part?
plank 40?
Okay.
Are you proposing to get rid of mud completely or?
Yes, I believe. Well, the MUDs that handle the aquifers.
Okay.
There are MUDs that do other things besides aquifers.
Okay.
But MUDs that are specific, or if it's a MUD that controls multiple things, remove their aquifer management and put it under a centralized aquifer management for that aquifer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you.
Okay, the committee's going to stand in recess until 3:10, just to give everybody an opportunity to take a break. And then when we come back, we're going to work from 3:10 till at least 5:30 on business, commerce, transportation, and energy issues. If we finish that, we'll move in early into state affairs.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we continue. We just got back from lunch unless somebody has some business to do.
Restroom.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's why I get to be the chair.
Down the hall.
My tongue's fine. And want energy side.
Tomorrow? We're running some issues. We have to run issues.
Wasn't trying to get
The thing I presented, no one's complaining right now. We'll get it all done.
We've had three. Had three
on
different.
the out.
We've had three different people testify on multiple plank. Can they testify in every plank? I mean,
Right.
I mean, I don't think it is.
You mean where they do research? I know I would like it to be standardized that.
Yeah, that's fine.
My ideal process it got rejected at my S level. So I proposed that needed to have advanced affiliation of at least like where we are cycle before they were allowed to serve the I searched.
Yes, we just got down about.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can ask.
You do that.
uh,
Technically, yeah. Still having issues with
And, do you know when we're doing state affairs?
I'm getting you an answer. I'm not. Not. You. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at 9:30. It's right after business. Maybe sign your name and next to it, right? State affairs. Phone.
We adopted.
Or good.
Lions out her. Okay.
Conversation may go south quick.
I think it's.
What's it?
I feel like I like the chair.
That might have been.
Fan of that.
He does live in front. Maybe it was. Gonna figure a title for this.
Yeah, it was several.
I guess get Merrick.
Yeah, this tea, that might have been one.
Are you? That's right. You're here for and you got to try. Want to know?
Yeah, I don't know.
You drove down here first, all right? That information with it spread around. Let's hear what it is.
Let's hear.
That is essentially a
Yeah, that was it.
That was it.
Yeah, it was.
Amazing.
Yeah, that
You know, I
I
knew
had a PDF of it because somebody PDF'd it. Yeah, that's hilarious. Well, I'm Beth Casper.
second.
Change your name and try this. About that. Small world.
Somebody who actually benefited from it. No, I get.
Yes, something like that. Enough.
Well,
Like that. That's where I was. Yeah. Oh, is something on this committee? Guess what?
He wants us to do that or no?
That's kind of basic. Yeah, a little extreme. That's funny though. That is funny.
Yes, is where you do for like for yeah. So we're taking what depends on what issue you're doing. What happened? It's in the is it transportation?
Oh, yeah.
Energy system. Okay, let's get you signed up then, and
Yeah. Place said it here. It's Bob's.
There's Starbucks. So if you
Had to work them.
it's something you could do is get those right at the bottom. So order from them to go.
And
There's a place a little further away. See you around. So that's a bit of a walk. I would say Starbucks
yeah,
and Papa Dough.
I was there this morning.
Yeah. We can order like Uber Eats now. Hey James, what's up?
Yeah, solid Starbs, Starbucks, sandwich.
Great.
You can do that for me.
What function do you work? Yeah.
I need a crew member. 99 issues to agree with, but what we don't, right.
Houston Hoover Dam. I know.
It's I was kind of functionally what you do. Like in finance,
IT.
Well, he said it would cost nothing. It'd be free.
Yeah.
I'm only technical enough to do my job well.
Yeah. What kind of solution?
IT services.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
Yes.
yeah, I work against. Well, I got. We'll talk. That's what kind of like in the sales civic work. Like carrier.
all day long too. I guess if it's my
Yeah, all the contractors. So of course, I got to work with the guys. All the time. Talk to clearance and intelligence. Everything got. I don't. They don't to tell me the dirty secrets.
How long you been there?
I do hope to get my clearance. I would love to go.
yeah, that would be so.
I actually applied for a job within technical manager or something. AppCom, those type of games.
Did you ever apply to the U.S. Tech Force? No, they were doing that. They had like.
No, I don't know much about.
Oh yeah, it's by open.
But some ways I feel like I'm like,
Federal government to get info tech. You do like analyst roles. You can do project
What is
manager
this?
roles. U.S. Tech. It's sponsored by the U.S. And you could get a role.
well, so
Yes, no, absolutely. Agency.
I didn't know.
I'll certainly look into that.
No, but they kind of get.
They have a good job.
They kind of get going a little longer. They're like, hey, look, we need.
Kind of fun.
Yeah,
Then again, like I will be sacrificing
I
stability I have right now.
yes, under advisement.
Oh,
Our department has
It wasn't a critique. It was just
kept us that way, and like really everyone else had to go.
Ever in office?
Yeah, and this place, that's why I moved to Austin. I don't when you got in the office, take a week. You tell you don't gotta go in.
Just like, are you? You're like, okay.
Yeah, I like something I'm saying.
yes.
I like it.
Give them more leeway.
It's sort of why our
For
club.
someone to come up here and bloviate on every 10th or 20th Starbucks line. But yeah, but it's not. If they have some. Deal with you. Otherwise.
SREC, I think.
No, I know.
My SD.
Oh, Brian.
Leah Copeland. She's a big Taiwan.
That's right.
She's from Taiwan. Her mom.
Kathy comes.
Gets her dogs. Yes. It's true. It truly is her dog. I talked to you like your dog. So
That's right.
that's exactly right.
Got 1 minute till we start. 1 minute.
You're in my room?
The other stuff about diplomatics and international organizations.
Yeah. If you want to come testify on pretty.
Wait a second.
Reaction to me.
My mom always talking. Back home when you become.
Did you know, have any specific wording? It looks like they didn't change that blanket. 25. Like 25.
Would you study?
Computer information.
Oh, okay. That's
But yeah.
They're better later in the afternoon. They're better later in the afternoon.
Exactly.
You're good. That's good.
on the team that helps make progress.
All right. If I can get the committee to reconvene, I'd appreciate it. I want to, during the break there, we had one other person sign up to testify, David Nash. Did he leave? Oh, no, there he is.
Yes. It's a grand ball ruby.
Yes, my name's David Nash. I'm with Senate District 24 in Gillespie County. I had three planks that I had amended. I had a recommend amendments, and let's see here. It's in Energies 47. I don't know if y'all have something to refer to from the committee.
Yep, we do.
Okay.
But go ahead, keep talking.
So anyway, the last sentence, I wanted to add 500-meter fire break setback around battery facilities on the last sentence of 47, and then similar to that, last sentence of 48. is the same thing because it also relates to setbacks. And then committee member, could you help me with the other one that I had, the last one? The number on that one? I'm sorry, I just
You didn't put it down here. Just so you know, with regard to 48, it says we urge the state to require at a minimum of 547-yard fire break setback on solar and around battery facilities.
Yeah, it's because we decided to
It's already so
make it yards.
The subcommittee adopted that already.
Okay, so the last one was to. I'm sorry, I've got another one. It had to do with. Could I sit back and get my notes together?
Sure.
I'll be right back. So I won't take too much time. Thanks. Did you have any questions on this one?
No.
Okay.
Okay, while he's working on getting his notes, I know we have some amendments to do on this. We've already had a motion to adopt the subcommittee report, and we've had a second. So that puts the entirety of planks 25 through 61, and whatever additions may or may not have been there. I know that there are committee members that have some things that they want to work on in doing this. We need to make sure that we get Dr. Townsend his copies of whatever language we have. I know Carl Isett had some. I know we were working on right to repair over here, and I know there's language that I want to change in the commercial driver's license issue, which I will get to you in just a second. So, let's just go through it. Is there anybody that needs to change anything with regard to plank 25, municipal preemption?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Peter Wrench, SD10, yes. State Representative Andy Hopper is on his way to our room. He wants to address planks 25 and 30.
Okay.
Should be here within a few minutes.
Okay. Anybody have any changes to 26 besides me? No, not 20. I don't have any changes to 26. I'm sorry. For what? On what? Yeah. Or here, just go testify and tell us who you are. You don't need to write it down.
Hello, I'm Molly Vogt in Senate District 25 and Comal County, and I work with American Energy Works and also am a delegate. And I wanted to add two things to the electric grid plank. The first one is to require all power generators participating in ERCOT to meet uniform reliability performance standards. The second one is to require transmission planning and cost allocation policies to adhere to a cost causation principle, ensuring that entities creating the need for new transmission facilities bear the associated cost. Texas ratepayers should not be compelled to subsidize transmission expansion undertaken primarily to accommodate weather-dependent generation resources. This is in regards to the 765 kV built out.
Is that it? That was quick. I like that. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Nash, you ready? Okay, you keep going. You keep looking. We'll do it. Plank 26, licensing. Anybody have any amendments or discussions with regard to plank 26? You have an amendment? Okay, you wanna add an amendment right now?
Sure.
Okay.
This is for a new plank.
Yep.
Okay. I would like to propose that we add a new plank. I'll email it to Dr. Townsend. It's to address the Texas physician shortage. We call upon the Texas legislature to address Texas's growing physician shortage by significantly expanding graduate medical education funding and residency slots for American medical students, especially in high need specialties, enacting loan assistance and retention incentives for American trained physicians, and promoting telehealth and rural infrastructure through public-private partnerships.
So let's get that to Rick, and we'll call this 26A. is where we'll stick it. Do we? Yeah, I'm talking about 26 capital A, not 26 lowercase a.
Should be over.
Mr. Isaac? Carl. Carl? Mr. Nash, do you have what you were looking for?
Yes, I apologize.
Okay.
David Nash.
Yep. Go ahead and finish while
Okay.
we're working on.
Okay, so anyway, it's on plank 41, and this may have been already decided on. I don't know. On A, it would read cyber attacks on grids computerized command and control system, and then I added a comma, including prohibition of foreign adversary components. And like I say, I don't know whether y'all addressed that already or not.
Okay, so that was related to plank 41?
41 in the clause A.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, do we have Amanda's language up?
You may have given it to me. Was there a title with that?
Yeah, it's I think I put in the title of my email, but it's address Texas physician shortage. I tried to put it in the email title, but maybe I could do it a different way next time so it's more clear.
Okay, we're good, sir.
All right, so we have an amendment to create a new plank, currently labeled 26A up on the screen. Rick, can you read it for us real quick? Rick, can you read it for us?
Title address Texas physician shortage. We call upon the Texas legislature to address Texas's growing physician shortage by significantly expanding graduate medical education funding and residency slots for American medical students, especially in high need specialties, enacting loan assistance and retention incentives for American trained physicians, and promoting telehealth and rural infrastructure through public-private partnerships.
Great. Is there a second for Amanda's amendment?
Second.
Any discussion?
This is Roxanne Tyrock, Senate District 29, speaking in favor of this proposed plank. There's data published by the National Center for Health Workforce Analysis projecting a demand for 1,151,220 physicians by the year 2038. and it takes a long time to train a physician. So we have a lot of work to do to fill that projected gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If there's no further discussion, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment that Amanda offered as 26A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment is adopted. Does anyone have any changes to plank 27?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Peter Wrench, SD10, point of personal privilege. Could we allow State Representative Hopper to address plank 25 and 30 since he's arrived?
Sure.
So that will get back on sequential order.
Sure.
Thank you. I believe he has some specific brief wording, to offer us.
Yeah, committee, thank you very much for letting me say a few words. Background on this very quickly is just the fact that over and over in this legislative session, we were asked to pass legislation under the guise of personal property rights that were basically opening the door for infringement upon existing landowners. I don't think that was the intent. I think that I'm just offering a couple small changes to plank 25 and plank 30. Do you want me to offer both of those right now or just plank 25?
Let's start with 25.
Right. So for 25, I'm asking just to add one sentence to the end that states preemption shall not be applied expansively to benefit developers at the expense of existing citizens and property owners.
So you'll have to read that real slowly so Rick can
Sure.
get it in there. And Mr. Wrench, we're going to consider this to be your amendment.
That's right.
The work?
Preemption shall not be applied expansively to benefit developers at the expense of existing citizens and property owners. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So moved.
Expansively to benefit developers.
Yes. I'm sorry?
They're like,
At the expense of existing citizens and property owners.
Yep.
Yes.
It's the right language. Okay. Mr. Wrench has offered a amendment to plank 25. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment is adopted. Representative Hopper, why don't you come up and let's do 30 while you're here.
So the changes I'm suggesting to plank 30 are just slightly more interesting. So in the first sentence of plank 30, I'm asking us to add a comma after consumers and add the words provided that such easing shall not involve passing on costs to existing property owners. Okay.
Motion to amend.
And yeah, there's a couple changes to this. Do you want me to go each sentence at a time?
No.
Yeah, let's get the whole paragraph done.
Okay. After the words circumvent these laws, which I think is like the second or third sentence.
Second sentence.
There you go. We support statutory tools not schools. Yes, capital W. For cities and counties comma, such as impact fees, comma, impact fees, FEES, to ensure that the burden of development is entirely borne by those who benefit from the development, comma, not on existing property owners. So that's the entire change to plank 30.
That's my motion to amend, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wrench has offered a motion to amend with the language offered by Representative Hopper. There's been a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment? The chair hearing none, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as offered with regard to plank 30. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Wrench.
Thank you.
Moving back to plank 27, the reduced business regulations. Are there any committee amendments with regard to plank 27? The chair will recognize Mr. Isid for an explanation of a new plank to be added as plank 27A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates,
Rick, you should have this emailed from Carl Isid.
I will give you just some background. I told you the other day, I served 7 terms in the House. Several of those terms were on the Insurance Committee. And in full disclosure, I told the my subcommittee that I was honored to chair that I am a registered lobbyist, and one of my clients are the independent roofers. Think of a guy, a truck, and a ladder. The business is that sector of the industry is cut up into 2 pieces. The big guys who have great big buildings and lots of crew and then you have the little guys, the guys with a truck and a ladder, the guys just trying to feed their families. So a couple of sessions ago, I think it was in the 23 session, maybe the 21 session, but a bill was passed that would require homeowners to pay 100% of their deductible prior to getting the second check. You always get a first check after they look at it, and then you get a second check, but you have to pay 100% of your deductible. So if you think about somebody on a fixed income, say they're living on like a retired teacher or something like that, and their home values have gone up, and now their house that was $100,000 is now $200,000, and they have a 2% deductible. That means they need $4,000 cash. And you can just start multiplying that as you go up to maybe a $400,000 house, you have to have $8,000 cash to pay the roofer. Now, what the problem is with that is that the roofer has no contract with the insurance company. The contract with the roofer is with the homeowner, and the homeowner has a contract with the insurance company. And what they did was they created a legal fiction, and by adherence, they made the roofer responsible for things in the contract between the insurance company and the homeowner, to which the roofer was not a party. So now, because the small roofers don't have as much overhead, they have made it where they can't be cost competitive. And the big roofers, this was to the big roofers' advantage. So now the small roofers, to be legal, now have to collect 100% of the deductible. They can't give that retired teacher or that retired veteran a discount, a veteran's discount of 10%. If they do, it's now a criminal penalty. It is a violation of the insurance code. So they're basically in a tight spot. So what this has done then, and when you think about it, is it has increased the costs for almost all roofs replaced in Texas. So to the advantage of the big contractors. So But you also have where the insurance company doesn't have to make that second check because the person simply didn't have it and they just did it off the books. So you put everybody in a bad spot. You don't want to commit insurance fraud. The small roofers don't want to commit insurance fraud, but they have to do that in order not to be charged with a crime. But what I am attempting to do, and with this resolution, is to give the homeowner more access to a competitive market, and also to try to rein in some of the silly regulations that are passed by the state to the benefit of the insurance companies. If you think about how your insurance bill is going up at the same time the legislature is trying to drive down property taxes, you can see they're taking a big chunk of that property tax cut, and that's what this will do. This will not make my client a penny more, won't make me a penny more, but it would create a positive market and allow the small guy to compete against the little guy. Price, quantity, and quality. That's what we make decisions on. And what they did with this bill that they passed, you can't compete in price anymore. You have to take the full deductible. So they had always operated, Bob Bullock had written years ago, had written that when you give the deductible to the roofer, it's his money and he can do whatever he wants to do with his money. And so in this legal fiction they created, the roofer has no say in basically having to ask you for the full amount of the deductible. And very few people, I think less than 8% of the population, have more than $8,000 in savings in America. So I think that's the last statistic I read. But anyway, that's what I'm trying to attempt here, is to rein in laws that have been passed that put undue burden on homeowners, and they're also have been limiting your ability to seek redress against that insurance company. And that's what I'm trying to do. Oh, yeah. And the big roofers want to license the little roofers and create huge hurdles of entry into the market, which is anti-competitive. We all know it's anti-competitive. And the only reason you license anything is so they can make more money. Okay. I'm finished preaching.
Mr. Isett has offered an amendment to create a new plank 27A. Is there a second to the amendment? There is a second. Is there any discussion of the amendment?
So we made some very minor wording changes to make the sentences flow. If we could read that, I'll read that if that's okay.
Please read that for us.
So the title is Homeowners' Rights and Protection. The Texas legislature should immediately take action to rescind all current laws that unnecessarily put the homeowner at risk for greater out-of-pocket exposure and expense while benefiting insurance companies and limiting homeowners' right to seek redress. The Texas legislature shall reconsider other previous actions that act to the detriment of Texans by raising their exposure to higher out-of-pocket expenses and limits their ability to seek redress. Limiting, okay.
If there's no further discussion, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to create plank 27A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, plank 27A is adopted.
Thank you, members and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Plank 28, that is the same as what's in the 2024. If there's any amendments to that, please speak up. Plank 29, any changes needed? Plank 29.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Solomon Bachman, SD23. I have a amendment to add a plank after 29 on right to repair, which should be in Mr. Townsend's inbox.
Okay. So we will now consider the right to repair as plank 29A. And we'll have Mr. Townsend get it up on there. While that's happening, is there a second to that motion? There's a second. So we'll get the language up here and we'll take a vote. Go ahead and read it for us, Mr. Townsend.
Repair.
Mr. Townsend, that's not the language that I sent you.
That's
That is not the language that he sent you.
This was from Terry Hall. Was there a different message from you?
Yes, I added consumer electronics and
He wants to be able to
agricultural
repair
equipment.
everything without the government knowing about it.
Would you like to read that one?
That long one? No. Members, if you want to take a look at the screen, you'll see it's a lengthy amendment with regard to right to repair and includes consumer electronics in addition to what we had testimony on. So I'll give everybody just a quick opportunity to take a look at it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
May I make a comment on it?
Sure.
The only thing I see about this fabulous language, we have a state law that already passed that addresses all of it. Ours was geared toward directing Congress to get a national law of this nature. So I don't know if we need to make that distinction here or not, because they might just blow it off because they think, oh, we already did that last session, we're good, and move on. So maybe we need to say we're urging Congress, because that part did get taken out. Just saying.
I can, I assume I can suggest an amendment to my amendment without process.
That's correct, because it's your amendment.
One moment. So we urge Congress to protect at the beginning of the first paragraph, if the U.S., however we want to phrase that, Rick.
He did. Not only that, he disclosed it, but stuff as well. And we adopted a rule. And it was actually. We good? Very good. So the amendment that is on the screen has been offered and seconded. Is there any discussion of the amendment? Which is what's the number we're calling this one? 27? 29A. Is there any discussion of amendment 29A as offered? The chair hearing none, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment 29A. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The amendment is adopted. We already took care of plank 30. Yes. Okay. Let's make. Second. So there's been an amendment offered and seconded. Let's get the language to Mr. Townsend so we can put it up on the screen so everybody can see it. Just want to let everybody know when we get to 32 on Texas currencies, everybody's required to donate to the chair whatever Texas currency they may have. It's in the rules. They just passed it a little while ago. So it includes crypto.
Would you like me to read it, sir?
Please go ahead.
So it reads 30A, no backdoor deals, prohibit elected officials from entering into non-disclosure agreements, NDAs in parentheses, with private businesses, companies, corporations, and institutions. That's it.
Very good. Amendment 30A has been offered and seconded. Is there any discussion of the amendment? There being none, the question occurs on the adoption of plank 30A. All those in favor say aye.
Sorry, Chairman.
Hold on. Yes.
Chairman, sorry, I had to walk back to the microphone. We're asking if there was any discussion,
Yes. Is there any discussion?
and I do believe that we should support this, of course. But I would also like to make an amendment.
Okay, so you're going to offer an amendment to the amendment.
This is on 30, on the 30A. If it could simply say, violations shall be subject to fines or criminal penalties.
Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment? There is a second. Mr. Townsend, can you add that language for us to consider the amendment to the amendment?
It's in there.
It's in there? Great. So the question now occurs on the amendment to the amendment, which relates to there being fines and penalties for the violation. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? There being none, the question occurs on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment is accepted. We're now back on the amendment as amended with regard to 30A. Is there any further discussion of the amendment as amended? There being none, the question occurs on the amendment as amended 30A. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The amendment as amended is adopted. Plank 31. Anybody, anything, plank 31? Plank 32? Plank 33? Oh, this is good. I'm going to try this. Plank 34, 35, 36, and 37, and 38. Any issues that need to be addressed with regard to retirement, savings, and unions? Great. Under energy and environment, plank 39, let's just say these would probably have some. So plank 39, plank 40, plank 41.
Chairman, I have an amendment
With regard to 41?
for 41.
Okay.
Under D, we would add E. Require all power generators participating in ERCOT to meet uniform reliability performance standards.
Okay.
And F, Dr. Townsend has the language. I can read it if you want me to.
And F?
So I have E, require all power generators participating in ERCOT to meet uniform reliability performance standards.
And then there's another one below that.
No. I don't think I have F.
Require transmission planning and cost allocation policies to adhere to a cost causation principle, ensuring that entities creating the need for new transmission facilities bear the associated costs. Texas ratepayers should not be compelled to subsidize transmission expansion undertaken primarily to accommodate weather-dependent generation resources.
Okay, I do have that one. Require transmission planning and cost allocation policies to adhere to a cost causation principle, ensuring that entities creating the need for new transmission facilities bear the associated costs.
Yes.
Very good. With regard to plank 41, we have an amendment offered to create a sub E and F. Is there a second to the motion? Anyone?
Over here.
Very good. There is a second. Is there any discussion with regard to the additions of E and F? There being none, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment creating E and F under plank 41. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Anybody have anything on plank 43? Plank 44.
Plank for 44, a new plank after 44.
After 44. So this would be an amendment to create a 44A.
So I've emailed, let me just make sure it got to Dr. Townsend. Should have. Yep. Okay, so this is a flood mitigation grant, state surplus for local protection. We call upon the Texas legislature to expand and prioritize state grant programs utilizing the current budget surplus to assist cities and counties in advancing critical flood mitigation projects and/or warning systems along the Gulf Coast, in the Hill Country, and across Texas, thereby relieving local taxpayers of expensive federal FEMA unfunded mandates while protecting lives, property, and infrastructure. These grants shall be awarded only after rigorous cost-benefit analysis and shall be subject to annual independent performance audits, measurable flood risk reduction metrics, and clawback provisions for misuse or inefficiency. All administered with maximum local control, transparency, and accountability to ensure rapid, effective flood protection without expanding state bureaucracy.
We have an amendment to offer war and peace. No, that's fine. So as long as Rick's got the language there.
Second.
There's a second. I'll give everybody an opportunity to read the language. You already got it up there, Rick?
I do.
Okay, great. Give everybody just a moment to look at the language if you'd like to. Yes, ma'am. Well, we get to do whatever we want, or whatever the will of the committee is what we get to do. So I don't necessarily disagree with you, but that's okay. Yeah.
And right now they passed it and it has to go
We're working on an author's perfecting amendment to get it down to Huckleberry Finn instead of War and Peace.
so that it can happen. Keep trying to skill platforms coming up with things as well as eat fairs. So let's like slightly shorter. It's like 75% of it. I just sent it. Yes.
Rick, the author has sent you a perfecting amendment and without objection to substitute.
I'm just waiting for it to come through by email.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move the previous question.
With regard to the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question occurs on the amendment as perfected by the author. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is accepted. Sorry, I lost my place. I don't think very many people voted, but there's been a call for the yays and nays. All those in favor of the Platform 44A amendment, please raise your hand.
What was the amendment?
40.
Just sent you.
This is yes. Can you get it?
Hold on just a second. Y'all don't hold it. Yeah, put your hands back down.
Sorry.
Okay, it just came through.
What are we doing? What are we doing? We can't. Okay, so put it down. Okay.
Did these get considered committee?
have the new language. It also was called to my attention that the title you sent had two different titles. I suspect you may have inadvertently put that together with a previous formatting. So is it flood mitigation grants or is it state surplus for local protection? This doesn't have, I don't think this has to, does this have to do with floods or state surplus for local protection?
It's using the state surplus to locally to provide local protection of flood mitigation efforts. I could change it to state surplus for local flood mitigation grants or flood mitigation.
There's already flood mitigation in 44.
Oh,
So I'm proposing state surplus for local protection against flooding.
okay, that works.
All right, the question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 44A. All those in favor of the adoption of the Amendment 44A as offered on the screen, please indicate by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 in favor. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The amendment 44A is adopted. Moving on through the subcommittee report, plank 45 tidelands and resources. 46 water resources.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Jim O'Bear, SD1. With regard to what Ms. Melissa Beckett said, I took those key 4 points and plugged them in, and I have emailed Dr. Rick, and it's not a lot. It's basically like one sentence, and the rest is pretty much the same.
This is in 46 or 45?
46.
46. Okay, so you're offering that as an amendment?
I am.
Okay, is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
There is a second. Rick, if you can get that on the screen
Okay.
for us.
Could you maybe, yeah.
Do what? Oh, okay. Okay. Carl. I need you to take over his chair. We're literally just going through each one of them, ask if they have any new ones to review, and see if we're being wrong with. I just want you to take over his chair. The SRC something, I'll be. Just for the committee's information, I have to run over to the SRC meeting real quick and give them an update on where we're at, and I will be right back. If we get hung up on anything, just take a quick break. But I'm going to hand the gavel over to Carl Isett so we can continue moving forward. Right now, they're working on amendment to 46. Oh.
probably be me.
Ready?
The guy who's supposed to be trying here is, do you know what the guy right now? So he's in charge. Well, this is his first job. Trey is at the SREC. Yeah, but he's a ex rep and whatever.
I think we're still waiting on that. Did we ever, did the amendment ever get written? Is this the amendment we were waiting on?
Leadership.
It was my understanding that they were working.
We do have the amendment on 46 water resources and is on the screen, or I could read it if you prefer.
Why don't you do that if you would?
Some of you in the corners can't see it because of the atrocious room setup, but don't tell RPT that I said that. So midway after local water security while preserving existing lawful water rights, the added language is Texas shall prohibit the large-scale export or sale of groundwater or surface water to any single private entity when such transfers threaten local water security, agriculture, or economic sustainability. Texas shall preserve the rule of capture and ensure that no single groundwater conservation district, municipality, or other governmental entity possesses exclusive rights to an aquifer that extends beneath multiple jurisdictions or landowners.
Members, you've heard the amendment. Is there any discussion?
We have a chance to read it.
Passion, please.
So, Mr. Mattingly, so the language that I just got from this gentleman, is that part of this same amendment?
Dr. Townsend, no, it would be an amendment after this amendment to add to the end.
Members, do you have any questions of the author of the amendment? Okay, there's amendment before you. Do I hear a second? Does I hear a motion to adopt?
Yeah, yes, I had made the motion to amend as
adopted as amended.
Yes.
Right here.
I have a question for the author. Can I ask, please?
Yes.
What's the reference to groundwater conservation districts? Because they don't possess rights to the water; they just manage it. So I'm curious what the intent is.
Are you more leaning towards the underground aquifers or the inner water basin transfers when you say that?
Aquifers.
Okay, so I'm not going to mention this guy named Kyle Bass that y'all might know or heard of. He's wanting to tap into the Carrizo aquifer and pump large amounts of water out, and it runs under multiple states. And I don't believe he should have sole rights to that. So if you have municipalities that have multiple municipalities that have aquifers running over underneath them, if one municipality or mud or whoever starts pumping it, they want to contain all water rights. And then the water interbasin transfer is basically there is a big reservoir that they want to build in Northeast Texas and pump it all the way to Dallas. And Fort Worth is putting in a mega data center and said they have plenty of water to supply the data center and their residents. But the other part of the Dallas Fort Worth is saying they don't have enough water. So they're not on the same page and they're just trying to take and destroy property, land, and reservoirs from one basin area to another. I know that's a lot of information. Just so
No, and I'm aware of that project. But for example, there's groundwater conservation districts that are single county, and so in Blanco County, we have the Blanco Pedernales Groundwater Conservation District, and their sole purpose is to manage the aquifer, the water in the Ellenberger Aquifer and Trinity Aquifer. And so all permitting for wells goes through the Groundwater Conservation District. Would this eliminate their ability to require permitting?
I don't see where it would.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
I see where they would just all have to work together. You know, I mean, shouldn't eliminate any permitting.
Members, there's a motion before you do. I hear a second. We have a second.
Mr. Chairman, can I make an amendment to the amendment? Or do I need to do a separate amendment to treat
Oh, if you're going to
another
the amendment, we need
sentence?
to do it now.
Okay, so it doesn't affect his wording. It would be in the next sentence. So is that a separate amendment?
No, we can do an amendment to the amendment.
Sure.
If you wish.
Okay.
It is germane?
Yes. Before the semicolon after alternative water technologies, can we add including but not limited to?
I'm sorry, can you refer to what line that's in or where?
It's like the very last sentence. So it's the sentence after the added amendment.
Oh, okay.
So there's a semicolon.
Before support desalination?
No, after that, it's so that we have the list: support desalination, recycling, conservation. Then it would be, you would strike and. Well, no, actually, you'd leave the and. Alternative water technologies. Because that's already in there. But yes. Okay. Including but not limited to utilizing non-potable water sources. Or other non-water, so non-water alternatives whenever feasible.
Point of order. How are we going to split up these amendments? Because what if I am in favor of one but not the other?
And I think that
on the amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to back.
We're going to vote on the amendment.
Maybe make this a separate amendment after all. Okay. So if you could save that language and okay. So let's just go ahead and, are you good with the amendment? What is drafted above? There's a motion on the floor and a seconded to accept the original amendment as perfected by the author. And I think that the sentence you want to add should be a second amendment. I'm sorry. And I thought you were going to be in the same, add something to what he wrote. Okay. I get it. My bad. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I have the God voice.
Mr. Chair, I want to make a motion to withdraw my amendment to the amendment, and I'll make that amendment separately.
Thank you. Any objection to her withdrawing of the amendment? Her amendment to the amendment is withdrawn for the time being. So the motion is now still on the floor for adopting the perfected amendment as written, and it has been seconded. Do I hear Any other conversation? Then all in favor of the adoption of the amendment as perfected, say aye.
Aye.
Say no if you don't.
Nay.
So the amendment is adopted. Now, I recognize, the chair recognizes, where'd she go? There she is.
Like to add
Okay. You're recognized now for a motion to amend section 46.
Is that good? Mr. Chairman, we do have that language in there, and if I could make a suggestion, when we have a break, we probably, there's a lot of Texas shall, Texas shall, Texas shall. It would probably be more in keeping with the rest of the style that later on we'll put this into bullet points, but for now, we can probably just consider the language as is.
I understand you'll clean that up. Okay, thank you. Members, is there any discussion on the amendment? Chairs hears none.
I have a new amendment.
Yeah, we need to finish this. And then we'll recognize you for that. So do I hear a motion to adopt the amendment?
Yes, so
Do
moved.
I hear a second? I have a second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the amendment in section 46, on blank 46. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. Who called that they had an amendment?
Right here.
I'd like to add require data centers to disclose water use, recover infrastructure costs, prioritize reclaimed water, recycle waste, heat to protect aquifers / grid.
Where do you want that? At the end? Okay, can you read it slowly for me and I'll put it in? Did you send it to me? Okay.
146?
Okay. I'm not sure how long it'll take you to get it sent, but if you want to just read it, I can put it in.
Require data centers to disclose water use, comma, recover infrastructure costs, comma.
If you can track it all with where I am, just don't get too far ahead. So I'm up to we require data centers to disclose water use,
comma, recover infrastructure costs, comma, prioritize reclaimed water, comma, recycle waste heat to protect aquifers / grid. Period.
Is that it? Was that seconded?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion of the amendment to blank 46? There being no discussion, the question occurs on the amendment to blank 46. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment to blank 46 is adopted.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Cade Mattingly, SD3. I move to amend blank 46 by inserting at the end of the last sentence, and Dr. Townsend has this language, a new sentence which reads, "We support deepening detention basins to retention ponds and a statewide water grid to transfer excess flood water areas affected by drought."
Second.
There's been an amendment and a second, and we'll let Dr. Townsend get the language up there and then we'll vote.
It's in yellow, just to highlight.
It's in yellow. Great. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
I can speak to the amendment if need be.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
By show of hands, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 in favor. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to Plank 46?
Roxanne Tyrock, SD 29. I would like to insert, or I would like to propose an amendment that would be a sentence after the recent amendment about data centers. Reading as follows. We support zero water evaporation closed loop cooling systems being required for data centers.
You may have to say that again so Dr. Townsend can get it.
We support zero water evaporation closed loop cooling systems being implemented in data centers.
So the new language is highlighted in yellow to separate from all the other red.
Very good. Is there any discussion of the amendment highlighted in yellow on the screen? The chair seeing none, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment highlighted in yellow on the screen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to Plank 46 as amended? Very good. Moving on to 47, energy production.
I have an amendment to Plank 47.
Please.
Rick, I sent you an email with my proposed language. After the sentence that states, we oppose federal policies that distort energy markets or favor specific energy sources, and we support responsible energy development throughout Texas, including infrastructure necessary to produce, transport, refine, and export energy. I propose adding the language, we oppose 765 kV transmission lines that impose excessive costs on ratepayers, threaten agricultural lands, infringe on private property rights through eminent domain, or that benefit special interests over the needs of Texans.
I second.
There is an amendment and a second. And the language is on the screen. There has been a request for you to speak on the nature of the amendment.
It's relating specifically to this is directed, I guess, at the transmission line project currently being proposed and worked on through the Hill Country that goes out to the Permian Basin. The landowners have been fighting it. That's the history on it. It's a lot of takings have taken place across historic cattle ranches, and that's where our food comes from. And if all of our ranches are paved over with transmission lines, we will starve to death, and there's no point in existing anymore anyway.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, they're 200, 20 story. They're 20-story high transmission lines and they take 200 feet easements forever, perpetual easements.
Yes, go ahead.
Those easements, they still leave the grass, or I don't think we're going to pay 200 feet for endless miles.
Yes. So that transmission line will take 70,000 acres of farmland, and it will cost the state of Texas $100 billion one way or another. And it creates massive electromagnetic like issues that will damage wildlife, farm life, human life forever.
What's the radius of that?
After where?
You know what the radius would be that would affect?
I do not.
Any further discussion? The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to plank 47 up on the screen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Any further amendments to plank 47? Any amendments to plank 48? Moving on to the transportation section, any amendments to plank 49? Plank 49A, I know there's an amendment that I'd like to offer. It's the one that Ms. Hall discussed during her testimony.
So I have the language from Ms. Hall. Do you want me to put that separately below it to look at, or what?
Well, I'm offering it as an amendment to use her language in substitute for what is currently there in 49A. So I guess red line through 49A as it exists and underline in red the new 49A. And I would propose this amendment. Is there a second to the amendment? There's a second to the amendment. I think we all heard Ms. Hall testify to this, but the importance of this particular change is to make sure that the governor and DPS are actually working in cooperation with ICE to make sure that we have individuals who are here illegally, who are engaged in trucking operations, to be deported. It's kind of first and foremost the critical element that's being added here. It also eliminates a loophole with regard to English language proficiency to make sure that regardless of whether these individuals are in fact proficient, that they're still deported and that they can't just somehow miracle their way into figuring out that they have some level of proficiency when in fact they don't have proficiency. It does keep the provision with regard to disclosure at jury trials of both the illegality and the lack of English skills during those trials. So, is there any further discussion of the amendment? You got it up there?
I'm sorry, this is replacing 49A, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would be a new 49A and eliminating the 49A that was in the subcommittee report. All right, if there's no further discussion, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment 49A. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. There being none, amendment 49A is adopted. Any amendments to 50A? Any amendments to 51? Any amendments to 52? Any amendments to 53?
Mr. Chairman, Jim
Yes.
O'Bear, SD1, I'd like to make a amendment to plank 53 where it says change transportation to trafficking. and after state lines, add by land, sea, or air.
Is this in the title or the body? I'm missing
This is in the body.
Okay.
So
Let me go back up here.
Trafficking is in the title, right?
Yes, we would have to do the title as well as the body.
okay, so 53A would read now, Rick, it would be prohibit abortion trafficking across
Correct.
state lines. And then it would continue with we support legislation to prohibit the use of any private or government funds, as well as the trafficking, and get rid of the word transportation, of pregnant women across Texas state lines. Keep the comma, and then insert by land, sea, or air, comma. Is that right?
It's by land, water, or air, sea.
Yeah.
Still body of water. Whichever flows the best, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. You see on your screens there the amendment to 43 to 53. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
There is a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment to 53?
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
have, just a point of clarification. Just needed to know if a change is made from transportation to trafficking, then does it mean that trafficking has to be proven in like the woman was abducted and taken across the lines, not going willingly? Because if they go willingly with an organization or other person transporting them, that wouldn't be trafficking.
That does make sense.
I made sense.
We could just say as well as the voluntary transportation or trafficking.
Yeah, there you go. That would work.
With unanimous consent, please make that change. Yeah.
Um, oh, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to speak against this.
Okay.
Because looking it up in Merriam-Webster's dictionary, trafficking is the act of buying or selling usually illegal goods. So I think that using trafficking in this case, even in because it's still in the title, or in any place in there, I think would be misinterpreted and misleading to say like, oh, well, we can do it if we're not doing it illegally, or we can do it if we're not, I just think that whether it's voluntary or involuntary, I think transportation is a better fit here because it's a broader scope and not adding trafficking.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the amendment by striking trafficking and inserting smuggling, because there is a difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. If somebody like a coyote takes a person across the border, that's human smuggling. But if you kidnap somebody and take them across the border, that's human trafficking. So I think that would solve some of the concerns with the trafficking smuggling distinction.
Yes.
There's been an amendment to the amendment offered. Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment?
Second.
There's a second.
Mhm.
Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Rick Townsend, SD 12, as a suggestion, if we just say movement instead of any of those things, it covers everything.
Well, procedurally, where we're at right now, we got to vote on this amendment to the amendment, and then we can deal with that. So, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment fails. You have a suggestion, Mr. Townsend?
We're going to have to talk.
Just changing the word trafficking to movement. And then I'm not certain exactly which portion was the amendment to the amendment.
So the amendment to the amendment, your amendment to the amendment uh, would be prohibit abortion movement across state lines in place of trafficking, which is what we changed it to. We support legislation to prohibit the use of any private or government funds, as well as the movement in place of trafficking of pregnant women across state lines for the purpose via land, sea, or air for the purposes of procuring an elective abortion or provision of, and continues on from there. So,
if I'm going to make the amendment, I would say I would leave the movement out of the title and just say prohibit abortion across state lines, and then put the movement in the body. I think it's a little simpler.
Perfect. Mr. Townsend has offered an amendment to the amendment. Is there any discussion of the amendment to the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. All those opposed say nay.
Hey.
The chair can't decide, so we'll go to a raise of hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, we're voting on movement.
Movement.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard
11, 12, 13,
Done.
14, 15. There are 15 in favor. All those opposed to the amendment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now back on the amendment to 53, which would be prohibit abortion across state lines. We support legislation to prohibit the use of any private or government funds, as well as the movement of pregnant women across state lines via land, sea, or air, continuing on from there. So, any further discussion on the amendment as amended? There being none, the question occurs on the amendment as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 53 is amended as the amendment as amended is adopted.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I had missed plank 48. I have a proposed amendment to plank 48. I've sent it to Mr. Townsend.
Who was talking?
Stephanie Fisher, SD 25.
Sorry, Stephanie. You have 48?
40 or plank 48.
48. Energy innovation and energy security.
It's some long language. I can read it, or I can wait till he.
Let's just wait till he gets it pulled up. I just asked if there were any. I have not voted to close the subcommittee report. I just asked if there were any amendments, and nobody had any.
Hopefully they don't have. If they have questions, I like it because I know it's about.
And for clarification, it looks like you're replacing all of 48, or are you? So you're replacing all of 48 with the proposed language?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for the author. I think he had to go back to his committee meeting. Oh, there you are. Okay. The author is present if the committee has questions.
What is this? Okay. Okay, gotcha.
Oh. Oh, of course. But I'm kind of
we've gotten here to be with all this. Are we good, Rick?
Ready, sir.
All right, Ms. Fisher has offered an amendment to plank 48, which is replacing the subcommittee report language with the new language that is up on the screen.
The plank now after the title, which is Energy Innovation and Energy Security, that's unchanged. The body says we call for policies that deliver abundant, reliable, low cost power to grow the economy and strengthen the grid while protecting the lives and livelihoods of Texans through the following. Texas should, subparagraph A, Texas should use its independent grid and in state uranium to lead the nation in next generation nuclear energy. The legislature shall establish offices, incentives, workforce programs, and policies that clear barriers to education, permitting construction, permitting, construction, and deployment of advanced reactors. This includes hard timelines, deemed approvals after safety criteria are met, and builder protections, plus challenges to unnecessary federal rules. Subparagraph B, the Texas legislature shall begin developing strategic energy reserves, including petroleum, and strengthen secure domestic supply chains for critical materials and components to reduce foreign dependence and protect against disruptions. We call for requirements for battery storage and solar facilities to maintain minimum setbacks from neighboring properties, equip local first responders with training and resources, and post financial assurance through bonds or letters of credit that survive operator or parent insolvency in order to protect communities from fire, explosion, toxic release, long-term contamination, and abandonment risks. We call for these requirements to be incorporated into existing facilities upon lease and interconnection renewals by explicitly requiring current safety and financial assurance standards to protect landowners without impairing existing contracts.
Members, you've heard the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? There being none, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to plank 48. All those in favor of the amendment to plank 48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and plank 48 is adopted. We can certainly do a hand count. All those in favor say, all those in favor of plank 48, raise your hand. I'm sorry, the amendment to 48, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Raise it high. Raise it high.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are 15 in favor. All those opposed to the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 opposed. The amendment to plank 48 is adopted. Back to where we were. Sorry. Sorry, guys, I closed my document and I got to go reopen it. All right, I think we just finished plank 43. Any changes, amendments, or items to be added plank 55? Plank 56. Plank 57. Plank 58. Plank 59. Plank 60. Plank 61. So that would conclude our consideration of the business, commerce, and transportation section. There was a previous motion to adopt the subcommittee report, which would be 25 through 61. It has, with including the amendments that have been offered and considered here. Is there any other discussion with regard to the adoption of the subcommittee report as amended? There being none, the question occurs on the adoption of the subcommittee report for business, commerce, and transportation. All those in favor of adoption of the subcommittee report indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, the subcommittee report as amended for business, commerce, and transportation is adopted. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're going to go ahead and move into the state affairs portion. Our next break is scheduled at 5:25, so I think what we'll do is I will recognize the subcommittee chair on state affairs for a brief discussion, and then we will open it for public testimony on the state affairs planks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to recognize my committee members, Alan Smith, Peter Wrench, and James Bigham, and also the backup crew, Sharon Nations and Tom Nobis. They've all done just a tremendous job and got us through in a record time. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the subcommittee's report on state affairs.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Let me pull up just for your information, committee members, the state affairs planks start at plank 174 and go through 208. Let's see. Molly, are you still here? Different Molly. Yeah. I don't see her here. So, is Dr. Sego here? Dr. Sego? Dr. Sego? Bueller? Yeah, I know.
Anybody?
You're signed up on planks 194 and 195.
Yes, sir. You gonna pull it up?
Oh, yeah, I can, yeah. Can you pull up 194, 195?
Thank you. Chairman, members, Dr. John Sego, Texas Right to Life. Just wanted to give y'all an opportunity to discuss any of these items. You know, we are in a new chapter of our fight for the right to life. And there are new challenges. The enemy has not given up. They've only adopted new tactics. And so we're trying to reflect that in some of these changes. We appreciate the subcommittee did some good work on 194 and 195. There's one issue I want to draw your attention to on 195. Last convention, there was a debate about a clause that told Republicans they have to oppose any pro-life bill that does not penalize women for seeking abortion, using the term equal protection. And I just want y'all to be fully informed and know what the debate is about. And so thankfully the subcommittee took that language out, and the position of the language now is in your platform, it has equal protection language, and it also has pro-life legislation language. And so it says we support both. And this is an issue Republicans, there's, it's a kind of family conversation. Which way do we go? Just kind of like with property taxes. Some, are saying do this big step. Some are saying do these other steps. That's what we're talking about when the abortion issue. The problem with last year's platform, though, is you were instructing Republicans who want to save lives to oppose life-saving legislation that doesn't get us everything we're asking for. I think that would be extremely foolish, and that would be a strategic misstep. And so I know there's going to be more debate on this. We appreciate the State Affairs Committee helping us out and saying, no, the platform needs to represent Republicans. There are some that want to penalize women for seeking abortion. There are some that don't think that's the right next step. The platform needs to say both. So please do not adopt or put back in language that tells Republicans to oppose things that will save lives and advance the right to life. I think that would be a strategic mistake. And so would love to talk to you all about that. At Texas Right to Life, we want to do everything we can to lead the nation in responding to these attacks on life, like the abortion pills coming over into the state, as well as saving as many lives in the process. So we appreciate y'all's work on this. We'd love to be a resource.
Any questions for Dr. Seago? I have one before you leave. You've also got hospital patients down here. Is that a plank that
You've already covered it.
We've already covered it. Okay. This is the last time you get to see Dr. Seago today. Those of you that have any questions for him.
Okay.
No?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Bradley Pierce, plank 195.
Good afternoon, committee members. Bradley Pierce, SD5, president of Abolish Abortion Texas. I'm an attorney as well. Here speaking in favor of equal protection. We've been hearing a lot about that. It's been part of our platform now for about almost a decade. And we're very grateful for the work of the subcommittees and keeping that language in there. And I mostly just wanted to be here just to see if you had any questions about equal protection. But one thing that's clear is that, so we've heard a lot of talk about pills in Texas, and we have got numerous regulations on abortion pills in Texas. We've got regulation after regulation after regulation. We passed another regulation this last legislative session, but they're not solving the issue, because the issue is that the pills are coming in from out of state, which Texas can't regulate out of state, and they're coming in through the U.S. mails internationally as well, which Texas can't regulate international providers. But what Texas can do is regulate conduct in Texas to commit murder. So under all of the abortion pill regulations right now, they all say this doesn't apply to the mother. And so right now it's completely legal for women to order the pills, possess the pills, and take the pills. And really the taking of the pills to murder your child is the main thing, right? Because pills don't murder people. People do. Just like gun control, right? We're talking about pill control here. Right now, our laws explicitly make it legal to murder your child. That's the main issue, not the pills, right? They're not the ones killing people. They don't jump into people's mouths. And when there are men who slip them into women's drinks against their will, that's already illegal. That's already being prosecuted. But there are also men who are pressuring women into it. That's not illegal because we don't have equal protection. So equal protection is the language that we need. It's the bold language that we need, because if we really believe that life begins at fertilization, that life is equally valuable, then we need to have equal protection from fertilization. So thank you very much for your work and all you're doing here. Thank you. I yield for any questions that may be helpful.
Any questions for Mr. Pierce? Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is Clayton Younger here?
So one would be.
No.
Where it's abortion trafficking.
John Belignio. Maybe I got that right. Speaking on plank 203. Can you pronounce your
You
last-
came close to
Well,
John Bolgiano.
why don't you say it for me so everybody at home will know who's talking to us?
All right. My name is John Bolgiano,
Okay.
a delegate from Llano County in SD 24. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I've got a simple request on plank 203, simply that you retain it and leave the language unaltered. It's been part of our platform for several convention cycles now, and its basis is rooted in Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? That is a classic example of great testimony right there. Next, Bobby Galena. Did I get that right? Is there a Bobby Galena here? No Bobby Galena. Christina Harhoff? Christina Harhoff? No.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Michael Shreen from SD8 over here.
Oh, sorry.
I'm wondering because I actually have a delegate that's trying to come here from Dallas and was planning to be here in time to testify because we're moving so far ahead. Are you going to allow them to?
Yeah, I'll let it.
I'm worried that some of these delegates might be
especially if they're
not here.
especially if they're already signed up. If they show up when we get to the time that we're supposed to.
Well, I have one that was
trying to keep us moving.
Yeah, she was coming from Dallas and she's going to be here in like the next 10 minutes. She would have been here to sign up too, but she just can't sign up.
Sounds great.
We're moving ahead.
Nathan Irving. All right. Tom Duke. All right. Melissa Beckett. Is this Tom?
Yes, sir.
Oh, perfect. Tom, let's go.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the committee for their hard work. I want to speak just briefly on plank 95 and plank 97. I don't want to be cumulative, but it seems to me, and I am from SD2, I am the Republican County Chair-elect for Van Zandt County. I'm a lawyer and I'm a pastor. And I want to speak not only about equal protection, but what Bradley Pierce just spoke about, taking the next and final step in this fight to protect innocent human life. Plank 195 speaks about abortion and equal protection, but it doesn't deal explicitly with the culpability of the women who are self-inducing abortion. So I would encourage this committee to consider amending that plank to include language that would incorporate as well abortions that are self-induced by women using the pill that kills their unborn children. You know, as a lawyer and as a pastor, I would say to you, I can't think of a legal, logical, philosophical, or theological justification for countenancing women to kill their own children. Now, whatever the practical implications of that may be, I think as Texans, we must be on God's side of this issue, and we must be on the legal side, the constitutional side of the issue. The 5th and 14th Amendments are plain about granting equal protection. Our platform is rife with equal protection language and language condemning abortion in all of its forms. We have dealt with trafficking or transporting for the purpose of abortion. We've dealt with the disposal of aborted fetal tissue. Now, this is to me and to many of us the last and final issue that closes the loop that has too long persisted and is contributing in our state to the wholesale slaughter of children, 30,000 or more.
Mr. Duke, we got to wrap it up.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say by way of encouragement. Thank you all very much. We appreciate so much your work.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to speak again when we get to the education with regard to Plank 97?
I would. I've got to run to training now.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
But I would. Yes, sir.
Okay. We're not doing education until after this, so you have plenty of time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. To Melissa Beckett.
Hi, my name is Melissa Beckett. I am from SD1. I am the Texas Field Director for Citizens for Renewing America. And I'm here to say thank you, so I'll make it quick. Plank 200, eminent domain. The changes to this are incredible and so important. Our property rights are at risk with all the things that are happening. I live in East Texas, and people in East Texas have literally been living for the last 60 years wondering if one day they're going to wake up and their ranches are going to be gone, ranches that have been in their family for generations, because someone in the government says it's time to flood their land. And we need to protect property rights, and they should not have the ability to take them. And so the things that I'm going to highlight here that I'm so glad are there and I pray will stay all the way through the convention are that it is changed to public necessity, which is so important, and only within your jurisdictional boundaries, which means someone in South Texas, one entity in South Texas can't do it in North Texas, but right now they can. And so that's so important, and only by elected officials so that we can hold them accountable. Should not be done by a board that is appointed or anyone else that is not elected, and should not be done for profit. If it happens to happen and they happen to make money, that money belongs to the landowners whose land was taken. And so I appreciate so much all the hard work you did here. Please leave it at least this strong. I'm not sure how much you could strengthen it. It is incredible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christina Harhoff. And Christina, just so you know, we're doing the state affairs portion now. Education is later.
Okay. Well, good evening. My name is Christina Harhoff. I'm a delegate with SD4 and the director of an abortion abolition org. So I am here today to speak against Plank 194, especially subsection I, which I want to respectfully argue is unquestionably the number one line on the whole platform that needs to have a red pen taken to it and scratched out. As it stands currently in the platform, I, as a woman in Texas, can not only have an illegal abortion with the blessing and permission of the GOP, but I can also sell my baby's body parts with the blessing and permission of Republicans as well. So with all due respect, this idea that women are always victims and must be given complete and total legal immunity that some are promoting here in testimony, it's gotten completely out of hand. Please tell me as a woman, no, I may not murder my baby on Texas soil. No, I may not sell my baby's body parts. And hold me accountable under the same laws that you hold men accountable to. Because contrary to popular belief, this is actually what is good for women. Just like it was once good for women to criminalize prostitution in Texas, even though women could get arrested for that if they were to violate the law. So I'm asking you to scratch 194 in its entirety and just go with Plank 195 the full, total, and complete abolition of abortion via equal protection. If we have that, we don't need to regulate it with all these ABCDs in Plank 194. Thank you so much. Any questions?
I have a question, just clarification. I know you're for striking 194 generally.
Yes.
You said specifically cross. You didn't like I, which is the criminal penalties. My reading, if I think I understand you correctly, you want there to be criminal penalties, or you want to prohibit the selling of aborted children parts. How is that different? Oh, excluding the mother.
Yeah, it has, it's the grammar there is very strange, but it has in commas excluding the mother, which is implying when we're reading subsection I that I can not only commit an illegal abortion, like what other law do I get to violate simply because I'm a woman, but also I get to sell my baby's body parts. Like that's crazy.
Okay, I see the part. Thank you. I was just confused.
Yeah, sure.
Very much.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
First, thank you.
Would-
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Would you be happy if it said including the mother instead of
I would have to
excluding the
have
mother?
that up in front of me right now to look at the language. Let's see. Oh, it's up there. Let's see. Supporting the right of Texas municipalities. Where are we? HI. Criminal penalties be attached to any entity convicted of selling body parts. Frankly, I think all of this is unnecessary.
Yeah,
If we go with Plank 195 and just abolish abortion with equal protection, we don't need any of this. So that's my thoughts on that.
But if it stayed in, would it improve the words if it said including instead of excluding?
Right. Yeah, that would be better. Criminal penalties to be attached to any entity convicted of selling body parts, including the mother of conducting an illegal abortion. Yes, women need to be held accountable under the law. We need to be told no. That's good for us.
Amanda.
So I have a question for you. So 195 and 194. I heard you say if we have 195, as I'm hearing you say it, you're saying we don't need 194. I guess what are your thoughts on the additional ways in which 194 drives accountability for referrals, for people who commit abortion, even though if it's totally prohibited? And then even I think of point H where it mentions abortifacients, because that's sometimes not even considered abortion.
If we have equal protection under the law, all of that would be criminalized. Anything being used to intentionally murder a preborn child would then be illegal by anybody.
An abortifacient could be, for example, like an IUD. So a child's conceived and then it's not able to actually latch onto the womb because of the IUD. So right now, people have different definitions of what abortion is and what is anti-life. So what are your thoughts on that?
All an equal protection bill does is criminalize the use of anything that would intentionally, willfully murder a preborn child. So if an abortifacient is being intentionally and willfully used to murder a preborn child, then that would be illegal under an equal protection bill.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Did Bobby Galaana show up? No? Nathan Irving. Did Nathan Irving show up? Bob Steinhausen? Is Bob here? Richard's next door.
Nathan Irving. I'm sorry, I was in the back.
Oh, you are? Okay, great. Nathan. Go ahead.
Nathan Irving, SD2. I'm a pastor. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, Purple Heart recipient. Thank you for your time. I'd like to perhaps maybe sound a little bit more like a pastor in this short speech. First, I'd like to thank each of you who have supported the abolitionist cause to provide equal protection for babies in the womb, our most vulnerable and innocent neighbors. You are the heroes of our day. Like those who often alone and derided in their time refused to be silent in the face of slavery or genocide, you will be remembered, lauded, and honored by future generations, and I praise God for you. I'd also like to humbly address those who oppose our efforts. My heart goes out to you for several reasons. First, my heart goes out to you because you have the unenviable position of having to try to defend an absolutely untenable and inconsistent position. What violence you must necessarily be forced to do to your own soul as you struggle to balance that which is both morally and logically incongruent. You rightly say that the being in the womb is human from fertilization and made in the image of God. But at the same time, you propose that this class of humans does not deserve the same protection that every other class enjoys. As a matter of principle, you're saying that the preborn are humans. As a matter of practice, you're acting as if they are not. This is logically inconsistent. You rightly say that the being in the womb is human from fertilization and made in the image of God. But at the same time, you propose that if they are murdered by a certain class of people, namely mothers, that class shouldn't be prosecuted for their crime. You would not say, I hope, that a woman who murdered her preborn or her born child was a victim, but you allow it for the preborn. This is morally inconsistent. Second, my heart goes out to you because you will be remembered by future generations as those who opposed the efforts in our day to bring about true justice and to protect the innocent. Those who are passive in the face of evil will have shame enough, but those who, though not participating in the evil, perhaps seek to prevent others from stopping it, will have shame all the more. Lastly, my heart goes out to you because you will give an account to God. Proverbs 24:11 through 12 says, rescue those who are being taken away to death. Hold back those who are stumbling to the slaughter. If you say, behold, we did not know this, does not he who weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who keeps watch over your soul know it? And will he not repay man according to his work? Repent, do justice. There is still time. Christ is king.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. Any questions for Mr. Irving? Appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless.
Deborah Simmons. Deborah Simmons.
Thank you so much. Deborah Simmons, SD24. I'm asking for a new plank in state affairs, and I sent all of you emails, I think, last night. Hopefully, some of you got it, some bounced back. It's to add a plank for a family impact analysis. And this idea came from a book called Sexual State by Dr. Jennifer Roback Morris. She's recommending that for dealing with the confusion around the sexual revolution. Interestingly enough, Reagan proposed and set forth an executive order in 1987. So every regulatory rule that was written also had a family impact statement written with it. Louisiana passed similar in 1999, and they require a family impact statement with every regulatory rule that is proposed. We in Texas, we have with every legislation, there's a fiscal note. And so this would be very similar to that practice of sending it to the department to have a fiscal note written up on the impact of the family. And I think because families are under attack and abortion is clearly part of that, and we want to respect the sanctity of life, the sanctity of marriage, and the sanctity of sex, and encourage families in Texas. I'm asking for this new plank. Thank you.
Thank you. Trenton Munn.
Trenton Munn.
Mr. Munn, before you testify, just want to let everybody know this is going to be our fifth person to testify on abolishing abortion in 197. So this will be our last person to testify in favor of abolition. And we have the opportunity for 5 to testify against, but under our committee rules, we have that. So I don't know if that changes the dynamics or tactics with regard to testifying on this, but you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Trenton Munn, SD2. I'm here to speak on Plank 195 on abolishing abortion and that it should stay as it is currently written, not as amended. From this plank, we rightly understand as Republicans that all children from the moment of fertilization deserve equal protection under the law. Our Creator clearly affirms this in His Word in telling us that we are knit together in our mother's womb, and that if any image bearer of His is murdered, there is to be justice on their behalf. Murderers, mothers or not, are to be punished for wickedly taking the innocent life of God's precious creations. Thus, as the plank says, the Texas legislature should be urged to enact legislation to abolish abortion by immediately securing the right to life and equal protection of the laws to all preborn children from the moment of fertilization. But then we shouldn't stop there. Because actively seeking to secure the good means also actively opposing the evil. That should just be common sense. If we love justice and want to secure justice, then we should rightly also oppose anything that is unjust. We should oppose injustice. And thus, in this case, that means anything that doesn't secure the equal protection of all preborn persons, just as born persons. So, as the plank further says, as written, the legislature should also oppose legislation that discriminates against any preborn children and violates the United States Constitution by denying such persons equal protection of the laws. And they should adopt effective tools to ensure the enforcement of our laws to protect life when doctors or district attorneys fail to do so. If we truly desire the blessing of God on the state, Texas must lead in this way. It must lead the way in this in granting all preborn persons equal protection under the law and actively oppose those who would seek for justice to not abound in this state. Now, I understand some don't like this type of language, but that doesn't really matter because God loves this type of language. He loves this language. He's a God of justice. He loves justice. And this is what he requires of his civil magistrates under his authority. Thus, I encourage you that Plank 195 should stay as is with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munn. Any questions for Mr. Munn? Appreciate your testimony. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do it in just a second. The chair calls Lori Brunings to speak on Plank 203. Is Lori here? Oh, perfect. Go ahead, Ms. Bruning.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all for your hard work. My name is Lori Brunig, and I am with SD3. I rise today in support of Plank 203, which calls for a referendum allowing Texans to vote on whether Texas should reassert its status as an independent nation. I want to emphasize what this plank does and does not do. It does not declare independence. It does not remove Texas from the United States. It does not predetermine any outcome. What it does is call for a vote. This is not about whether one supports or opposes independence. It's about whether Texans deserve the right to vote on the question. We believe in decisions affecting our economy, our energy, our border security, our rights are being made by distant federal officials rather than by Texans themselves. A referendum provides a peaceful and democratic way for citizens to express their views. We trust Texans to vote on constitutional amendments, bond issues, and propositions. We should trust them on this as well. And let's be clear, this is not a fringe idea. In 2024, the RPT convention, 86% of delegates voted in favor of Plank 203, proving that overwhelmingly Republicans support giving Texans a voice on this issue. So respectfully, I will ask this body to continue to support Plank 203 and allow Texans to have their voice heard at the ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Very good. Is the sign up sheet still up there on the podium?
Yes, it is.
Clipboard? Okay. Yeah, Orlando, if you could grab that from them just so people aren't coming up here. These are all full. Stephen Callis. Stephen Callis. Stephen, what plank are you testifying on?
Believe it would be 194.
No, just leave it over there for those folks to sign up on. Yes, I am.
Judge Kelly.
What's up?
A little early for that.
Yeah, let him testify. He's got 2 minutes.
My name is Stephen Callis. I'm a delegate from SD8, and twice I've had the pleasure and the honor to serve on this committee. So I know exactly what you guys are doing. And I want to give you a little bit of background. The reason why 194 is in there, the purpose it serves is while our friends on the abolition team, which I've worked with twice before, have a laudable goal, we've had 50 years of people being told that babies are inconvenient, you get rid of them. We have 50 years of the courts ignoring any rational reason why you would do that. So we have 194 for all the various things that we can do before we achieve our goal, which is to end termination of babies in the womb. So I would encourage you to leave 194 as you have amended it and keep 195. The two go both together. 195 has always been seen as the ultimate goal. When you stop short and you say nothing else matters but the ultimate goal, you cannot take the small wins along the way. We did not get where we're at today by things changing overnight. Unfortunately, a rogue court made a decision that it was okay. And it took us 50 plus years to tell that court they were wrong and they had no business doing that. And now we have the ability and the power to fix it at a state basis, which is what it was originally set up to under our constitutional government. This is the first step, acknowledging that we have a step-by-step basis of limiting it and our ultimate goal, which follows. I will not belabor this any longer. Thank you very much for your time and I appreciate everything you've done. Have a good day.
I have a question, sir.
Yes.
You want us to keep this. Would it strengthen the plank if we change the words to an I, including instead of excluding?
Yes, I thought that you'd already taken that up on the previous testimony, but I wholeheartedly agree. If you exclude the mother, you're creating a special carve out where apparently it's perfectly illegal to do things that nobody else could. So yes, I would wholeheartedly support that change. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Brew, SD3. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the sacrifice that you make being on these committees. I know it's tough. I've done it several times, and that's why you're sitting here, and I'm not. I asked for personal privilege to address your committee because I have several meetings to go to, but very quickly, I want to speak on platform Plank 203. I served in the U.S. military for 6 years. I shed blood, sweat, and tears on 6 continents. Proudly wore my flag on my shoulder, covered my heart, saluted the flag, sang the national anthem. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, I am not happy with what our federal government is doing to us right now and has done to us for the past 50, 60, 70 years. I encourage you to look to Belfast, which is currently in flames because the government was not responsive to the people. We are not in flames, but likewise, our government is not responsive to us. The peaceful option is to put it to a vote. Allow Texans to vote whether they want to remain or exit this union and restore our government to the constitutional limits that we have in the state of Texas. I don't want violence. I've been a violent man as a profession, and I don't ever want to do it again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a weight you don't want to carry. Please embrace the peaceful option. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Chairman James Dickey, plank 197A.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you all for your service. Having served on a committee in the past, I feel for you and am truly grateful for everything you do. My fellow delegates, I ask that the committee please strike plank 197 in its entirety. For 50 years, Texas conservatives have said no to county zoning. This new plank is county zoning under a slightly friendlier name. Look at the operative words: review processes, environmental assessments, compatibility requirements. That's a permission slip regime for a land Texan already owns, aimed at businesses that already comply with every law the state has on the books. Our platform already very clearly answers this question. Plank 25 calls for preempting local interference with business and property rights. It would be very self-conflicting to add one that actually adds that. Plank 43 opposes environmental regulation interference with legitimate business. And plank 199 calls property rights the foundation of our collective wealth. We can't call property rights bedrock in one plank and hand commissioner courts a veto over them in another. And remember who will wield this power. Look around where you sit. Lena Hidalgo would wield this power. We don't always like who sits on these courts. The same authority that blocks a battery site in one county will block a feed mill, a gravel pit, or a gas plant in the next. Just like with fracking, the facts are on the side of building, not preventing. Where a project genuinely harms a neighbor, Texas nuisance law already provides the remedy. Please strike 197A for our landowners, our economy, and our principles.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dickey? Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Amy O'Donnell.
Hello again. My name is Amy O'Donnell. I am the Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life. We are a statewide pro-life organization of people committed to protecting the fundamental right to life of all innocent human beings from the moment of conception to natural death. For 39 years, we've worked to save life through incremental gains. We have passed almost 60 laws in that time: parental notification, ultrasound, right to know, all the way up to the Human Life Protection Act, medical exceptions, and more. Defunding Planned Parenthood, we had a role to play in all of that. You guys have great pro-life language in the Health and Human Services. I think 194 is great. I'm going to ask that we strike 195. Here's why. The Abolish Abortion group considers themselves anti-pro-life. They believe they have to stop the pro-life movement in order to have their way. They've opposed our bills, the Human Life Protection Act, the Heartbeat Act, House Bill 7, and more, on record at the Texas Capitol. Those bills have steep penalties for abortion providers. They can face up to 99 years in prison, $100,000 civil penalties, loss of medical license. But they opposed those laws that are protecting life in Texas right now. In Houston, Maria Rojas was indicted under the Human Life Protection Act for performing an abortion illegally. That is the Human Life Protection Act at work. That gave a mechanism to our Attorney General to hold her accountable. It is illegal for abortions to happen in our state. Life is protected from conception. We have to address the illegal abortion drug trafficking problem. That's a federal issue. Our laws are being circumvented by the FDA. We need enforcement of the Comstock Act to shut down the pipeline. We shut down the pipeline, we will have a lot easier job making abortion not only illegal, but unthinkable. Because when women feel supported, they choose life. And so we shut down the pipeline, we support women, they choose life. What the Abolish Abortion group wants to do, opposing our laws, they want to punish women. In Texas, what that means is life in prison or the death penalty. Life in prison or the death penalty. If a woman walks into a pregnancy center and she's already taken the first pill, she won't go for abortion pill reversal. She'll turn around for fear of prosecution. If somebody goes with pills in hand, they will turn around for fear of prosecution. If a woman has had an abortion, as much as we hate that, we want her to find healing. She will stay locked in her brokenness because she won't walk through their doors to find healing. Pregnancy centers are saving lives. Sorry, I didn't see a clock.
Time's up.
Okay. Thank you. Please strike plank 195. I love all the rest. It's awesome.
Mr. Dickey, I'd like to recall you have one question.
Yeah, I have a question, sir.
Yes.
If we take this plank out, what's to keep people or the counties from annexing? And there's nothing stopping them from annexing today. Whereas this plank was designed to allow the people to have a voice.
Actually, the current law does not allow counties to do it. The state has the authority to delegate or not delegate zoning authority. They have delegated that to self home rule cities. They have specifically not intentionally not delegated it to counties. And so the thing that would prevent counties from currently over regulating is the fact that they don't have those regulatory efforts. And in fact, that's part of my point. The counties do already have several valid methods of regulating. They actually can address water issues, waste issues, traffic issues. There's actually 8 different issues they can address. This is a request to authorize even broader local zoning authority, and that's in direct opposition to 3 other planks in our platform.
However, the people have to agree the way this is written, right? 50% plus 1.
Yeah, and democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. 50% plus 1 is why we're all Republicans, not Democrats. It is not the right of the majority to take away the private property rights of an individual. It's not.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Oh, question over from the far right.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? So your opposition to this plank, is it or is it not in direct correlation to your support of the building of data centers in rural Texas?
Actually, it's the other way around. My opposition to this is what caused me to oppose the opposition to data centers in rural Texas, because I see conflation. I see a desire that because there's some unfavorable entity type, that there's a desire to expand government oppression, government regulation, and government power in direct violation of what I was working for 20 years. Well, thank God we have the Death Star bill so that we could stop local regulation. And now instead, because there's one kind of entity that people are upset about, and you know what? I'm not a big fan of some of several kinds of entities, but absolutely this provision gives Lena Hidalgo and my county judge in Travis County, where I live in the unincorporated part of Travis County, it would give them, if we enacted this, it would give them new rights to regulate what I did on my private property. And that is direct violation of the other elements in the platform.
So as someone who lives in rural Texas, I will have no voice and I shouldn't have a voice and I should just shut up and not have or ask that my county commissioners should have some jurisdictional control for data centers or battery storage centers in rural Texas. Now, no one is saying, and you and I have had this discussion, I'm not about banning data centers, but I am about giving rural Texans some type of voice in the building, in the invasion right now of these data centers.
I appreciate that that's where you're coming from. And you and I have talked about that a lot. The problem is what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. And I am fully aware of if you give more government regulation power, it never works out well for conservatives. And our platform has 3 provisions that this is in direct violation of. I strongly encourage, no matter how you feel about a particular issue, frankly, I would encourage you to do the same thing I would do on everything else, which is talk to the legislature and figure out a good approach for regulating this like any other legal business, but one you're concerned about. And in fact, just today, the governor announced that he is going to encourage and work with the legislature on requiring certain setbacks and requiring certain other things. But having that be done at the state level is the appropriate thing, not a blanket gift of more power to counties, which no matter how great your county commissioners are, I know a bunch that are not necessarily as great.
Brian, do you have a question for Mr. Dickey? Use the microphone.
Can't hear you.
Everybody else can hear you.
Just objectively, so you said that you're not a fan of some of the actors. I'm assuming of some of the large scale commercial developments. So who would those be? What companies would those be that are the culprits for why there would be activists kind of in the Republican conservative world that would bring something like this forward?
Oh, I had a great conversation a year ago with a representative whose best friend lives next to a very noisy battery storage center. And my immediate response was, yes, there should be regulations about noise levels. And if those regulations aren't smart enough yet, then improve those, please, Mr. Legislator. That'd be great. But second, if in fact that noise level is diminishing the value of that neighbor, well, then the neighbor has a private cause of action. There's already a remedy in our law for that. Deal with that. Don't deal with someone 100 miles away or 20 miles away or 50 miles away or 1,000 miles away saying, yeah, I don't want that done.
One more question, and then we're done, and then we're done with the issue.
Okay.
Use the microphone, please.
Doesn't work. Wait, I just wanted to say one thing.
Sure.
Not only do you have an issue with the noise when it comes to batteries, talking large battery facilities, storage facilities, more importantly, on top of the noise, toxic fumes, if that thing catches fire and where that's going to go, how big of an area that would affect.
And not all counties have fire authority. Most do, but not all. That absolutely is another thing to address at the state level, not having a patchwork of additional power that local counties could abuse. Not if you love freedom.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dickey. I just want to get a sense of the committee. According to our agenda that was posted yesterday, we're scheduled to be on break right now until 5:40, which would be a couple of minutes. I don't know if anybody needs a break. And then we will continue with State Affairs Plank 174 through 208 until about 8 o'clock. Do we want to continue right now? And you're more than happy to excuse yourself if you need to, or should we take a formal break? Yes.
I think several people at 6:30 have to go to some other trainings. So if the committee would consider maybe going until
Great.
6:15 and then breaking so they can go to the meetings. I could,
Great.
Their meetings for how long?
I think 6:30 to.
Okay, the chair calls Thomas Murray on plank 207 municipal receivership.
Why are we?
Maybe they should. Cities, what they do to support this.
Are you here? That's what you want to talk on? Well, I called you earlier. It can happen next. Want to? Yes, sir. Okay.
Take over your city.
Let's go, Mr. Murray.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all very much for your work here today. I greatly appreciate it. I'm here to talk to you all about municipal receivership. I'm Thomas Murray, SD12. This is the new plank number 207. It was unanimously passed in subcommittee yesterday. It is making inroads with the legislative priority team just next door, and they are considering folding it into one of their LPs. There are also some legislators, up to and including legislative leadership, who are eagerly awaiting where this will land in the RPT platform. So, receivership is uh, the proper response of the state of Texas to a city's failed governance at basic duties. It's a targeted and temporary repair by which the state temporarily appoints a qualified manager, that is a receiver, to restore essential services, enforce the law, and put the city's finances back in order. And then once the city meets those benchmarks, the receiver steps aside and local officials regain full control. What the point of this is to finish the fight that we've begun with Death Star and continue to wage day in and day out against Texas's failing cities, Dallas, Houston, Austin, etc. Uh, all of the issues that we are talking about in this platform, or nearly all of them, are up downstream of whether the localities will actually obey it. So I would advise all of you, please check your emails. I sent you a one pager that has a lot more information on this. Some couple quick facts just to further bolster the case. Nearly every other state has some form of receivership. In fact, Texas already has receivership. We do that for our failing school districts, and a failing local district, a failing municipality is no different. It's already part of party policy in 2024. This was in the RPT platform for revoking the city of Austin's home rule status. So we need to finish the fight. We need to recognize what's already party policy and what other states already do. This is the legal and effective solution, and I urge you to vote up on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
I have a question.
Sure.
Yes, please.
So the question I have is this is relation to this. I know you brought up the schooling, and I know because I have several delegates and voters that have that the TEA takeover. They've noticed sometimes that because the head of the TEA is not necessarily a friend to Republican and Republican stuff. How can we guarantee that this would not be the same thing where then you would be replacing school boards with school boards replaced with more liberal people?
Thank you very much for that question. That is something I did not have time to get into, but very much would like to. You're absolutely right. This needs to be narrowly crafted, and it needs to be very delicately crafted to avoid turning it into a political weapon. That is paramount. I want to lead off with saying that. Local control in Texas is a hallmark of the state, and it's part of what makes it great. But we ought not to let progressive nutsos ruining the powerhouse centers of commerce in the state hide behind our respect for local control and use that to drive the state in the ground. So the way that we design this well is by looking how other states have designed their receivership legislation. Some of them do agencies like the TEA. That might not be the best solution. Another solution would be to have a select group of elected state officials who are put on the sort of receiver appointment team. They get to choose the guy. You have interlocking powers. This is Federalist 10, Federalist 51, competition against competition, and they will together choose the receiver. Or you could do a select board and commission, which would be sort of a similar concept. So there's a lot of flexibility, but it's very important to have narrow design and narrow triggers as well, quantifiable triggers, which I can get into, but I'll shut up.
Would you be in favor of only doing because I know that one thing that we've heard a lot in testimony too is the unelected bureaucrats and giving unelected bureaucrats more power and more agencies more power. I mean, I think having a group of elected officials would be and would you be opposed if we added something into that plank that said that was what it was? It would be overseen by a small group of elected officials and not bureaucrats?
Under no means would I oppose that. I think that's prudent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Richard Henson.
Thank you.
I know you got to get back to committee, so.
Hello, Richard Henson, SD2, Rockwall County. Coming to you from across right through that wall, the Legislative Priorities Committee. They sent me with a message that they were smarter and better looking than you guys, but I'm going to take a message back that I may have to differ, which may start our own war. So I'm Richard Henson. I serve on the Legislative Priorities Committee next door. I'm also a precinct chair for the Republican Party in Rockwall. I am Rockwall City Council member. And for all of those jobs, I currently make the exact same amount of money that you make for serving on this committee. Our current committee, we currently have a legislative priority labeled as mud and bond reform next door to be a legislative priority. We have a lot of traction over there. I believe it will make the legislative priorities. The odd thing is we currently do not have this legislation as a platform item. So if I can't persuade you guys to consider it as a platform item, now we have resolutions from our county that came to you, but it's kind of morphed a little bit, and I'll explain to you why that's morphed. And I've distributed that the platform, excuse me, the plank language to Chairman Trainer, and then Bob Steinhagen has emailed it to each of you. Right, so you have the exact language. What I would like to do is discuss how a mud bond process works. So what happens in counties like ours, a contractor will come in and he'll buy a chunk of land, might be 100 acres, might be 1,000 acres. He will move in a mobile home, and in our case, a guy just got out of prison, a convict, moved into the mobile home. They filed an application for a municipal water district, a MUD. That application went to our county commissioners court, and they said, okay, we'll put that on the ballot in December and let our people vote on it. Our county has 80,000 voters. How many ballots do you think were distributed? One. To the convict living in a trailer. The convict living in a trailer voted for tens of millions and over time, hundreds of millions of dollars of bond debt to unsuspecting people buying homes in that neighborhood in the coming years and decades. And that's perpetual, forever. It is not fair to allow one person to distribute a bond. What we're asking with this plank is to allow our commissioners court, read it for yourself, to have some say so in how they get police. Because right now we're all paying for it in the rest of the county. How do they get fire protection? How do they get roads out there? How do they get ISD service for those families? All they've done is distributed a bond for perpetual debt, and it's not right. I would appreciate your support on that plank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'll take any questions.
Yes.
Peter Wrench, SD10, there is a bond, there is a plank 218 called bonds create bondage.
Correct. Bob, you want to help me? I have Bob Steinhagen here with me. There are several planks on the 2024 that do address bonds, but they don't help our county be involved in the process. Our hands are tied. Our county commissioners court's tied.
Well, so I have a question, the follow-up question. So because I know that because I actually was part of the subcommittee that we strengthened that 218 plank bonds create bondage quite a bit this year. So I would encourage you to take a look at that and see if any of that needs to be maybe added to a MUD, or to do something where either adding in here the something about MUDs. It was mostly municipalities, so I think it mostly spoke towards school districts and city bonds. But I think we could look at doing some of that, because one of the things in there, we actually put in there that said something about anyone that would benefit from the bond is not allowed to do any kind of electioneering on it. And that might loop in if we included MUDs in that. But so I'd encourage you to take a look at that. One of us can show it to you, and if there needs to be something we can amend later on.
I would be glad to review it. And for now, I believe the plank that has got some pretty good traction. It would be on legislative priorities. It would be a really awkward moment for us if we do pass that, and I believe we will tonight, to not have something that pretty closely mirrors it. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The chair calls Bob Steinhagen.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Bob Steinhagen, delegate from Senate District 2, and you've just heard from Richard, and I want to address some of the issues that our own Republican legislatures objections head on. that mud reform somehow conflicts with our platform. It does not. Our 2024 platform already takes this stand. Plank 40 already addresses the approval of water districts, the precursor to MUDs. Plank 73 says plainly that we oppose special purpose districts with the authority to impose taxes and bonded debt. Plank 67 demands that government publicly post their debt and bond obligations. And Plank 218 bonds create bondage that you're talking about, requires that bond ballots tell voters the truth. This is a tax increase. It's not a departure from our principles. The problem with your argument, and it's a good one, is that the developer appoints the board that is representing the MUD who will add on future debt. Now, I want to give you what I want to give you is the human case behind a pattern that never changes. A family finds a beautiful new home, signs the papers, moves in, and only later learns they become obligated to a debt on a municipal utility district bond that was deceitfully disguised inside a mountain of paperwork. The bonds were approved in most cases by a single voter who was moved into the property pre-development specifically establish residency requirements for a special election to approve the MUD, a clear violation of state statute to which district attorneys throughout the state have turned a blind eye. Those bonds were never the county's obligation. They're solely the homeowners, and they're on the hook for them forever. Debt they never voted on. And it gets worse. The developer can still pile future debt on top of them without ever asking their permission, as the developer handpicks board members to represent their MUDs. No need for electioneering. And someday, should the state of Texas ever eradicate state property taxes, as many of us hope, homeowners inside a MUD will be the notable exception. Meanwhile, the county inherits the fallout, the roads, the drainage, the emergency calls, without ever having had a seat at the table when that district was created in the first place. That's not a free market. That's a system designed so the people who profit never have to face the people who pay. Our plank doesn't ban anything. It doesn't grow government.
Bob, we got to wrap it up.
It's okay. It simply tells the home buyer the truth, put the debt out in the daylight, and give the county a real voice for the next step. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on your right.
Yeah.
I have just a comment for the author and for the committee.
Yes.
The finance committee worked on some language here that we're going to substitute for 73 that requires disclosure to homeowners and property owners that district issued bonds are not obligations of the county, full transparency. I'd invite you to come up and, maybe look at my language to make sure it's on par with what you're looking for.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane, where'd she go? Yeah, what's your? I can't read your last name. I'm sorry. Henson, perfect. On the opposing abolish abortion.
Yes. I would love that 195 would be removed. My name is Jana Pinson. I'm the pregnancy director of 6 pregnancy centers in South Texas. I live in SD 20. I serve in 21 and 27. It honestly takes courage to talk against this group because they film you, they shred you, they create some crazy propaganda against you. Poor Alliance for Life is taking a beating right now. So hold me together. You know how Planned Parenthood completely sounds safe? The name Planned Parenthood. It sounds good, right? What a great name for a very deceptive group. And that is what the Abolish Abortion group is. You have to understand their definitions. Abolish abortion, equal protection, biblical justice. Who wouldn't say yes to that? Or to people planning their parenthood? That sounds good. But it's a group of people who want to arrest our moms. They want to put our moms in jail and give them the death penalty. Biblical justice is also Jesus looking into the eyes of the woman caught in adultery. She deserved death, but Jesus saw her brokenness, and that also was his biblical justice with compassion. The first year I was at the pregnancy center, we were excited to see that 58 women chose life. And that was amazing, right? If just one had. But it made me wonder how many abortions had happened that year in Nueces County. And I was stunned to know that over 750 abortions, and that number felt insurmountable. We celebrated last year 901 women in our area determined for an abortion or at risk for an abortion choose life. That's an entire high school class. We have over 1,000 families in our parenting classes,
And we even give our moms jobs where they bring their babies to work every day in our thrift store. When we were watching pills pour across the border, we said there was only McAllen and El Paso who had pregnancy centers. We need to go to Laredo. Thanks to the Alternative to Abortion program, we went. And now we're going to Brownsville. The first year, Laredo was medical. 446 abortion-minded or vulnerable moms chose life. Pregnancy Center Ministries work. Texas laws work. Not only are abortion minded girls going to us for all the things that we do, our culture is changing. Cultures don't change just because a bill is passed. So our culture is changing, and they need more pregnancy centers, not our moms arrested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you get any funding from the state?
We do. We do
get
part
any-
of the Alternative to Abortion program. So that's how we open Laredo.
So do you get funding from state and federal?
No,
State.
state and churches and individuals.
Thank you.
Ellen Lovelace.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ellen Lovelace. I am a delegate with SDA, and I'm also a precinct chair and vice chair of the Collin County Republican Party. Thank you for your time today. I want you to know that I'm 100% pro-life, 100% of the time. But a couple of years ago, someone asked me, how would you address the abortion conversation in the political space? And I said, I would expand the life conversation because I'm pro-life, because I'm pro-baby. I'm pro-life because I'm pro-women, but I'm also pro-life and pro-post-abortive women. And we need to come in the conversation of life and pro-life from a place of compassion, strength from compassion, because there are thousands of Republican women that have had abortions. And every time we talk about abortion in an election year and in legislation, it adds to their pain and their shame. I'm not post-abortive, but I have some dear, close friends who are, and I know this is a fact. It's hurtful, the way that it is talked about. I also believe that there are post-abortive women who will not be Republicans, even though they have conservative values, because they think we hate them because of the way we discuss it. And in 2024, I brought forth a resolution that was adopted. That is resolution number 4 from the 2024 platform that gave some grace and compassion and love toward post-abortive women while remaining strong on life. So I've spoken with my SDA representative to move this to a plank and under plank 194, and I'd like to read the language that I would like to see added. Care for women. We recognize the profound emotional, physical, and spiritual wounds that abortion can leave behind. We welcome post-abortive women into compassionate fellowship, healing support, and active participation in the pro-life movement. We encourage their inclusion in pro-life education and counseling efforts where their experiences can foster awareness, healing, and hope. We affirm the sanctity of innocent human life created in the image of God and support its protection from fertilization until natural death because we're the party of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Orlando, are there that sign-up sheet? Are there any more state affairs sign-ups? Andrew McVeigh, plank 207.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the committee, for all of your hard work thus far. We really appreciate all your work for the party and for our state. I'm here to talk about municipal receivership. Thomas came up earlier and talked about this as well. I'm here in support of Plank 207A, I believe it is, that y'all have introduced into the platform. I encourage you to keep it in the platform in your final version. Texas taxpayers and families deserve to be able to live in a state, to be able to live in their communities, in their cities, without rogue local elected officials thumping their nose at state laws, at our preemption laws, driving the city into bankruptcy, allowing crime to run rampant, or flagrantly violating immigration enforcement or whatever the case may be. They deserve to live in cities where they can raise their families, work, run their business without the fear of the city failing and falling out from underneath their feet. And so municipal receivership is a tool that the state should use to bring these rogue cities into line. And so I encourage you to, again, keep this plank in the platform. And let's actually follow the lead of some other states who have used this to great effect. A few great examples are Detroit, Camden, New Jersey. These are all other parts of the state that have recognized that if their large cities or any size city for that matter fails, it has ripple effects throughout the state's economy. And Texas cannot afford to fail, both for ourselves and our posterity, but for the nation as a whole. So I'd be happy to take any questions. And again, thank you for your time and please support Plank 207A in the platform. Thank y'all.
Thank you. I can't read the first name or the last name for whoever's from SD3 wanting to testify on the Texas Indy vote. Anybody here fit that bill? Looks like maybe Chris. No. Craig, maybe? No. Ken Casper?
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Casper. I'm in Senate District 25, and I'm here to support Plank 203. I don't know if y'all can feel it. There's something in the air that's saying this thing ain't lasting forever. Everything we see coming from the federal government is negative. They spend more money every year. Our dollar gets weaker. We have a chance, basically, to let the people of Texas vote on a peaceful separation. As the gentleman mentioned earlier, it's going to happen one way or the other. We might as well do it in an organized fashion versus in a chaotic fashion. And that's usually what happens when people wait too long to start solving problems that they can see coming down the road. Like Noah in the Bible, God said he's going to put an end to this, start building a boat. And that's kind of what I'm here to encourage y'all to consider, because you can see it coming. And I'm just asking y'all to support this plank so that we can put it to the people, start the process. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. So God's given us a little bit of time to start planning this. So I appreciate your support. And if you have any questions, be happy to answer.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So who is probably more likely to vote for this? Do you think like Republicans, Democrats? Any opinion?
I would think Republicans would vote for this overwhelmingly. I don't know many Democrats personally because they're not basically moralistically aligned with me. But yeah, I can see Democrats supporting it maybe in an attempt to save their own butts, because it's going to hurt everybody when this thing goes down. Economically, it's going to be a tragedy.
I ask because do you think maybe this would be more appropriate as something on the Republican primary ballot instead of the general ballot?
We need to get a law passed first before it even gets on a ballot. The governor has to sign a law to get it on the ballot for the people to vote, a referendum. So to get the vote, we need the law. So we need it in the platform so that the priority in the legislative process gets it through.
I guess I'm just asking if it might be better to, ask the Republican Party first what percentage of people are interested before we go to the legislature.
Yeah, I think you're talking about when in a primary race, those questions at the end.
That is correct. Yes.
Yes, we've been trying to get that done for years, right? And it'd be a great idea because people can then at least have a barometer, right? We haven't gotten that yet. So time's a ticking. Every year they spend more money. Every year our dollar gets weaker. And I've never met one politician that says, I'm going to cut the budget and then actually does it. Never happened. Not in my 58 years of life. So I don't expect it to be happening anytime soon. Therefore, we can see the writing on the wall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Jim over here, SD1. I'm over here to your right.
Sorry.
I'm all about Texas independence. I get it. I know our nation is where it is. don't have to go into details. So my question is, has anybody thought of the impact that if this vote did go through and Texas did gain its independence, about all those that are actually currently on Medicare and those of us that get there are disabled veterans that get compensation for a service connected injury, how that would come into effect? Because once we do this, we're going to be relying on all of our natural resources and our gold, precious metal bullion in our own currency, correct?
That is true.
So, how would we be able to bridge the gap of those benefits that Medicare recipients already get? And I'm assuming you're at least 65, so you're receiving some kind of Medicare benefits. Uh, I mean, there's a whole lot more that goes into it than just gaining our own independence. There's a lot of moving pieces into that.
Absolutely. This isn't an overnight process. And it's not just the people determining they're going to do it with the snap of a finger. After the vote's taken, then it comes back to us to figure some of this stuff out. Texas pays so much federal taxes that we could support our own Social Security system if we just kept our own money here. But we don't. We give it all up there. Then they send it to Michigan or Minnesota and California, and they're buying Lamborghinis with it. It can't last forever. So if we kept it here, we can actually take care of our own people a lot better. But like I said, that's going to have to be figured out by all of us once the decision is made to start the process of studying how it's going to be done.
I have a question for you. My understanding, I'm support 203. My understanding is that there has been efforts in the past to get a Republican referendum as like a resolution. I wonder if you could speak to those efforts and the support behind those efforts in the past.
In the past, we've come to SREC meetings to try to get the question on the primary ballot, just so we can get the barometer of what the Republicans believe. We haven't been able to get that yet, gotten close. And so basically this is just another step to keep it in the public eye, because the more people that are aware of it, the more people can start thinking about it, because it takes time for people to think about it, rationalize it, and then come up with an idea that we have to actually act at some point. Right now, we're not acting. We're trying to fix little things here and there. We're electing guys to go to Washington. They spend another zillion dollars. We get poorer. They take our resources. Another 4 years goes by, back here again. So that's kind of why we need it. That's why it's so important to keep this and move it up the ranks. It needs to happen. It needs to start happening a little bit quicker, but I can't make it faster.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Committee members, we're gonna have to speed it up or we're never gonna make it through all of this. Molly Metchen, how do you say your last name? I'm sorry.
Hello. Thank you so much for what you're doing. SD16 Molly Makamel is my name. Thank you. Okay, so I'm really glad that you're doing what you're doing and that you're helping to lead and guide these great initiatives for the best life-saving platform, in my opinion. First of all, I support our U.S. Constitution and Texas Constitution with certainty that includes religious liberty. As a faith believer in Jesus Christ, I support evangelism and care of all. As a conservative, I support outreach. Having previously worked in a compliance arena that propelled me to work in schools, I implore safety and health. So that includes helping to solve problems with school health and safety businesses at times. I'm a mental health professional, educator, and notary. Now, as a notary, the state of Texas has us uphold my personal oath, which is also a professional oath, and that's to uphold the Constitution. Not everybody realizes that. So please encourage notaries to continue to uphold our Constitution. I will try to do the same when I find them. So mock classrooms, okay, were conducted of various ideologies and American principles in Education 1 when they tried. They took all the mantras of the different religions, the different groups claiming to be a religion, but maybe doing some nefarious things, and American principles in Education 1. That included Democratic Republic principles, heritage, free enterprise, healthy competition, unconditional care, health, safety, and wellness. Please support stopping the unsafe practices of Islam and other destructive terroristic groups by opposing jihad. The Muslim Brotherhood, in their mantra, stated that they will use jihad to oppose Western civilization that we found included American principles. They were placing jihad at a higher priority than moral reasoning, which meant that they would avoid legal and moral means in their mantra to oppose our American principles. Now, obviously, I said some terms, some that might apply to one group more than others, but ultimately, I'm looking for us to oppose jihad and Sharia law. Thankfully, we voted in Dallas County to oppose Sharia law. But I'm asking for you to support an amendment to plank number 201. In addition to opposing Sharia law, the Republican Party of Texas supports the prohibition of taxpayer funding and foreign adversarial funding for mosques and Islamic centers in Texas, with mandatory disclosure of existing sites linked to civilizational jihad with sufficient penalties. This is also to uphold our governor who started long before 2025
Thank you, Molly.
to try and address this. You're welcome. God bless you.
Carrie Yarborough. Stephen Callis. Oh, hang on. Carrie's coming. Yeah.
Point of information.
Yeah.
How many more speakers are on the list, Mr. Chairman?
2. So, Carrie, just so you know, no more testimony on 194 or 195, the pro-life planks. We've met our number on that, but you also have 182 and 210 down here.
I was going to say on that we should keep both of them and switch the order and make them under one plank. That's all I was going to say on that. And also the include the woman should be in there, but under one plank. Abolish abortion, but then until then, 94, 95 first, then 94. But anyway, my main thing was on 182A. We should add, and no person, 182A. It says that all public and private restrooms, changing facilities, showers, etc., be segregated based on biological sex. We should also say, and no person of the opposite gender may enter the above while the designated gender is present without vacating the area and putting a closed sign that's prominently displayed. Women should not just walk right into men's restrooms or men into women's restrooms or women into men's restrooms. To do cleaning or maintenance or whatever without vacation by the designated gender and appropriate sign saying it's closed so that women aren't walking in on men or men walking in on women. Also, 210. You can go to 210.
210's not in state affairs. I don't think. Yeah. And neither is 204.
Wait, I've got the wrong number here. Just a moment.
Oh, it's 204? Yeah.
204.
Harry, talk on 204, marijuana.
Okay, 204 talks about marijuana. Remaining legal, it says we oppose the legalization of recreational marijuana. We need to change that to say we oppose the legalization of all marijuana, including medical and recreational. Because marijuana, if it's used, is highly addictive, and there's better medications out there that's not as addictive and does a better job for whatever. So it should be all marijuana, including recreational and medical. 210 is in there, is it not?
Oh, no, it is.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, it is. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
That's still part of state affairs. Very good. Stephen Callis.
Question?
That's a subsection. Oh, wait.
Hello again, Stephen Callis, SD8. I believe we were talking about, was it 197?
Yeah, you want to testify on 197?
Yes, please. So we did discuss this in our own Senate District Convention. And we're balancing localism with state control. The state has the sovereignty in this case. They created the counties, they allow for the cities, much like they created the federal government. However, what I've observed and what I've heard firsthand is that it is very easy for a multi-billion-dollar organization to show up down in Austin and say, hey, we see this land out in East Texas. You know, there's really nobody there that matters, right? Or West Texas, there's nobody there that matters. And there's just a small population. Wouldn't you like us to, I don't know, create this massive data center that uses massive quantities of water? And, oh, well, we're going to suck up some of the electricity that apparently Texas still has trouble doing at certain times and doesn't have near enough water. But, you know, there's really nobody there that matters. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And, you know, those people in the county, they can't do anything about it because, well, you know, this is all controlled by Austin. You know, and Austin would never abuse anybody or never overlook people that are in rural areas. Certainly, we can just go ahead and do this, right? Well, what I would suggest to you is the reason why that is in there is, well, yes, there are abuses that are done at the county. Look to Dallas County during COVID, which is what one of those planks that was referenced earlier dealt with, the abuse from a county. The other thing that was in there is those green regulations. That's abuse from the county. But when a county's acting to step in and protect the people of its county that are often overlooked and abused by those in Austin, don't even bring up DC in this mess, that is their job. And if we're not going to say, as the Republican Party, that we care about the very people that put us in a position to run a good state like Texas, what are we going to do when we pave it? What are we going to do when we flood it? What are we going to do when we put up a bunch of data centers? Oh, by the way, their primary function is to monitor you and I, to babysit and look at everything that we're doing. So I ask you, what's far more important, the people that reside in the county, that reside in the state, or those multi-billion-dollar corporations that just don't care? This is one plank where we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I want some local control. I want some people to be able to step up and say, you know what? That's fine, Austin, but we're not good with this. We need something and somebody to step up and fill that void. They are much closer to the people than those few state reps or even fewer state senators that we have. If not now, when?
Time's up, Mr. Callis.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes all of the public testimony that I have signed up for the State Affairs Committee. I know we have a 6:30 training. Is that right? For 6:30 to 7:30. So I thought what we'd do is let's start working on amendments for the next 15 minutes, and we'll allow people to let's just get as far through them as we can, and then what we'll do is we'll move our dinner break from 6:30 to 7:30. So we would come back in here at 7:30 to finish state affairs, and then we'll move on to education after that.
Mr. Chairman, I propose an amendment to 194. I move to remove the words or excluding and replace it with the word including.
Very good. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a second. Looking at
which subplank?
194. Hang on.
There are a number of subplanks on that one. I just need the letter.
I'm sorry. He's talking about sub I. Change the word excluding to including. Oh, and remove the word or. Is there an amendment to the amendment?
Just striking, excluding the woman. Don't put the including it. Just leave that out completely. Which would by default include her. To me, saying including the woman seems like it seems like we're attacking.
Yeah.
Just get rid of excluding the woman.
Yeah.
By unanimous consent, the amendment has been altered to now read I. Criminal penalties to be attached to any entity convicted of selling body parts of aborted children. or of conducting an illegal abortion. Is that right?
You can take the word of out, Mr. Chairman. Correct.
Or conducting, okay. So the perfecting amendment of the author is to strike the comma excluding the mother, comma of.
I think we need
If you
parts of aborted children by conducting. You need something in there.
I think you do need the of because it's of aborted children or of conducting an illegal abortion.
But this doesn't. This would not include the mother then, because this is talking only about an entity. And what I thought I heard is they were worried about mothers aborting children and selling the parts. Yeah. I think it makes more sense just to change the words or excluding to including. We don't want the mother to be selling aborted parts, right? That's what I thought I heard him say.
If you take out, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, may I speak to
Please
address Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please.
If we remove excluding the mother, it by default includes everybody.
Well, except for the reference to
Then you could put including mothers, fathers, children, siblings. You could put all kinds of people in the including them.
What if we said person or entity?
Yeah, I'm worried about the word entity.
So if it said person
Pointing
or
it to
entity,
only entities, which
any person
or entity.
Person or entity.
yeah, that'd be good. That'd be fine. I agree with that.
Okay, so let's make sure. Let's make sure we get the author's amendment here. So criminal penalties be attached to any person or entity convicted of selling body parts of aborted children or conducting an illegal abortion. Is that the language you want? Okay, so there's been an author's amendment, perfecting amendment. There's been a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment to 194I? For or against? Sure, I'll read it one more time. 194I would be criminal penalties be attached to any person or entity convicted of selling body parts of aborted children or conducting an illegal abortion.
Mr. Chairman, I think you need the or is the convicted of selling body parts or of conducting an illegal abortion.
Or of conducting an illegal abortion.
Convicted of.
Is there any discussion of the criminal penalties portion? The chair hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment to 194I, who are in favor of that amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes.
Chairman?
Yes.
Michael Strain, SD8. I'd like to make an motion to add a plank after plank 194. Dr. Thompson, I sent you that plank information. It was what Miss Lovelace said a little bit ago in testimony. It's called Care for Women. We recognize the profound emotional, physical, and do I need to? She just said it word for word in her testimony. So,
okay.
But just to clarify, it also would remove the resolution. So I don't know how we handle that because there's a resolution that it would take away in the back of the platform.
I second.
I'm sorry. Is this?
We can deal with the resolution later when we get to that. So, so this would be a new plank 194A.
Yes.
Can you help me find where it is you sent me that?
I emailed it to you.
Can you give me the time? I have a lot of emails right now.
It's at the very bottom of this file. It's on the very last page.
It's not the exact same resolution though. It's reworded. at 4:50 p.m. Should have been. It's sent. It says sent in my outbox. It's not in my outbox. My sent folder. You found it? Okay.
We're ready, sir. Would you like me to read it?
All right, so we have an offer of amendment 194A. Is there a second?
Yeah, I didn't know you changed the language. Let me just read it.
Okay, I second it.
We're adding a new plank. This would be adding a new plank 194A. It's been offered as an amendment to the committee report. It has been seconded. Is there any discussion of the amendment?
I'm not able to see all of it because there's like a
Yeah.
comment.
I was asked to explain it, Chairman.
Okay.
I think what
go
this
ahead.
is it reaffirms our pro-life stance, but I think it also offers, as Ms. Lovelace said, it offers an opening for us to continue to open our arms to those, especially those who are in the Republican Party and those that aren't, that have been through the abortive process, and know that they're welcome within our party and they're welcome to us, and to then highlight their story and their story, that they can also use that to help change minds and get others to then reconsider an abortion process as well too.
Thank you for the explanation. Is there any discussion of the proposed amendment 194A?
Mr. Chairman,
Subcommittee, yes.
I would like to speak in opposition. While I love the sentiment behind this, and I love that we want to express this to people, but we did just a couple of minutes ago say that women could be prosecuted for the crime of having an abortion. And now we're going to put this after. And I understand you're trying to say, like, well, we still love you and support you, but it doesn't seem to fit. Because we do, but I guess I'm just seeing does it fit here?
Is there any further discussion of the proposed amendment 194A?
Discussion.
Amanda?
A discussion in favor of the amendment. So I would just say, we can't change the past. There are many women who have chosen abortion and lost a child due to an abortion. So I see this as a way for us to care for those women because we cannot change the past. I think it's a both and. We can both seek remedies to prevent it from happening again in the future, while also showing care and mercy and love to those women who have chosen abortion in the past.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Mr.
Chair
Chairman.
hearing none.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, where?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's a new plank. And this is maybe a point of clarification. Does wording like this make it sound like we are grandfathering in mercy and love for the people who have gone through this in the past, but then criminalizing going forward?
Is there any other discussion with regard to plank 194A as offered on the screen? The chair hearing none. All those in favor of plank 194, amending the subcommittee report as shown on the screen, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and plank 194A is adopted. It is 6:30, and I know that there's a training going on. It is the intention of the chair to stand in recess until 7:30. This will be our dinner break for the evening. For those of you that have to go to some sort of training, I apologize, but we're going to come back from the dinner break at 7:30, and we will pick up with continued amendments to planks 174 and 209 of state affairs, and then we will move into the education subcommittee report, which is planks 84 through 110, moving to those at roughly 8:45. So we'll stand in recess until 7:30. Till 11. We got to get through as much of this stuff as we can. What?
Rules and that guy said it was just obvious and they're not supposed to vote on it. I thought she was going to sign.
No, that was the last
On the amendment.
or convicted. Not
Yeah, so he disclosed it.
did the abortion. And that's
Are
the
we,
thing.
are we criminally?
And we didn't take a
Like,
vote.
how
in.
many
Oh,
different
well,
girls
that's
I don't know if he actually voted.
Because
There wasn't any objections. Not no votes.
say we just break
it wasn't.
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't. It was saying. I'm convicted of selling body parts or children or conducting the. So it wasn't the person getting the abortion. It was the person conducting or entity conducting.
Okay.
Which is what.
Okay. Oh, really? Right, right. I just, right. But what if it says, you know,
It's that hour.
right? The provider.
Oh, the board of
I know,
assets
we
was
were-
already
we
in
were-
194.
Oh.
Oh, I wanted to keep it. My point when I was saying with the ladies, oh, you know, 194
That pro.
Is it
That
okay?
pro.
Would be like if someone said,
I've read Abby Johnson.
Operation moratorium, but they were like, "Oh, you don't need the bill that says peeling heart cellar ending age can be." The only one I wanted was that one.
Was saying that it tended to be.
Good job. I think that amendment makes sense because my SC actually passed a similar amendment,
John's would
because I have a theory.
they're we were like
For women, now liberal because of maybe because they have it.
yeah. Like over and over.
Right, they have a break. Now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We're at dinner.
Yeah.
It's yeah, because they have a.
I just didn't.
Congrats on getting that through for Ellen.
Education.
Oh, oh, you're right.
Extra.
Yes.
Maybe we're not actually get cut off.
Oh, well, that's why I went. I wasn't weird.
Fortunately for you, you're just gonna have to testify about what you brought on it.
Yes, that may be.
They don't want to wait until 7:30.
I feel so relieved that we kind of paused.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you show me in the rule where that is?
To the 90.
Sleep.
I don't know.
All right.
I'll be right back.
I have to go grab my items. Right, so yeah. Oh yeah. It just sweet.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just trapped. I'm clumsy. I'm good. Kind of clumsy. I'm working on my relationship with Travis. Okay,
The first time I saw it, I was like,
Okay. Okay. An adventure. No one's clear about why it's very bad.
So it's yes.
Yeah, it's balancing. Why reference? I'm sorry.
Oh, 30. That's all from
And that was
oh, that was first family. Didn't mean. And then there was part of the zoning for drive through. Like, well, that was when I did that. They're like, I know that. I would be but
sorrow. But they won't. They don't have. So
but if it's like a said, no.
sorry.
We're all also exhausted. So
That's like a tangent.
Well, I mean,
That's like a
place the county commission.
What?
But
so
Well, so here, what I'm going to do on the
tell him.
you have to go. I'm just going to leave. You have to go.
The platform is going to win out.
yeah.
1970
That, and I can
their kid is president and we can get rid of this.
Unless there's
No, I've never.
Rather deal with the is we're gonna look at it.
okay. So if it's then
Balance.
that and
But I. Okay. So I did find
Oh, Jim.
is it raising?
And he first go outlet. But again, there was for certainly
right.
little bullshit.
Yeah, I like
You
Cash.
can those all well, yeah. And he's 20 control one.
Yeah. Worried about making stress.
Would you believe that was all off?
Right,
You're
you've been a little bit-
Yeah. But I mean, it was just like he knows me well enough to know that I'm for as little as government possibly can get.
What is
But to say that they might abuse something when we're already being abused, that's the option. Fight fire with fire.
which threatened the hairs on the favorites. That's all upon the network. Right? And Australia, one, South, yeah. I could and it's United States operating from treated right end. Oh no. That's what I've been I'm looking at that as brain cycle. That means we make that predicament that into I think that how do you use myself?
Hello.
Hi. Yeah. So I got transferred.
That was me. I want everybody to think, are we grandfathering in the only these people already they're the way. Put in a poll that now equalized. So we still have are we missing like world?
The idea behind it then they try to
Or else an illegal abortion.
Right. So that is 48.
I saw all that. I was thinking.
we right. Oh yeah. In that goes
It'll be for sure.
Well, it got confusing.
Got confusing.
They threw that in like yes, we're seeing which like that's how they got us. Because now I'm really like because like we're all voting again, not selling more than car. But yeah, that's it's like an option.
that
You vote all of it or vote for nothing. Like this year, amended. Yeah, your amendment.
other than
One of those guys, but I want to vote against that way.
Oh,
So
see,
I'm
I
like,
thought
that's
people
like-
didn't want mine, and I was like, okay.
No, I wanted yours. That's the only thing I would look at. That's
right.
from our information.
Yeah.
Because that's like
All action. We're recognizing them as
I'm trying to think. See, I'm trying to think.
I understand that. I just and it's it.
2021.
What did you get?
Diana Richard. May have met him. I'm in Sherman, but I helped with home blind leaders. Okay, so I think I met him, and it was when he was running. So it would be the first lies evidence of the sexual explicit books that are in school. And have a sheet, and if I make it to testifying and education, then I may show the sheet, but it's got QR codes on it, and it shows like information from the Supreme Court and how you can audit book and look for the books, rules.
That's removing that. Sorry. We're not.
I mean, I helped with HPRN
Right.
and last session, but I stressed we have to have enforcement, and the enforcement is not working. So the schools aren't doing it because we're a district innovation.
What's that?
Good. Well, the burden's still on the parent to be psychic and know exactly what books are in the libraries.
Me when I was child.
Jasmine told him not have to worry about it unless a parent wasn't.
One.
Reason why they defer to the superintendent is because they're not elected.
Right.
And SB 13 only holds board members accountable. Those are the ones that
Idea
put it out. So I'm like, it wasn't for like asset begging for enforcement at 3:15 in the morning or that last hearing down in Austin. Please give us.
sometimes there was memo from them, oh, we're moving to
Mm.
how do you know? But you well, yeah. It's the cold. You're in. So I have no clue. But try to perish singers. Change. Or our deputy right.
It moves pretty fast. I did. You try to explain to me.
Yeah. Reaction.
And so I
got the Grayson County Republican Board take us through election all year.
Sure.
We provide constitutional in the community.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. That's on my British. I saw.
I mean, it's rural Texas, so different. I mean, you go it's north of the Collin County line, back in time, but they're importing Slaverian, you know.
No, I understand that, but I think
the progressive stuff. Like we still have people there that go, "Oh, that'll never happen here." And they bury their heads.
not saying that's no, I've been running in different
Right? Or the city. Yes. At my brain.
right. Right. And this still calls it's still from a thing right now.
Who? Oh, no.
Oh, I know. That's why I supported extra the everything. This is all. We're babies in the night. It's the business. Awful. Question.
That's far.
Right, right. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Back.
Georgia Brown Convention Center. Okay. Okay, do you mind just writing only so that way I can remember? You're critical.
But no, it's that.
Well, I said it.
I left my little thing.
Back just this time the state of Maine. My husband went to the meeting.
Oh, worse. I just have to, you know, I've got.
Tell me to talk to me. Okay, now let me want some rinse.
Listen.
Right. Yeah.
So that makes.
So, yeah. Because we look over the hill and we still. So I think that this is a lot. But you're headed at. We're gonna.
Well, because the filter for this. Very sure.
No, because. Is that where they go? I can find where it goes. I know.
Leave it on.
We'll be. I saw you over here and I was like, service, please. So good to see you. Yes, look at that. Okay.
We go.
Yes, she is. Yeah. I'm doing different. We love you, David. It'll go through. Of course, of course. Aww. Oh my gosh, she looks great. Well, yes, I do. And Austin? Yes, well, mostly Weatherford. Yeah. Okay, so you
This
are
is
my boyfriend, and this is Rachel. Yes, Rachel Ward.
Where you live in London?
Lake Weatherford. In fact,
Okay.
yes. Oh my God. Okay. Remember Rosalie? Just gonna hug you.
I think she was telling me that.
Probably, yes.
How's the lake?
Exciting.
Last time. How's the lake look? I haven't seen it.
Oh,
It's a blow.
Always.
That little walking trail, the floating
Yes.
walking trail.
Yeah.
I don't think there's never been water in there. I haven't seen water in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. I love her. Y'all are real conservative. I know. Tarrant County needs to get it together. Oh, okay. Wait, we could already shop. I know. I love that too. That we knew. Yes. Well, yes. Just kind of made it in today. He'll be tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I saw Brent saw a couple others. And of course, Andy's been here all week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
He's got to be campaigning.
Oh my gosh, watch.
I'll walk up to the microphone for rambling if I want.
You got to be on a list.
Look at this.
Look at that. I don't know. That's
Wow.
but that's just cracks me up. I was like, well, you got something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like a beer.
Yes. Yep.
I was like, oh my gosh. Anyway, I thought that was really funny. Wow. Yeah. Oh, it's too slick. I was like, yes, I agree. So he was like carrying them around like a calendar, you know? So somebody going. We are going to beneath the fine foods, which is where you say for fun. Kind of. So there's a gallery. Okay. There's a Airbnb over. Exactly. That's the one. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So yes, we're staying over there and it's been fun. And I was like, oh, okay. But anyways, I mean, it's a town food, so it's like the steps. Yeah, that's thank you. It's getting there. Yeah, got that. You know, the Texas Value Street. And I was like, we have a lot. So, right. Yes, absolutely. So we'll be going to the. Well,
He's never been. I gotta go.
I'm sorry. How have you not been? I county a lot. That you live where you live. Yeah, girl, I'm used to it. No, Theo low. Okay.
Have you been there? I played golf.
Yeah, Jeremy loves it. But yeah.
He's gone to the last first Mondays we have.
Oh, I love little. I like where all my little shops are now. Yes, that's perfect.
Annabelle.
Yes, Annabelle.
So there was.
Yeah, that was cool. Man, we all there for tailgaters. You know what that is? Tailgaters has the barbecue. It's the barbecue kind
Oh, still in there. They had
Well,
macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, they had the macaroni and cheese. And then
Well, the other it was a burger. Barbecue.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. So there's some delicate. It's nice. It's okay inside, but well, against Annabelle and myself. And Annabelle, you don't have to go to Shambo. Go around. For that, he's looking at me like, please don't. We will look at those. I'm probably not a guy winning. Oh, the girl is a girl. He goes, there. Yeah. There we go. We'll go there. Yeah. I know. Like over here. Okay, I'm gonna go right
So
there.
Lauren from church. It's his first time being a delegate.
This is his first time coming.
How
Johnny
you
was
doing?
going for this.
Nice to meet you.
Morning.
Have you been? Have you been like?
That's Rachel.
Was he up there?
That used to be my road buddy, but she don't fool with me anymore.
I know. I can't afford you. I mean, really, what it is, he fired me for doing that. Because where are you going to go?
I don't even know yet. It's kind of showing him around.
Well,
Yes.
All right.
Awesome. Good to see you.
God
Glad
bless you.
you're
I
here.
miss you.
Yes.
With your
Oh, you saw it. I love it. You know, it's about to.
Ripping everything. Oh. There's a lot of plugs right here if you're looking for a place to. So what county are you? Oh, sorry. Of course, I got you right in the middle of a bite. Sorry. What county are you from? Dallas. Okay. Okay. Blanco? All on our own. We don't want them. That's okay. Thanks. I mean, they can come and we want them to come and visit, and then they can go back. Come spend money. My mom lives in Dallas, so and there's that. So definitely not. It's a cool area that in Dallas. She loves it up there. A little high fluting for me. So
Know how much you need.
all the students landing at left field every night. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know. She comes to visit and she said, it's just so quiet. There's no sound. I'm like, I know, that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Our last parking was Marford out of the alley behind the apartment and forward. Of course, we were right as their golf protest. I mean,
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
that's it. Every
Mhm,
so
yeah.
protests every weekend and fights and fights and on the streets.
Yeah. It's too much. It's too much.
Give me some trees. My neighbor not 2 feet away.
There you go. Exactly. That's all you need. That's all you need. So one of my he's not mine yet, but so Steve, you know Steve Bartlett, former Dallas mayor, so he lives in my town and comes and mentors me about once a quarter, and he's just the nicest. He has such good stories about developing the West End and all that. So it's really interesting, you know. He's just the nicest man. Yeah, exactly. But he met it all. Mhm. Where is it? Meaning. Mm.
Journalism. That is like one or two calls down. But if you look up their signs, you'll see it's the General Assembly here of one office. Thank you. Listed as
So you're down like at the Ellis County kind of area. Okay.
I'm literally there one street.
Okay.
Ellis County.
Okay. My sister lives in Corsicana.
Okay. Yeah.
Teresa. Okay.
You guys aren't even, your picture isn't even on. You can only see us.
I know. I'm kind of digging that.
I mean, you can't.
I didn't even worry about putting on makeup because the camera's going that way.
Happy hello.
I know. Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Guys, we're just little.
Can't hide it.
Just later priorities, they can see their faces. So
Yeah, I can't hide it.
so let me. Is that? Yeah. Right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Well, let me see how many do there are. All right. What is it? This is what I just make sure I can brief.
We want to make a motion.
Department of Justice and Students.
This debate logically.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The lower test density is like 60. But it's not for children. It's different. It can be more like
It's disgusting.
Yeah, and I search my friend no, but I mean, oh,
Let's put it back together. Okay. Yeah. You know what?
And they went, oh, this isn't the cell. I'll let you get it like me.
I mean, when you're on, just sure. Richard.
Assembly is the next level.
Oh, really?
It's like the second level.
Yeah. I'll walk out to my car after not a haboon, but it's kind of dust. It's dusty afternoon. Sorry, I'm sneaking here. Now. I lost insurance. Yeah, fine. I'll be crossing out. I brought Taylor. I liked it. I like Waco. We're a little full now. 40 people in my graduating class. Baylor really liked it. Really liked the direction they was going. So, I love it. Luckily, I think I got him running. Oh my god. My family is not an Aggie, but I just see the on social media.
James still his company website.
Oh,
The
that's
website.
hilarious.
Like one of their services is AI technology and AI data center regulation. You mad at Hill County? Tell me you're mad at Hill County without telling me you're mad at Hill County.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with him reporting them.
Right.
All of
We talked to
and
no, we don't. I'd hand it off,
they take it since statute of
which hopefully will all be on.
they try to take. Oh yeah, the advisor.
The
I was planning on going. He goes, if we had it my way, we'd pick up some statute and elbows.
yeah. So he also said that rules.
I really like it. I've had
so they keep putting it's just like it's
I mean, are they? They're kind of same way with
where
It's my
Oh, thank you.
one and then
somebody brought us to.
Well, they'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Jane.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mary Jane. I saw somewhere on there.
Well, she's my SRE.
Right.
Might be on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Andy's on rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we live in. Just staying down here.
Yeah. You're not gonna miss anything.
So
At least.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Trying to give any time for.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh. She helped us get our Republican.
Yeah, I had a little bit.
Versus internet. Yeah, because everyone around us is in it, except for us. So the rest of the country.
See? Yeah, I'll take a little bit. I'll eat it later.
That's right.
We're the only. Yeah, we're with Kendall. Like,
there you go. Okay.
so we're like with Kendall and Comel, but like Gillespie and Plano and Burnett all the way down to Kerr, and it's like everybody that kind of
Yes.
moves around us.
Yes.
There's something significant he's going to say.
I like free shit. Oh.
May not sound so. That's why I'm thinking. Like, what stuff? That was it.
Outline. Like, oh, they've here. What a part. I'm like, selling baby parts. Speaks. Yeah. And not
Oh, real chicken or beef? Beef. I'm sorry. Look at this.
Oh, sir. Such Mars. Yeah. Yeah. I'll keep it. I'll keep it for tomorrow. Yeah. It'll be fine.
eat lunch.
No, that's tomorrow too. That'll all. In fact, that's all in the same block. Yeah, but you can tomorrow. Yes. See you later.
I didn't realize y'all. Guys, you all good there? Everything good? Um,
No, I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
What's your campaign thing? Money or is the primary hard or is it? Oh. Oh no. Over now. I gotta raise mine. Yeah. Well, I hope you win. We're getting something named Armin, who's Armin Funny. Big one. He had a pretty big brave. So but he's replaced this huge brand. Who's that? Well, who's married?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
enjoy platform. Y'all get the platform right.
Obey the rules over here.
right about the time.
No.
one of the most big things we should probably do. And one other I'm working on.
I feel like there's two really. Ones that can't hear us and us.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. They're gonna hit on you.
They remind us they are on
Oh, we're being trained now.
well, all the time. Yeah, I see. We're the side.
I was a little
Over there.
right now. I know.
Two,
So that is great.
four,
There.
Hello. Left.
For left.
No, far left.
Can hear us.
Stephanie said earlier.
Yeah, the 8,000.
They have to they're
We did not. Well, I mean, we had it on the computer spreadsheet. This is what should
Be ready.
Yes, no, I agree with that. It should be printed out. It was really a pain to try to find it. Yes, sir.
that's just
Yes. No, she has like 31,000. Why?
she wanted
Does she know that we're leaving for Colorado on Friday? Yeah, she's got 31,000, and she's got like $287 worth.
Here's one over on our left.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about state.
Oh, you assume I'm doing this next time? Are you kidding me?
I was just thinking you might pass on the idea.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah.
I've done this for never been.
Yeah.
Snow business.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's good.
It's not easy.
The original.
No, it's not. But you have to
resolution.
where it's supposed to go. Yeah.
What's it? All we have to do is look at.
Find it.
I
We've met him.
yeah, I met him. Yeah.
woman.
If you're on the committee, will you come back up here so I can see if we've established a quorum for continuing business? Three, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah. I wanted to meet you because I didn't get over there. Oh. Well, I'm Diana. I'm the one that sent you a message about I've actually worked with this ministry since 2012.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
you ever watch in 2021 when it came out the movie The Mind Polluters? Yes. So I helped with that. So really? Okay.
All right, I'm going to call the platform committee back to order from recess. We're going to continue with our review of the state affairs section. We're going to continue with our review of the state affairs section of the platform. We have one other individual who has signed up to speak, Commissioner Lewis Ponder, in support of blank 197A. Right up there at the podium, sir.
So I can.
And the floor is yours, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good evening. I appreciate all the hard work you're doing. And I'm going to try to work as hard as you guys are, but I don't think I'm doing that, but I'm trying. So on 197A, in reference to I believe it's giving commissioners, county commissioners, some land use authority over data centers. Is it data centers, battery banks, and such? Um, so we really need the legislature to grant the commissioners the authority to assess and address infrastructure issues outside of the city limits. You know, in previous years, it's always most of this heavy development has been within city limits. So the municipalities, they had the authority to do zoning, and they could say no because of a zoning issue or whatever. They could require certain things. Commissioners do not have the authority right now to require much of anything. Our authority is based on platting on housing developments, and we don't have that authority on data centers, on MUDs, any large developments. We don't have that authority. So I am 100% in support of 197A to give commissioners some limited authority. We don't want too much, because what we don't want is to create a situation where a rogue commissioner's court can run rampant over the residents of the county. Yes, sir. I am a commissioner. I apologize. Lewis Ponder, Ellis County Commissioner, Precinct 3. I'm also a delegate for SD 22. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So currently right now we have no authority over large scale battery storage, over data centers, over MUDs. You know, MUDs are a big problem in Rockwall, Kaufman, Ellis County, and well, pretty much the whole state or a lot of the state. Uh, we put up a lot of fight with MUDs. I mean, this is kind of a different thing, but we put up a lot of fight with MUDs, but it's costing us in legal fees $30,000 a month or so to protest these things. Data centers, there's nothing we can really do. We could go and protest their water permit from TCEQ, but that's really meaningless. And right now, as far as I know, we have one possible data center that's coming outside of the city limits. The rest of them are mostly in the Red Oak area of Ellis County, and they've already been approved by the city of Red Oak, or at least most of them have. But anyway, I want to make sure I am fully in support, and I hope you can keep 197A on the platform. Yes, sir. Yes, it was texted to me, so I read it briefly. Yes. Do y'all have it up? Okay, there it is. Let me reread it because I was reading it at dinner. So I like it. I think it's a good platform.
So, Commissioner, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Looking up there at that, you mentioned MUDs a couple of different times, and that actually is a concern of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And I live in an area where we have very large concerns about battery energy storage facilities and data storage facilities. But we've had testimony earlier today, too, about these MUDs that get created where there's just one voter. They have the ability to take on all of this bond debt and all of these type of things.
Mm-hmm.
My only concern with the way that 197A is written is after it says large scale commercial developments, and then we start to delineate and we say solar farms, wind farms, data mining facilities, data storage facilities, and battery storage facilities. And what makes me nervous about that is having been inside the building at the legislature and working with them is that they're going to look at that and they're going to say, oh, well, that's all the Republican Party cares about is those things. And we know you commissioners in Ellis County want to regulate MUDs, but that's not what the party told us.
Yeah.
Or, whether it's, some of these other counties that show up and they've got other things that they want to regulate. So it makes me a little bit nervous to put in a list instead of a very broad statement that just says, we want them to have the ability over rural lands and local resources from the negative impacts of just large scale commercial developments, full stop.
Yeah.
So put a period there and not worry about delineating all of those things, because what we want And this is I mean, this is obviously very well drafted for somebody like me. I live in Hayes County. This is a big concern that we have. I've met with people all over the hill country. The battery energy storage facilities are something that it's very important that we do. And it's obviously very targeted to that. But I think as overall party platform, I think we need to take a broader view and say there could be counties that need some other type of regulatory authority as well. And so I don't want to put you in a position where you go to the legislature and say, hey, here's what the party said, and you get thrown back in your face like, well, they didn't say MUDs.
Yeah.
And so instead of adding MUDs, which we could obviously do based upon what you've just said here, would it be better for us just to stop at large scale commercial developments, put a period, and then move forward?
Or what if we said something like including but not limited to that list?
That might work. I mean, you could add MUDs if you wanted to, or including name those things, but not limited to, including but not limited to, and name those things. The understanding I have from the state is they do not want to they do not want to allow us to have any control on MUDs. I don't think they want us to have control over data centers either. To be real, but I know they don't want us to have control over MUDs because we've been hearing a lot of talk about taking our ability to be a what's the word, to be able to protest with TCEQ their water treatment or their wastewater treatment permits. They haven't done that to us. They've done it to another county. I think it's Williamson County. I think they've taken them completely out of party status.
Right.
Why, I don't know, but that's what I understand. And so maybe not put MUDs in there, but put in including but not limited to. That might be the better way to word that.
Okay.
And then maybe we can get them all in there.
I have a question.
Yes.
Over here. So I've heard you now talk about MUDs, and the idea behind this is nuisance projects, right?
Yeah.
And what kind of nuisance projects do you think wouldn't be included here?
Let's see.
Would you stop oil pipelines?
But it's yeah.
Would I stop oil pipelines?
Yeah, do you think that could be a nuisance project that this could be used?
We've got oil pipelines all over the state. I've got one in my backyard. It's 100 feet from my house. It hasn't been a problem for me. I don't know that would be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many.
But in a liberal county, that could be a problem, right?
Maybe. Now, the oil pipeline behind my house falls under DOD, so that's a federal thing. I don't know if they're all that way. They may or may not be. I don't know. But I know the one behind my home is a DOD regulated pipeline.
And just so we're clear, farms are commercial or agricultural, but
yes,
someone could theoretically, reading this, say this is a commercial development. It's making noise and use this for that as well, right? I mean, if we open this up and honestly, I think if we have this in here, but even if we open this up,
yeah,
what are the second and third order effects that we could have on the counties that don't have commissioners like you?
So you're referring to farms specifically?
Anything that this could be twisted. The chairman was talking about how limiting language can be twisted to say, well, they only want X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
But
No.
How can also the other language, opening up the language, then be twisted in places where they don't have quality commissioners to eliminate projects that they don't like, say a Dallas County, and try to eliminate, or up in Plano, they had issues, in surrounding areas with with agricultural lands and mowing.
Mm-hmm.
We got a House bill out of that.
Yeah,
but making things, making life difficult for those kinds of things using language like this or passing a law like that.
I can see where if we go too broad on the statement, that a road court could do that. I would have to dig into the on the statutes as far as agricultural land. There may be something in there that would keep them from being able to do that if we just left a broad brush on this. I can't answer that right now. I wish I could.
I understand. I just think that it's a matter of bad policy because we have a certain types of nuisance projects to go and try to carve those out to make new laws and regulate just those things, give the commissioner court a power to do one thing, and then now we're talking about opening it up to a bunch of other things, right? Let's just give a blank check.
Yeah.
And so to me, I see that as a problem.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Giving county commissioners some control, as in this plank, how do you see that in relation to, like you had said, these epic city developments that are happening that they're trying to fight up in Collin County, Muslim based?
So, given Commissioner's Court the authority over such a community, is that what you're asking? How I feel about that?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a tough thing if we're going to go into something that's fighting something that's religious based. Now, and I haven't dug into Epic City enough, but if they're going to say, well, only people that believe in this religion can live here, then to me, that falls under a federal statute of
and just so I'm clear, now we're talking about expanding this to residential development, which is
right
even farther outside the original language of the plank.
And a mud is definitely a residential development, but it's a kind of a different kind of development because they get to create their own tax. So I think including but not limited to is probably pretty good language. I think you can, it doesn't necessarily, because the legislators, they're going to have to make the law anyway. They're going to see the plank, and if they say, hey, we want to take this up, they're going to have to make the law. And hopefully we have some good legislators that are going to weed through that and not create something that's going to give a tyrannical court the ability to beat up their residents and their property owners. And this is a sticky situation for me. I'm a property rights guy. I don't believe in having too many laws. I think government needs to be as small as we can keep it. But because there's so much widespread development in the counties outside the municipalities, I think it's time that commissioners' courts have some limited authority. We just don't want too much. And I'm the first one to tell you, don't give me too much because I may not be here forever. And I don't want a bad guy coming in or a bad gal coming in and wrecking people's lives because I asked for more than I should have had.
I have a question.
Excuse me, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to be clear. Is there any rules pertaining to how long we can spend on questioning somebody who's addressing us?
Well, we have rules on how long you can testify, but as far as questions from the committee, I mean, that's up to the discretion of the committee.
Okay.
On questions, so.
Hi, Stephanie Fisher with SC25, Blanco County. I'm also the mayor of Johnson City, just so you know, Commissioner. So my question is, how would you feel if there were like a population floor? So counties with a population over 50,000 fell under this. That way you're eliminating your rural agricultural based counties and hitting your urban areas where, you can where commissioners' courts may not act in the best interest of all of their citizens.
So we're over 240,000.
Right.
So you're saying only affect over 50,000 or something to that effect?
Something that nature.
Arbitrary number. I kind of have a hard time saying, well, this is good for us, but not for you. And to me, if you set that population number, and I'll give an example. In 2017, was it SB 6? That was a bill passed that allowed, through a petition process, counties under 500,000, I believe it was, to end forced annexation. So I spent 6 months collecting 13,000 signatures to end forced annexation in Ellis County. But counties over 500,000, it was automatic. They didn't have, forced annexation became illegal when that bill passed. It was the next year after we ended forced annexation in Ellis County that the legislature did HB 347, which was a bill that ended forced annexation statewide. And but it took a year to get there. So in the meantime, there was 7 or 8 of us, 7 or 8 counties that we had to jump through all these extra hoops and do all this extra work. And those of us that were doing it out of our own pocket. There was nobody paying for this for us to get the same rights as counties over 500,000 had. So I'm not crazy about having a threshold of, well, counties this size or counties that size. I think that if we're going to create a plank that we're pushing to become a bill and make it a law, I think we need to make it statewide for everyone. I think that's the best for everyone. I don't think that, do something for me, but don't do it for them. I don't think that's a good idea.
I think if the intent of this plank is to protect agricultural land from development, then that's sort of the reasoning there, because like Blanco County is 740 square miles and only 2 of those miles are incorporated, but there's probably 500 square miles of agricultural land.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a different environment.
Yeah.
So that's
Mr. Chairman, I move previous question on 197A.
Well, we're not on a motion yet. I'm going to take one more question for the commissioner if it's really important for what you have. Otherwise, we're going to go back to considering amendments. It wasn't my intention to open this back up for a debate on 197 specifically. Well, we're not even on that yet. So thank you, Commissioner, for
Thank you, sir.
testimony.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, let's get back then to the state affairs planks that we're dealing with regard to that. 174 through 208, we had done some amendments to the pro-life planks, and happy to entertain any other amendments or motions that anybody has.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that in 197A, we include the words including but not limited to between the facilities, including and solar.
Chairman?
Between the words including and solar, we put including but not limited to. We put but not limited to. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend 197A to be to include including but not limited to before solar. Is there a second for the motion? Is there any discussion of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think this is a bad amendment. I already don't disagree with this. I don't agree with this plank altogether. However, adding including but not limited to, it means including anything, including a warehouse, including a